Beyond Reality's Edge, Volume 1, written by B.A. Chapman, narrated and performed by a cast of AI-assisted voices. In a different reality very similar to our own, a seemingly ordinary woman will experience something truly extraordinary. This is her story. Chapter 1. Brianna was running late. Again.
What ifs?
She thought.
I'm not the one that wanted this meeting, and it's going to be a waste of my time anyway. They can wait.
As she pulled into a parking space, she thought about the events that had transpired to bring her to this place and time. At the ripe age of 64, she had become an author, self-publishing her first fiction novel. She worked hard at promoting it, and it had finally paid off. About 4 years later, she had gotten an agent and they had manoeuvred a deal for a screen adaptation. That gave her some control regarding the creative side of things. She wasn't about to make the mistake of leaving her work in the hands of producers and directors that were hell-bent on putting their vision of what her novel should be on the screen. She knew very well what it should be. It should be made as it was written, period. She wasn't opposed to minor creative changes as necessary to adapt the story to the screen, but if they wanted to go off on a tangent and tell a story other than what she had written, then they could write their own novel and turn it into a movie, and leave hers the hell alone. Not to mention, her fan base was behind her 100% on this, and thanks in big part to social media, she had the weight of them behind her that helped force this issue. They were all sick and tired of having wonderful stories, bestsellers, mind you, massacred for no good reason when it was adapted to the screen. It was this pressure that helped her get this deal done in her favour. Now there were casting issues to deal with. There was a certain actor wanting in on the movie and, okay, sure, she had written the character with him in mind. However, he was now too old to be playing a man in his late 20s to early 30s. It just wasn't going to work. Not to mention, everyone else on the project had agreed to work for scale because this wasn't a large-budget film, and honestly, she just didn't see that happening with this guy. Her other producers wanted her to take this meeting just to get the guy, and his agent, off their backs and resolve the issue once and for all. To that end, she had agreed to it. It would be worth her time to close the door on this so they could move forward. She planned on going in, meeting with them, and playing nice. She would smile as she listened to them, making sure to voice the appropriate responses at the appropriate times. No need to burn any bridges, but the answer would be the same as the other umpteen times they had asked. She grabbed her phone and backpack and started checking her messages as she walked towards the building from the parking garage, to make sure nothing urgent was going on before she went into the meeting. She had no idea how long they were going to keep her in there, and she wanted to be sure there was nothing that needed her immediate attention. She reached out to open the door from the garage into the building, still looking at her phone. As she went through the doorway, a huge flash of light went off, so big and bright it blinded her for a few moments. Dazed and disoriented, she stumbled forward and managed to land up against a wall. At least, she hoped it was a wall. She shook her head, trying to clear it, wondering what in the world had just happened. It was like a huge gathering of paparazzi, with camera flashes going off, times 100, had just jumped out of nowhere and surprised her as she went through the doorway. Someone asked her if she was all right, and she managed to mumble a quick,
Yes, I'm fine, thanks.
and gave them a quick smile to let them know she was okay. As her vision started clearing, she straightened herself up and looked around to get her bearings, trying to figure out what had just happened. What she saw looked wrong. This didn't look like the office building she was supposed to be in. She looked behind her, and the door from the building's garage she had just come through was gone. There was nothing but a corridor there, and another corridor in front of her.
This doesn't look right. Where am I?
She wondered as she slowly made her way forward along the hall. The architecture looked familiar, but yet not. She hadn't seen anything like this in person before. Maybe she had seen it somewhere online, or on a show perhaps. As she continued along the passageway, it eventually opened out into a very large room with an expansive open area and a raised platform that held... This can't be right. Someone's pulling a whale of a prank on her. This was just too much, and too outlandish, and crazy. If these were props, someone had done one hell of a job and spent a ton of money to make it look legit. She was standing in a portal room, as in the popular sci-fi TV series Gateway of Infinity from back in the day. The Gateway of Infinity show was a network science fiction series about an ancient alien artifact found in the Antarctic by scientists. It was a device that, when activated, created and harnessed the power of a wormhole, allowing travel through space in mere seconds that would otherwise be impossible. There were planets in other galaxies, also with infinity gates, and as long as you knew the address of those infinity gates, one could traverse across space and travel from planet to planet, galaxy to galaxy at will. According to the ancient texts found with the Infinity Gate, a humanoid species called the Lemurians lived in the Andromeda Galaxy about 20,000 years ago. They built and occupied the fabled cloud city of Lemuria, but their galaxy became overrun by a fierce enemy called the Threnarians. There had been a war that lasted about 5,000 years, but eventually the Threnarians were able to overtake the galaxy and the Lemurians fled, scattering to the stars, some of them coming to Earth. The show had lasted 5 seasons and gained a large and solid fan base, but the show was cut short due to problems with the studio. The fans tried to keep the show alive, but the Hollywood machine had no interest in keeping the series going or pursuing it, and it faded into obscurity. But now, here she was, standing in the portal room in the fabled cloud city of Lemuria, and there was an infinity gate in front of her, as big as life. It was on a raised platform with a ramp leading up to it and large, big enough for a small craft to fit through, just like on the show. It was square in shape and made from a substance that resembled some sort of stone or mineral, alien in design and nature. There were various crystals embedded into the gate of different sizes, shapes and colours that, when pressed in a particular sequence, would activate the portal, opening up a wormhole. This, in turn, activated the corresponding gate at the other end, so when you stepped through it, you were instantly transported to your specified destination. The room itself was massive in scope and size, circular in design with 2 different levels. The Infinity Gate was on the first level, and there was a second level surrounding the room with stairs leading up to the rooms and offices there. That was where the command centre was, that controlled the main operations of the portal. There was a mixture of alien tech and Earth tech combined, with members from the Earth expedition as well as military personnel manning the controls. The rest of the facility was controlled by a device in what was called the throne room. This device allowed a user with the proper antediluvian gene to have access and control over the entire facility. Brianna tried to make sense of what she was seeing. This was completely crazy. Maybe she was crazy. This TV show had been off the air for, about 25 years now? She looked around more closely, taking in the room, including the second-level tier above her. From what she could see, she was able to deduce that she was, indeed, in the cloud city of Lemuria that housed the Infinity Gate, which happened to be in the Andromeda Galaxy, far, far away from the Milky Way galaxy and Earth. From a totally made-up and fictional TV show, she shook her head in disbelief. This couldn't be real. It just couldn't. And then the unthinkable happened. An alarm went off and an announcement was made that there was an incoming wormhole. Then the Infinity Gate activated. It, actually, activated. This was no special effect, no CGI, no animation. The thing actually turned on and out stepped. Colonel Jack Shelton, Dr. Rowan McCoy, Rilo Dax and Layla Nugena, evidently back from a mission. Not the actors from the show, but the actual main characters themselves. She was sure of it. How? Because they all looked the same as they did back when the series first aired, some 20-ish years ago. No amount of makeup or prosthetics would be able to revert these characters back to their former selves as realistically as she was seeing. Besides, she knew Jim Flaherty, who played the character of Colonel Jack Shelton. She knew how he currently looked because she was thinking about casting him as one of the characters in her upcoming adaptation of her novel to the screen. And even though Jim had aged extremely well, The man striding past her that was Jack Shelton was definitely not Jim Flaherty, not to mention Rilo Dax. He looked like a baby Jackson mimosa before he was an A-lister before all the tats, before he was even considered for the SUC Universe mega blockbuster, The Ocean King. Hell, they hadn't even come up with the idea for that yet. It was mind-blowing. What the hell was happening? She tried to blend in as best she could as they walked past her, but she was wearing jeans and a blouse, not the standard GOI uniforms most of the others around her were wearing, so that was a bit difficult, and she was still holding her backpack and phone. But somehow she managed to pull it off, breathing a sigh of relief after Shelton and his team went by. However, she needed some additional confirmation about where she was because, seriously, she was about to lose her. If this was indeed the infamous cloud city of Lemuria from the TV series, the city would be huge. There would be multiple sprawling towers spanning miles across in diameter, floating in the sky above the planet, something that couldn't possibly be manipulated or done via any other type of trickery out in the open. It would be pretty obvious. She managed to make her way to the second level and found a door that led out onto a large and spacious balcony of the portal room she was in, and what she saw took her breath away. The city was indeed floating in the clouds above a planet, and it was huge. There were multiple towers of varying sizes, and she could see docking bays on a pier down below that was circular, forming the base. The entire city had a golden sheen and shimmer to it, making it a breathtaking sight. On top of that, there were multiple moons becoming visible in the sky as day turned to dusk. The breeze blowing in was cool, the scent familiar and yet not familiar. There was no way this was a trick or prank. Either she had truly lost her marbles, or the unthinkable was actually happening.
Enjoying the view?
A deep voice from behind her said. She immediately knew who it was. She didn't even have to turn around. It was easy to recognize. She paused a moment before she answered, keeping her gaze on the horizon instead of looking at him directly.
Not really.
Oh, most people think it's great,
he replied, coming to stand beside her. Rilo had noticed her when he walked by her in the portal room, and he continued watching her through the windows in Dr. White's office as Shelton made his report. He saw her make her way outside onto the outer deck of the command tower and came out to join her, trusting his instincts. He leaned against the rail as he glanced at her, trying to figure out what was going on, knowing she didn't belong there, but not knowing why. Brianna took a long, deep breath and sighed heavily.
Well, I was in LA, walking into a building from the parking garage to go to a meeting. Then there was this huge, blinding light as I went through the doors, and that's gotta be it. I had some sort of aneurysm or stroke, or something put me in a coma, and this is all a dream, right? I'm dreaming all of this, but...
She paused, thinking hard, concentration etched on her face as she tried to puzzle out the problem before her.
I've never ever had a dream like this before. Not ever. This is clear and concise, and my dreams are a clouded, confusing mess. I'm constantly switching characters and stories. Things don't make sense, and I get confused even in my dreams. It's craziness. And this just isn't. This has got to be a dream, but it's not. Not like any dream I've ever had before.
She turned to look at the man leaning against the rail beside her. Standing well over 6 feet tall, he was an imposing figure, muscular and athletic in build. As usual, his long, sun-streaked brown hair was adorned with various beads and decorations and hung loose over his shoulders. He was dressed in worn, comfortable clothing, all in black, which included a sleeveless, knit shirt that was torn and frayed at the bottom, exposing a bit of his stomach over a pair of pants with leather boots. A pair of leather wrist guards and chaps completed the outfit, held up by a belt that hung low on his hips. His fierce, primal look, added to his intimidating presence, helped along by his slightly unkempt beard and moustache. But at the same time, he also exuded a calm, confident energy. A small smile crossed her face as she gave him a wistful look. Dax, her Neronian warrior, the man of her dreams. Her ideal mate. She had totally and completely fallen for him the moment she discovered the character on the show when the Gateway of Infinity series first aired many years ago. She could still remember the first time she saw him on the screen as she was channel surfing. He immediately caught her attention as she flipped through the channels, and he'd never left her since. Not the actor who played him, mind you, but the actual character himself. His looks were what initially drew her in, but it was Rilo Dax she was attracted to. Even way back then, and all these years later, knowing he was completely impossible to ever have, he's what her heart ached for. And here he was. She lifted her hand and poked his arm with her finger. Rilo lifted an eyebrow at her, wondering what she was doing. Brianna turned to him and put both her hands around his bicep and squeezed. Not hard, just enough to make sure he was solid and there.
Wow,
She commented softly.
you feel awfully real.
Thanks, I guess.
He responded, puzzled at her comment.
Do you need to go see the doctor? You seem a little confused.
She laughed softly at his response.
Confused. That's a really nice way of putting it. Unfortunately, I am way past confused. I am light years beyond confused. And no, I don't need to see a doctor, but I do need to see Shelton, McCoy, and White. That's who I really need to see. Because if this is real, and I'm not saying it is, but if this is real, I'm afraid we could all be in some serious trouble.
Rilo looked at her doubtfully, not sure if he should take her directly to Shelton and White, or if he should take her straight to the medical unit, or even the brig, and then let the others know something was up. She saw his expression of doubt and understood his dilemma.
Dax,
She said softly.
I'm talking about alternate realities, alternate timelines, other dimensions, and tears in the space-time continuum that could rip the universe apart. That kind of trouble.
That did it for him. Straight to Shelton and White it was. But as Rilo started to lead her back into the control room, she stopped him.
Dax, wait a minute. How long have you been here? In Lemuria on Shelton's team?
She asked. Rilo wondered if he should answer her question, but it seemed harmless enough.
About 5 months.
He replied. She thought about his answer and murmured.
So, about halfway into the second season, then.
She looked at him and gave him a little smile.
You remember getting a little stir-crazy recently and asking Layla if you could go off-world with her on an errand she was running? She was going to a planet to do some trading for her people. You just needed something to do, and she let you come along?
Rilo looked at her with one of his impassive stares, wondering where this was going.
It was there you found out that several hundred of your people from Neronia were still alive and had survived the Threnarion attack, that you weren't the only Neronian left.
Rilo paused for a moment, then said in confirmation,
Yeah.
It was there you also found out that General Zell had survived, and not only survived, but he was doing quite well for himself, at the cost of thousands of Neronian lives, for his own personal gain.
Brianna made sure she was looking into his eyes as she told him,
You made sure your people, the ones he betrayed, got justice that day? And I totally agree with you, killing him like you did. But Layla was right. The people here, while they might have understood why you did what you did, they wouldn't have agreed with it. You were right to keep it from them. And, Layla was right to be so mad at you for taking advantage of your friendship like that, tricking her like you did, not being upfront and truthful about why you wanted that meeting with Zell that she arranged for you. I would have been angry too.
How? How do you know that?
Rilo asked, trying to take in what this stranger had just told him.
I haven't told anyone what happened there. Layla wouldn't have either. Where did you hear about this? How did you find out?
There's one more thing I want to tell you while it's just us.
She moved in closer to him and put her hand on his chest, over his heart.
There's nothing you could have done. There's no way you could have saved her. Her death was not your fault.
Rilo's heart leapt in his chest at her words, and he swallowed hard, knowing what she was going to say before he even asked the question.
Who?
Nala. She wasn't about to leave her people, and neither were you. You were trying to get her to do something you weren't even willing to do yourself. The fact she stayed behind, that was her choice, Dax. And she knew what she was doing. She knew what it was going to cost her, just like you did. The only way you might have been able to save her from the Threnarian annihilation of your planet, your people, would have been to knock her out and forcibly take her away yourself. But that would have meant leaving your regiment, and you couldn't do that either. It was a no-win situation, totally out of your control and not your fault. You need to stop blaming yourself for her death. You know she wouldn't want you to do that.
Rilo had turned back to the railing while she was talking and gripped it hard with both hands. His gaze fell over the clouds as he fought to control his emotions of grief at the memories.
I have never told anyone about what happened. I have never spoken about it to anyone. How?
Rilo's voice cracked as he spoke, unable to finish the question. Brianna paused and wondered how much further she should go with this, knowing what a sensitive subject this was for him. But he needed to know beyond a doubt what she was about to tell all of them was the truth. Things were about to change, and everyone needed to be on the same page.
I saw what happened,
she told him softly.
I saw you go into the medical building during the battle after your regiment got killed, calling her name, trying to find her to get her out of there before it was too late. You finally found her in a ward filled with wounded people. And even with everything that was going on, she still wouldn't leave. She pointed out a wounded child in one of the beds, telling you his parents had both been killed and she couldn't leave him. You picked up the child and told Nala to come with you. You would take both of them. Then she asked, what about all the other people? And you told her they're already dead. And then...
She paused briefly before continuing.
As she was standing there, talking to you, an explosive went off, killing her. You were captured by the Threnarians and turned into one of their racers for nearly 8 years until the team from Earth found you. Or rather, you found them and you guys kind of rescued each other.
Rilo stood there for a moment, doing his best to collect himself before he spoke.
That's impossible. It's not possible you could know all of that.
Brianna smiled ruefully and responded,
You know, I'm finding a lot of impossible things becoming quite possible in the last hour or so. What do you say we go talk to some people in charge about that? Maybe they can figure out what's going on.
She turned from the railing and started towards the control room, then stopped, turning back and asking,
You coming? I'd lead the way, but I have absolutely no idea where I'm going.
Rilo sighed deeply and led the way as she followed behind him. Chapter 2. They gathered in Dr. White's office, the head of the Lemurian expedition from Earth. Everyone was there, meaning all the main characters from the show. Dr. Elsa White, the civilian leader of the expedition, was the one in charge. A professional diplomat and political negotiator, she was known for her calm, rational, and empathetic personality. Slim and athletic in build, she was an attractive woman in her mid-30s with dark brown hair, typically styled in a professional shoulder-length cut. Colonel Jack Shelton was the military commander of the expedition. Standing 6 feet tall, he was athletic in build but not overly muscular. With dark brown tousled hair, his looks and charm make him quite attractive to the opposite sex in a way that sometimes takes him by surprise. His casual hairstyle and constant 5 o'clock shadow give him a rugged, approachable look, and his easygoing grin contrasts with the serious nature of the missions he's often engaged in. Dr. Rowan McCoy was the chief scientist of the expedition. Just under 6 feet tall, he was not particularly athletic in stature or nature, wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses that he constantly fusses and fidgets with. In his early 30s, McCoy was a bit younger than the majority of the other main team members of the expedition. He has an unruly mop of light brown hair, creating a somewhat dishevelled appearance that reflects his single-minded focus on science, especially when he's stressed or frazzled, such as in high-pressure situations. Layla Nugena was another one of Shelton's main team members. A native of the Andromeda Galaxy, she was a fierce warrior and a strong leader for her people. A bit over 6 feet tall with long white hair and dark skin, she has an athletic build with a muscular, agile physique due to her warrior training. Her calm yet fierce presence is complemented by her graceful movements, reflective of her background as both a warrior and a leader. Rilo Dax was a former soldier whose home planet, Neronia, was destroyed by the Threnarians. An exceptional fighter, he was trained in hand-to-hand combat and a wide array of weapons. He was especially proficient with his energy weapon, a blaster pistol unique to the Neronians, which he uses with deadly accuracy. His fighting style is brutal and direct, making him a force to be reckoned with in battle. As they began the meeting, Elsa was seated behind her desk, with Brianna in one of the chairs opposite her. Jack sat in the chair next to Brianna, while Rilo leaned against a credenza behind them, Layla sitting on the sofa against the wall. Rowan stood to the side of Elsa's desk, pacing back and forth as they talked, listening and busily tapping away on his tablet. Brianna was trying to explain to them, as best she could, what she believed had happened and how she had come to be there.
What you're telling me,
Elsa said,
is that you're from some sort of alternate reality? Or dimension?
I have no idea.
Brianna began. Then she corrected herself.
Scratch that. I actually have a lot of ideas. Whether any of them are accurate, well, that's a whole different thing.
She looked around the room at all of them, seeing their expressions of doubt and disbelief.
Look, I get your disbelief and confusion.
Brianna told them.
I am right there with you. I'm having a really hard time believing any of this myself. For all I know, I'm lying in a coma somewhere, and this is all in my head. Or I've died, and this is my version of heaven. Or hell. Could go either way at this point. But I'd rather err on the side of caution and work it from the angle this is really happening. Because let's face it, if I'm in a coma and I wake up, all this goes away. Or if I'm already dead, what does it matter? No harm, no foul. But,
she reiterated, stressing the point,
if this is real, then there are going to be some serious issues and consequences because I'm not supposed to be here. And that's going to affect your timeline and your future. Actually, the simple fact I'm here has already affected it. And I'm making the assumption that I'm in the timeline and reality I'm familiar with. For all I know, I could have hopped a ride on a completely different reality because your universe consists of multiverses. It's full of alternate realities. And this kind of thing isn't new for you guys. You all have already experienced something similar to this. Another Rowan McCoy from another timeline.
Jack, Rowan and Elsa all glanced at each other, wondering how she knew about that. Only someone with a high clearance would have access to that information.
You're not the first expedition from Earth to Lemuria,
Brianna told them, knowing she needed to prove herself regarding this issue.
The first expedition died after coming through the Infinity Gate just hours in because the city exploded and crashed into the planet below due to a problem with one of the energy crystal modules. I believe you refer to them as ECMs. You're only here because that Rowan got zapped back to the past, and one of the Lemurian scientists helped him rig things so the ECM wouldn't explode when you met up with the timeline again. This isn't something new, it's something very, very old, and it seems to happen quite a bit around here.
Elsa looked at the woman sitting across from her thoughtfully, thinking about what she'd just said.
Rowan, what are your thoughts?
Elsa asked.
Is something like this even possible?
Of course, it's possible, but it's highly improbable.
Rowan replied.
However, she makes a valid point about the timeline and what happened before. But something like this just doesn't happen out of nowhere. There's always some sort of catalyst, something that instigates an event like that. But in this case, I mean, she hasn't told us anything that proves what she's saying. She could just be one of the staff here that's had a psychotic break or gone space loopy or something.
Rowan added, and then turning to Brianna, said in an offhanded manner,
No offense.
Brianna smiled at Rowan and told him,
No offense taken, Mar.
This caused Rowan to freeze and slowly turn back toward her, shock and disbelief etched all over his face. Of course, Jack noticed the exchange between them and Rowan's reaction to it, so he turned to Brianna and asked,
Did you just call him Mar?
Rowan managed to squeak out.
Where? How? Who?
Brianna answered Jack while keeping her eyes on Rowan, unable to resist grinning at him.
It's a nickname his sister calls him, a shortened version of his first name. You do know Rowan isn't his first name, right? He uses his middle name because he doesn't like his first name. He dropped it completely. Only his sister still calls him by it.
Jack looked at Rowan, full of curiosity as he asked her.
And what, pray tell, is his first name?
Rowan got his voice back and blurted out,
No, 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 no. That's not information anyone here needs to know.
Oh, don't worry, Rowan.
Brianna told him as she looked at him knowingly.
I don't have to tell them. Your sister will tell them when she gets here.
I'm sorry. When who gets where?
Rowan stammered. Brianna turned to Elsa and asked,
Dr. White, has Rowan happened to have destroyed several planets recently?
Elsa glanced over at Rowan as she slowly answered,
There was an incident that Dr. McCoy was involved in where there was a major explosion. Yes. Why do you ask?
Just trying to get a handle on where we are in the timeline is all. Obviously, his sister hasn't been here yet, or you all would already know about Rowan's first name. That's when you'll get your question answered about alternate realities. In a rather big way. I just hope nothing goes wrong and he doesn't, destroy an entire alternate reality this time instead of a few planets is all.
I'm a little confused as to how you know all this information.
Elsa said,
Who exactly are you to where you would be in a position to know so much about us? The city, our past, and evidently our future?
Brianna shifted in her seat, uneasy with the question and how she was going to answer it.
Well, you see, I'm not actually from your reality or timeline. I'm from a completely different reality where this,
motioning with her hand all around her, indicating the city in general.
And you all, well, your character's on a TV show called Gateway of Infinity. The reason this is so hard for me to take in is because in my world, my reality, none of you are real. You're all fictional characters portrayed by actors on a TV show that was over and done with quite some time ago. Like over 20 years ago, my time. I'm assuming for you it's the year, 2005-ish? I'm from the year 2028. So not only am I in a different reality, I'm also over 20 years in the past. So yeah, there's also that.
She completely lost Elsa with that explanation. Brianna could see the disbelief written all over her face.
A TV show. We're all characters on a TV show. That's what you're telling me?
Elsa asked, wanting confirmation of what she was hearing.
Look, I know how ridiculous this sounds, and it doesn't make any sense.
Brianna began, but Rowan interrupted her.
Actually, in a way, it does. Makes sense, that is.
Rowan said.
Assuming she's telling the truth.
Jack looked at Rowan incredulously as he said,
Excuse me? It makes sense. We're not real? How does that possibly make sense? Just because we're not real where she's from doesn't mean we're not real.
Rowan said, trying to explain it in a way they could understand.
This, where we are right now, this is our reality, and for us, this is real. If what she's saying is true, she's from a different reality, completely separate and apart from our own. Think about it. As far as our reality is concerned, she's not real either. She doesn't exist here, so technically she's not any more real for us than we are for her. She's from a different timeline, and yes, more than likely, a completely different dimension. So there, in her reality, our lives exist only as a TV show. That doesn't mean we aren't real or don't exist in another dimension or reality from hers. In her reality, we don't exist just like she doesn't exist in ours. But here, in our reality, we do exist. We are real. Obviously.
Brianna began thoughtfully.
That makes a lot of sense. At least to me it does. I'm a writer, an author, and when I write a story, I've always felt like I was actually channeling the story from somewhere. Like it was being told to me or I was seeing it happen and I was just writing it down. I wasn't making it up so much as telling a story from someone, somewhere. that needed or wanted to be told. And I'm sure it doesn't hold true for every writer, but I've always wondered if those of us that take the time to write fiction are actually tuning into other dimensions, other realities, and then writing about some of what goes on in whatever dimension we've tuned into.
That is an interesting theory.
Rowan stated thoughtfully.
And you being a fan of the show would also explain why you know so much about us. It's obvious I'm a main character, so of course they had to go into great detail about me, right?
Rowan asked as he looked at Brianna for confirmation.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Brianna confirmed.
Lots of detail.
Jack gave her a skeptical look as he said,
About Rowan. Really?
Oh, yes. Rowan is all about the details. He is Mr. Detail.
And, a main character?
Rowan asked, the hope in his voice and expression obvious. Brianna confirmed this with a nod as she said,
And one of the main characters, yes. The show centers around Shelton and his team, Rowan, Dax, and Layla, and the head of this expedition, of course. The show revolves around them, you guys, and Lemuria.
Elsa smiled and asked,
So, if you know so much about us, tell me something about myself. What was revealed about my character?
Well, I know that compass you have belonged to your father, and it has great sentimental value to you.
she said, hoping that was enough. But of course it wasn't.
There are several people that know about that, and there are ways you could have found that out. Anything else?
Elsa asked.
You're really going to make me go there, aren't you?
Brianna responded.
I'm afraid so.
Elsa replied with a smile. Brianna took a deep breath, then said,
You left behind someone very important to you when you took this job. You chose the job over him and your relationship and didn't even discuss your decision to leave with him once you made it. But it's the way you told him that's the thing. You didn't tell him in person. You left him a video message telling him you were gone, and by the time he got it and tried to contact you, you were already out of reach as you knew you would be. You set it up to go down like that.
All eyes were on Elsa, and she blushed at the attention and information that had just been disclosed about something that was extremely personal, as well as something she wasn't proud of.
All right, yes, I could have handled that better. I admit, it wasn't. Wait, how could you possibly know?
It was on the first episode of the first season. They showed backstory on some of the main characters. Not a good start, but you did redeem yourself when you defended Jack to General O'Keefe.
Really?
Jack said, giving Elsa one of his smiles.
She defended me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Brianna replied.
Before she went through the Infinity Gate, General O'Keefe asked her if she had read your file and if she was sure about taking you with her. 'Cause, you have a habit of not following orders and have a bit of a problem with authority figures. She looked at O'Keefe and told him, Really, John, I've read your file, too. And he looked really sheepish and told her, Oh, yeah, right. It was awesome.
What about Shelton?
Rowan asked.
What about Shelton?
Jack retorted, giving Rowan a stern look.
Isn't there something you can tell us about him?
Rowan asked.
That's up to Jack.
Brianna replied.
I can tell him something now if he wants me to.
But Jack interrupted her, quickly stating,
No, that's fine. I'm good. As far as I'm concerned, you've made your point.
However, Rowan wouldn't let it go, asking,
What about Layla and Rilo?
Well, Layla's an open book.
Brianna replied.
What you see is what you get. In fact, she's probably the purest soul in this city. And Dax
She paused for a moment, looking at him as she continued.
is a very private person, and if there's something he wants to know, I'm sure he'll ask, when no one else is around.
Jack looked at Brianna with curiosity as he asked,
You keep referring to Rilo as Dax. Why do you do that? Why don't you just call him Rilo?
She smiled at Jack as she answered, glancing at Dax as she did so.
I've always thought of him as Dax. It's also his name, and I like it. I just feel it suits him.
She can call me Dax if she wants to. I don't mind.
Rilo said, speaking up. Then Rowan piped up, asking,
So, can I call you?
But Rilo interjected a very definitive.
No.
Before Rowan could finish his sentence, giving him one of his glares as emphasis regarding his feelings on the matter.
Oh, okay.
Rowan said, disappointment evident in his tone and expression.
We'll just stick with Rilo then.
Then Layla had a question for Brianna, asking,
What about you? Do you have anyone that will miss you? Family that might be worried about you?
Brianna paused for a moment before answering, giving Layla's question some thought.
Not really. I'm divorced and single. I have 2 children, but they're both adults and have been for some time. And a granddaughter who's almost all grown up. She just turned 18 recently, so what?
Brianna stopped talking as she noticed the odd and confused expressions on all their faces, but it was Elsa who answered her.
You don't look old enough to have grown children, much less an 18-year-old granddaughter. It's just not feasible, given your age. Unless we're missing something.
Brianna was seriously confused by Elsa's response.
Okay, I've been told I look young for my age, but not that young. That's stretching it. Actually, it's stretching it a lot, considering, wait a minute, where's my phone?
She took her phone out and used the camera to look at herself, wondering what they were seeing that she didn't know about. And what she saw almost made her drop her phone in disbelief. The image she saw staring back at her was a much younger version of herself, a half-Asian, half-Caucasian young woman with long black-brown hair and brown eyes.
Mother Puss Bucket.
She exclaimed softly.
I look like I'm, 20 years old. Great googly moogly. I'm young again. I look like I did when I was like 19 or 20. This is insane.
She took a moment, shaking her head in wonder as she exclaimed softly,
Wow. A second chance.
And not only that, I still have the experience and wisdom from when I was older, but in a much younger and healthier body.
She laughed softly to herself as she uttered,
This might just be heaven after all.
What is that?
Rowan asked, interrupting Brianna's thoughts.
What is what?
She responded, confused as to what he was referencing.
That. What you're holding. What you looked into to see yourself. What is that?
What, this?
She replied, indicating the phone in her hand.
It's just my phone.
Doesn't look like any phone I've ever seen. Let me see it.
Rowan said, as he walked over to get it from her.
No, this is my phone, mine.
She said, holding it close to her chest and away from his outstretched hand.
You have your tablet to play with. This is mine. You're not touching it.
I just want to see it,
he said in exasperation.
Yes, I'm aware you want to see the phone from the future, but that's not going to happen. There's no telling what would occur if you got your hands on technology from the future. And not just any future, but from a totally different reality than yours. It could be catastrophic, and we already know what you can do to innocent planets.
Hey, that's not fair.
Rowan exclaimed.
But it is true,
Jack said, looking up at Rowan innocently. Rowan looked at Jack in utter frustration. Then he had another idea.
Well, there's got to be some information you can provide that's useful to us, like the science. I'm sure there were many things I explained on the show you could tell me about, so I could get a head start on them, work out any problems or kinks, maybe make things go smoother, perhaps, without all the pain, injury, and, death?
Yeah. Sorry, Rowan. I am a science fiction fan. It's just that I mainly watch the show for, other things, not really science related. My attention was on, other stuff, mostly non-science-y stuff.
Non-science-y stuff,
Rowan said, as he motioned to Jack and Rilo.
Yeah, that kind of stuff,
she admitted.
Besides, you should know better than that. Knowing the future, that's super risky. You don't want to mess with that. Just the fact of knowing something you're not supposed to know yet could make things even worse. And there's no telling where that would lead. Shelton's team in the series even encounter their own alters from other realities that didn't make it out of the situations they were in alive. I'm telling you, that's a dangerous path you do not want to take. It's not worth the risk.
So, how do we know if things are going like they should be?
Jack asked.
If you're okay with it, I could be part of your team,
she suggested.
If it's a story I recognize, I'll know what's supposed to happen. And if things start going wonky, I should be able to steer things back on course. I really don't see any other way to make sure things stay as they should. I mean, the very fact I'm here is going to change things. I just don't know by how much.
Are you okay with that, Jack?
Elsa asked.
I'd need to make sure she's trained and up to speed first, but yeah, we could try a couple of missions and see how it works out and go from there.
Jack replied.
It would be kind of nice to have someone around who knows if we're doing the right thing or not. That would be a pretty handy person to have around,
Jack said as he smiled at Brianna. She smiled back at Jack, then added,
Just remember, there were only about 20 episodes per season, a year for you, so I won't know everything about every mission, but it should be enough to keep everyone as safe as possible.
All right, sounds like a plan.
Elsa said.
We'll start tomorrow with her training. Layla, can you get Brianna settled in a room and make sure she has clothes and whatever else she needs, please?
Yes, Elsa.
Layla replied.
I will take care of it.
Thank you, Layla.
Elsa said.
That will be all for now.
Brianna stood up and left the room with Layla in the lead and Rilo following behind them, while Jack and Rowan stayed behind to speak privately with Elsa.
What do you think?
She asked the two men as they watched the others leave.
We're going to have to keep a close eye on her.
Jack said.
With the kind of information she has, assuming she has more than what she's already told us, and I'm pretty sure she does, we don't want her falling into the wrong hands. And we need to find out where her loyalties lie.
Jack turned to Rowan and asked,
Have you checked the personnel records? She's not one of ours, is she?
Rowan was busy working on his tablet and confirmed to Jack.
No, she's definitely not one of ours. All personnel have been accounted for. By all accounts, she should not be here. And we have no reports of any anomalies or occurrences that would explain how she got here either.
Keep working on it.
Elsa told Rowan.
You're right. Something like this doesn't just occur. We need to know what caused this and who's behind it. Keep me updated,
She told them as they left her office. Chapter 3. Layla set Brianna up in a room down the corridor from her own. It was nice, a bit bigger than your normal hotel room, complete with a desk and chair bureau, nightstand and a full-size bed. The room also included a private full-size bathroom with a stand-up shower. Layla got her set up with the basics, including toiletries and a couple changes of clothing, standard GOI uniforms, making sure she was comfortable before she left.
Is there anything else you need before I leave?
Layla asked.
Well, there is one thing I was wondering.
Yes.
Your clothes, your regular clothes, do you make those yourself or does someone in your village make them? I really love your style, and it would be awesome if I could get some outfits similar to the ones you wear, if that's okay.
Brianna had always loved the style of clothing Layla wore, along with the other females of her village. It was feminine, flattering and attractive, kind of a native boho style, with just enough sex appeal thrown in to make heads turn without being trashy. Not to mention comfortable. And she wasn't going to pass up this opportunity of possibly getting her hands on some of those outfits. Layla smiled at Brianna in response, warmed by the compliment.
Of course. I would not mind that at all. In fact, my younger sister is about your size. She left some of her clothes the last time she stayed with me. You are welcome to borrow those until you can get your own. I will bring them to you tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, that would be wonderful.
Brianna told her gratefully.
Thank you.
Layla turned to leave, then stopped and turned back, asking,
Did you mean what you said about me in Elsa's office?
Absolutely.
Brianna replied without hesitation.
You're brave, strong, resilient, compassionate, honest, super smart and gorgeous. You're the total package. I'd be super jealous of you, but you're too damn nice to hate.
Brianna walked over and put her hands on Layla's shoulders, looking her in the eyes as she told her,
Layla, you are the glue that holds this team together. If it wasn't for you, those three guys, on their own, please. There's no way they would have made it this far without you, and that's a fact.
Layla smiled and blushed at the compliment, and Rilo added,
She's right, Layla. I probably wouldn't have stayed if you hadn't been here.
Layla thanked them for the kind words and turned to leave, letting Brianna know she was right down the hall if she needed her. Then she glanced at Rilo, giving him a look because he didn't appear to be leaving with her.
I'm going to stay a minute. There's something I want to ask her,
he said in response to Layla's questioning look. Layla nodded and left the room, the door closing automatically behind her. Once she was gone, Rilo stood with his arms crossed, staring at the woman in front of him with one of his classic stoic expressions. Brianna, having an A-type personality, thankfully tempered by the wisdom of her years at this point, and being analytical in nature, stared back at him, quickly reviewing what she remembered about Rilo from the series. She knew that during the attack of Neronia by the Threnarians, Rilo was captured and turned into a racer. The Threnarians sometimes take the stronger humanoid victims they capture and implant a tracking device in them. They then use these victims not only for sport, but also as training tools for their commanders and warriors, hunting the racers across various planets and systems until they are able to track them down and kill them. Having been constantly hunted by the Threnarians for nearly 8 years, Rilo had developed incredible survival skills. He was adept at navigating hostile environments, evading capture and living off the land, and his ability to endure physical and emotional hardship made him incredibly resilient. Highly skilled at tracking both prey and enemies, his knowledge of stealth tactics allowed him to move undetected, able to track enemies over long distances in various environments. Due in large part to the life he was forced into, Brianna was also aware of the fact that he's fiercely independent and prefers to act alone, but he's also extremely protective of those he cares about. Rilo doesn't speak much, but when he does, his words carry weight. His loyalty is unshakable, and he has a deep sense of honour. Although he has a hardened exterior, Rilo deeply values friendship and family. Considering the situation she now found herself in, she knew this knowledge would come in handy. However, she did wonder why he was still there and giving her one of his looks. This prompted her to ask him,
What?
You're different from the others here,
Rilo said, simply stating a fact. She looked at him thoughtfully, not surprised he had already caught on to that fact. She responded by admitting,
Yes I am.
Rilo continued to stare, not saying anything, wondering what it was about her that aroused not only his guard, but also his curiosity and something else. As he continued to stare at her, a smile crossed her face and she raised an eyebrow at him.
Dax, are you trying to intimidate me?
Rilo's eyes narrowed as he studied her closely, asking,
You're not scared of me, are you?
Nope.
I don't intimidate you. Why not? I seem to have that effect on most everyone else.
Brianna gave him a mischievous smile before answering.
Because I know where your soft spots are.
Rilo's brows furrowed in confusion as he asked,
Soft spots.
She couldn't pass this opportunity up. It was just too good not to take advantage of it.
Tell you what, let's make a friendly wager,
she told him.
You step up and try to intimidate me. Give me your best shot. Then I'll step up and try to intimidate you. The one that backs away, gets intimidated, loses.
You intimidate me?
Rilo questioned in disbelief. He almost laughed out loud at the idea, but his curiosity was piqued, so he asked,
What's the wager?
If I win, the next time you get some time off, we go camping and you give me some training on tracking and hunting. If you win, you can ask me anything you want about Lemuria or any of the people here. Of course, I don't know everyone, but I will tell you what I know, anything about anyone.
Rilo thought about it for a minute, then asked,
You'd like that? Learning how to track and hunt?
From someone with your skills? Absolutely. That kind of training would be priceless.
She replied in all seriousness. Rilo smiled and said,
All right. It's a bet. Who goes first?
She gave him a big smile, letting him know,
You can go first. Go on, give it your best shot.
And that's exactly what he did. He stepped up and put on his most menacing glare, making sure his body language equaled the look on his face. Now, to just about everyone else, it would have been necessary for them to go change their underwear after an encounter like that. But Brianna had an ace up her sleeve. She knew there was no action behind the look. He wasn't going to hurt her or do anything to her. And that knowledge enabled her to stand her ground when others would be in a hysterical, sobbing heap on the floor, or in full flight mode to get as far away from him as possible. She took her time facing down his glare, then asked,
Is that it? Can you let me know when you're done so I can have my turn?
Rilo couldn't believe it. He'd never encountered anyone, besides a Threnarian, that could stand their ground before him when in full battle fight mode like that. He was a master at intimidation. It came naturally and easily to him. But this woman was standing in front of him like he had no effect on her at all. This was a first for him, and he didn't like it. Not one little bit. He finally gave up, realizing he wasn't going to get anywhere with her. He stood in front of her with his arms crossed, determined not to move away no matter what she did. Her? Intimidate him? Not likely. Brianna stood there for a moment, analysing the situation. She may have the body of a young woman again, but her mind had all the experience and knowledge of a much older woman, giving her a significant advantage. And she was about to put that knowledge into play. He was already close to her, but she needed to be closer. She took a step forward so she was only a couple of inches away from him. He was glaring down at her as she reached up and unfolded his arms, putting them down to his side, keeping physical contact with him. She looked up, making sure her eyes were locked with his. She slowly moved her hands up his arms, caressing his biceps a bit, before moving on to his shoulders. Then she moved her hands down his chest, taking her time as she caressed him, then, oh so slowly, moved her hands downward to his stomach. She felt his breath catch, indicating she was having the desired effect on him. She stopped when her hands reached the lower part of his stomach, right above his navel. The sleeveless knit shirt he was wearing was torn at the bottom, exposing some of his stomach, which enabled her to make actual physical contact with him. This gave her the opportunity to let her fingers fan out and travel further downward to the bare, sensitive area right below his navel. When her fingers touched him there, he gasped hard and took a step backward, losing the bet. She stood still, smiling at him, biting her lower lip as she clasped her hands behind her.
I win,
she said, watching him as he tried to collect himself.
That wasn't. You didn't say...
Rilo stammered, still reeling from her touch.
There's all kinds of ways to intimidate someone. You chose one way, I simply chose another.
Rilo tried to recover some of his dignity as he said,
If I had known we could touch each other, I would have won. I could have done that too.
Really? You think so?
She asked as she cocked her head at him, locking eyes with him again.
Want to make another bet?
As soon as he heard her response, Rilo unconsciously took another step backward. Then, realizing what he had just done, he blushed hard and turned around, leaving the room as quickly as he could without saying another word. She watched him go, and as soon as the door closed behind him, she laughed to herself and thought,
Uh-oh. I think I broke him.
Rilo headed straight for his room as fast as he could without running. His head and his senses were still reeling from his encounter with Brianna. He finally made it and stood in the centre of his room, trying to catch his breath and make sense of what just happened. When she first touched his arm on the balcony, he sensed something then about her, and again when she put her hand on his chest. But when she touched him in her room, it was all he could do to not react. He had not expected her to do that, but it certainly wasn't the first time he'd been touched by a woman. But this was the first woman to generate such an intense reaction. Her touch had been like fire and electricity combined. It was stimulating and exhilarating, intoxicating even. He shook his head, trying to clear it. He could still feel her hands and fingers on his skin. The problem was, he wanted more. And that was the first time that had happened since before he'd been forced to become a racer. He hadn't backed away from her because he didn't want her to go further. He had backed away because he didn't want her to stop. And that scared him. There was something about her he couldn't quite nail down. She was different. He could sense it, and she even admitted it, but he wasn't quite sure how she was different or what made her that way. All he knew was he felt drawn to her. From the moment he saw her in the portal room, he felt it. And he wasn't sure yet if that was a good thing or a bad thing. He tried to relax and calm down so he could get some sleep, but sleep was not coming for him that night. The memory of her face as she looked up at him, combined with the touch of her hands on his body, would not leave him alone. He tossed and turned until finally it was morning. The memories of the previous night still on his mind, he entered the mess hall for breakfast in a very foul and grumpy mood. Chapter 4. The next morning, Layla went to Brianna's room and they headed to the mess hall together for breakfast. Fortunately, Layla brought a couple of outfits as promised for Brianna to borrow because, as it turned out, the provided GOI uniforms did not fit. And the outfits Layla brought were a perfect fit. As they entered the mess hall, they saw Jack, Rowan and Rilo were already seated and eating at their usual table. Jack noticed them as they came in, and he waved and smiled at the women. Rowan gawked a bit, seeing Brianna in Layla's outfit, and Rilo glared. Layla acknowledged Jack's wave with a nod and smile in return. Then they got in line to get their food. Layla turned to Brianna and said,
I wonder what is wrong with Rilo. Something seems to have upset him.
I think that's probably my fault.
She replied.
Last night after you left, we were talking and we made a wager with each other. I won, and he's probably a bit upset about that because I don't think he's used to losing.
Layla raised an eyebrow and agreed.
You are right. He is not used to losing. I would imagine he's having a hard time dealing with that.
After they filled their trays, they went to go sit down. But Brianna hesitated as Layla headed towards their usual table. Layla stopped and looked back at Brianna, wondering why she had paused. Brianna approached Layla and quietly told her she would sit at another table because she didn't think Dax would appreciate her presence there, considering his current mood. Layla, of course, told her not to worry about such things. Rilo would get over it. But Brianna had seen Major Logan sitting alone, and she told Layla she would go sit with him and see if she could make a new friend. Layla looked over and indeed saw Major Logan sitting alone and smiled, saying she thought that was an excellent idea. As Layla sat down with Jack, Rowan and Rilo, Rowan asked,
Brianna isn't sitting with us.
She noticed Rilo's foul mood and thought she might be the cause, so she went to go sit with Major Logan instead.
Layla replied. Jack glanced over at Rilo, then asked Layla,
Really? Why would she think that?
It seems I made a wager last night and Rilo lost.
Layla replied nonchalantly.
A wager? What kind of wager?
Jack asked casually.
I do not know. She did not say.
Layla replied, just as casually.
Rilo, care to tell us what's going on?
Jack asked.
I don't want to talk about it.
He grumbled in a sour tone.
Well, I think we need to talk about it if it's going to affect you like this. We are going to be working as a team, you know? We need to be able to get along with each other.
Jack said, watching Rilo closely and completely enjoying the situation. He wondered what Brianna had done or said to affect Rilo so much. They heard Brianna laugh at something Logan said and saw them smiling and talking with each other like they were already the best of friends. Rilo glared at them, appearing to not like the attention they were giving each other. Jack and Layla glanced at each other with knowing looks and at Rilo's obvious displeasure at what he was seeing. Jack couldn't resist taking advantage of this opportunity to tease Rilo a bit and said,
I was thinking Brianna's going to need some training. You know, make sure she has some hand-tan training, weapons, and so forth. What do you think, Rilo?
Rilo turned his attention to Jack and just glared at him in response.
You know what?
Jack said, turning to Layla and speaking to her instead.
I was going to ask Rilo to do it, but maybe I should do it. I could teach her how to hold a weapon properly. You know, get in real close and show her how to look down the sights of a gun. We could even do some sparring with each other. I could show her some classic holds, maybe even some of my special moves.
Fine, I'll do it.
Rilo said unenthusiastically.
No. I think it might be better if I did it, especially since you two seem to have some issues with each other.
Jack replied.
Captain Kirk strikes again.
Rowan commented.
I said I'd do it.
Rilo growled.
Fine.
Jack replied.
Fine.
Rilo retorted back. At that point, Rilo got up from the table and stalked over to where Brianna and Logan were still eating their breakfast. Jack, Layla and Rowan watched as Rilo approached their table and said something to Brianna. She replied, only to have him give a curt reply back and stalk off out of the mess hall. As Jack, Layla, and Rowan watched Rilo leave, Jack said to them,
Wow, I have never seen anyone get under his skin like that before. It really makes me wonder what went on between the two of them.
Neither have I. It is certainly a mystery. And Jack, really? Special moves.
Layla asked as she gave him a reproachful look.
It got a response out of him, didn't it?
He replied,
Well, you two can have fun with your little soap opera drama here. Some of us have real work to do.
Rowan said, as he got up to leave the table and head off toward his lab.
I do real work.
Jack commented petulantly as Rowan left the table. Layla simply ignored him and continued eating her breakfast. When Brianna saw Dax sitting at the table and the foul mood he was in, she noticed Major Logan sitting alone. She opted to see if she could make a new friend instead, rather than subject herself to Dax's glares. Major Edward Logan, a recurring character on the Gateway of Infinity series, served as Colonel Shelton's main go-to team leader. He stood about 6 feet tall with short brown hair, neatly trimmed in typical military style. His facial features were sharp but approachable, and his expressions often carried a sense of calm determination. While he wasn't the most extroverted character, Logan showed a subtle sense of humour, often in a dry, understated way. His wit came out in brief moments, usually in the form of sarcasm or deadpan remarks. He also showed genuine concern for his team members and often placed their safety above everything else. The series never went into or insinuated he ever developed any kind of relationship with anyone, even though he was quite the handsome fellow. Not that Brianna had any hope or intention of something like that happening with him or anyone else. She just thought it was a better alternative than sitting with the others, considering Dax's obvious foul mood. She approached the table where Major Logan was sitting and asked him if he'd mind if she sat with him. Logan looked up and was surprised, seeing someone he didn't recognize, and wearing Layla's clothes, which he did recognize. He said,
Sure, have a seat.
And motioned for her to sit across from him, which she did. She introduced herself simply as Brianna, and he responded back saying,
Major Logan. Edward, actually. That's my first name. Obviously.
He didn't know why, but he was a little nervous. She was an attractive young woman, and it was strange he didn't recognize her. Surely he would have noticed her before now, right?
I just got here yesterday and was a bit, unprepared for this particular trip,
she told him.
Layla was nice enough to lend me some of her sister's clothes until I can sort things out.
So that's why I don't recognize you. But why I recognize the clothes.
Yes, I am a newbie,
she replied with a smile.
Welcome to Lemuria. We've got some really great people here. I think you'll like it.
I hope so. This wasn't exactly, planned.
You know, come to think of it, there wasn't any off-world activity yesterday except for Colonel Shelton's mission. Did you come back with him?
She hesitated a little before answering.
No, I didn't. I kind of, sort of came through some type of alternate dimensional time rift or something to that effect. We're not exactly sure what happened, but Dr. White has Rowan working on it.
Logan sat still and looked at her, frozen, not quite sure how to take the information she had just given him.
Too much too soon?
She asked, noticing his expression.
No, not really.
Logan replied.
I mean, after all, we are here in a completely different galaxy using infinity gates to jump from planet to planet, built by Lemurians over 20,000 years ago. So what's a little time rift here or there? We should be used to that kind of stuff by now, right?
Logan said as he smiled one of his brilliant smiles at her.
And don't forget about the life-sucking mutant alien creatures,
she added.
Oh no, absolutely,
Logan replied in mock seriousness.
We certainly can't forget about them.
They looked at each other and burst out laughing at the ridiculousness of it all.
So, you're from an alternate reality then?
Logan asked.
Evidently. Different reality, different time. This is, 2005 for you? I'm actually from 2028, so yeah, I'm from about 20 years or so in the future. The kicker is it's not even your future. In my reality, you're not even... Okay, this is really crazy to say to someone who's sitting right across from you. In my reality, you are a character on a TV show that ended about 20 years ago. But according to Rowan, that doesn't mean you and all of this,
she said, as she motioned around to include all of Lemuria,
isn't real. In my reality, you may only be characters on a TV show, but here in this reality where I got zapped into, you're really real. Does that make any sense at all?
Logan paused a moment before he answered, stating,
No, but I'll take your word for it.
They ate in silence for a bit before Logan asked,
So, Dr. White, Colonel Shelton, and Dr. McCoy all know about this?
Yes. And Layla and Dax. Dr. White has Rowan trying to work out what happened. Because I know future events about some of your missions and what happens with you guys, they want me to go with so I can make sure things are happening as they should be. We're afraid me just being here could mess things up, so yeah, there is that.
Since you'll be going on some missions, I imagine Colonel Shelton wants you brought up to speed on hand-to-hand basics and weapons, right?
Yes, he mentioned that yesterday.
I could help you with that if you want.
Really? That would be awesome. Thank you.
Just then, Rilo came striding up to their table and, ignoring Logan completely, told Brianna in a brusque manner,
Shelton wants me to train you for the missions. Let's go.
Right this second? Or can I finish eating first?
She asked. He paused, then said,
Fine. Meet me in the East Wing sparring room, 3rd floor, in 15 minutes. Don't be late.
Then he walked off without another word.
Wow.
Logan said, watching Rilo as he left.
He's not usually Mr. Personality as it is, but he's in rare form today. Maybe I should talk to Colonel Shelton about taking over your training instead of Rilo.
No, Edward, that's okay. I appreciate the offer, but I'd better get this straightened out with Dax myself. The reason he's in such a bad mood is that we made a bet yesterday and, well, I won and he lost. I don't think he's taking it very well. If we're going to be working together, we need to iron this out. Besides, he's not that bad. He's really just a big old teddy bear.
Logan choked on the food he was eating at that remark and finally managed to say,
A teddy bear? Are we talking about the same person?
She laughed at his comment, telling him,
Trust me, he's nothing I can't handle. It's all good, but thanks for the offer. I do appreciate it.
She thought for a minute, then asked,
But there is one thing you could do for me, if you don't mind.
What's that?
He replied,
Could you draw me a map to where that sparring room is? I don't have a clue as to how to get there.
Logan laughed as he told her,
I'll do you one better. I'll take you myself. Come on, it's not far.
They got up from the table and dropped their trays off at the receptacle, then headed to the sparring room to meet up with Rilo. Chapter 5. Rilo waited for Brianna in the sparring room, pacing back and forth, trying to get himself under control. He didn't realize her mere presence would bother him so much. He had to get hold of himself. He needed to push the memories of the previous night away because there was no reason for him to be acting like this. After all, she was just an ordinary female, right? He managed to calm himself down and thought he had everything under control. And he did, until he heard voices coming his way, talking and laughing, recognizing them as Major Logan and Brianna.
Logan,
He thought to himself.
What's he doing here? There's no reason for him to be here. Why is she with him?
And immediately he got riled up again. They entered the room, smiling and laughing with each other at something that had been said, but as soon as they saw Rilo and the look on his face, they froze, their smiles quickly fading.
Dax, what's wrong?
Brianna asked.
Why is he here?
Rilo growled.
Edward was nice enough to bring me because I didn't know the way.
She replied.
I'm new here, remember? I don't know my way around yet.
Are you sure you're going to be okay here? With him? Alone?
Logan asked Brianna, his concern evident in his tone and expression.
Why wouldn't she be?
Rilo demanded to know, his fists clenching. Logan took another look at Rilo, then said,
I'm going to call Colonel Shelton.
And reached up to tap on his earpiece. Rilo growled and advanced on Logan, and Logan immediately stepped back, his guard up, ready to defend himself. Seeing what was about to happen, Brianna put herself in between the two men, her arms outstretched to keep them apart.
Dax, stop that, both of you.
She said loudly, trying to quell whatever this was.
Logan, I'm fine.
She said to him earnestly, making sure she had his attention.
There's no need to get Shelton involved. I'm fine with Dax. I promise you, everything's okay. Big teddy bear, remember?
Yeah, big grizzly bear is more like it.
He muttered. He looked at her with concern, then said,
You sure?
Yes,
she replied, in all honesty.
I'm positive. I'll see you later, okay? Maybe we can meet up for lunch or something, if you want to.
He looked at her and smiled at her comment, softening his stance.
I'd like that. I'll check back with you later then.
She returned his smile and said,
Okay, later.
Logan took one last look at Rilo, still not liking the situation, but deciding to leave things alone, and took his leave of them. Once Brianna was sure he was gone, she turned to Dax and looked at him in exasperation.
What?
He asked, sounding just as exasperated as she looked.
Don't what me,
she said curtly.
What's going on with you? That was totally uncalled for.
Rilo turned away, scratching his head, knowing she was right, but not really knowing what to say in his defense.
Okay, look, I know this bet thing is bothering you, and I think I owe you an apology.
Brianna began. Rilo turned around to face her, wondering what she would be apologizing to him for.
I shouldn't have made that bet with you. I have an unfair advantage because I know a lot about you, and you know absolutely nothing about me. And I shouldn't have touched you like that. If a guy had done that to a girl, the girl would scream bloody murder and want him hung up by his testicles. But not me. I'm not like that.
She added quickly.
But a lot of women are. And sometimes I come on a little strong, and I'm still working on that. So how about we call the bet off, like it never happened? Does that sound okay to you?
She asked hopefully. Rilo looked at her in surprise, shocked at what she'd said. He'd never heard a woman admit to anything like that before, and it was strange. He thought for a moment, then asked,
Do you really want me to teach you to track and hunt?
Very much,
she admitted readily.
But I don't want you to feel like you have to because of a stupid bet. It's okay if you don't want to.
I don't mind if it's something you really want to do, but no other distractions, okay?
She gave him a radiant smile, affirming.
No other distractions, just the two of us. Deal?
Deal,
Rilo replied, returning her smile.
Cool. Now what do you want me to do?
She asked.
What?
Rilo replied, confused at her question.
Aren't you supposed to be training me to do something?
Oh, right. Shelton wants to make sure you know some basic fighting maneuvers and how to handle yourself around weapons. Have you had any training?
Nothing you would call formal training, mostly things I picked up here and there, but I know stuff.
Stuff? What kind of stuff?
You know, how to defend myself, that kind of stuff.
Rilo raised his eyebrows, obviously amused at her response. Brianna's attitude shifted, and her eyes narrowed at his reaction to her comment, her voice soft but serious as she spoke.
Making assumptions about me is what got you in trouble in the first place. That's a dangerous mistake to make about someone you know nothing about. You should know better.
Okay,
He said.
So show me.
You'd have to attack me, and I'd rather you didn't.
She told him, a dangerous undercurrent in her tone.
Afraid I'll hurt you.
No,
She replied in all seriousness.
I'm afraid I'll hurt you.
She gave him a hard look as she tried to explain herself.
You're a fighter, a brawler. You enjoy the fighting. Me, on the other hand, I'm a slayer. I prefer to skip the fighting and go straight to the part where I win. It's quicker, easier, and much more efficient.
Rilo looked at her, really looked at her this time, and again experienced that uneasy tension he felt when he first saw her. But he wanted to see for himself, so he lunged at her, expecting to be able to grab her. However, she sidestepped his attack, and with him off balance from the lunge, she struck him in the back of the knee, bringing him down to her level. She immediately came up behind him, grabbing his forehead with one hand and putting something sharp to his throat with the other.
Stop,
She commanded, her mouth next to his ear. Her voice was soft, but it carried a forceful weight behind it.
I don't know how to play fight. I only know how to do this for real, and real means dead.
She let go of him and quickly stepped back, ready in case he tried something else. Still down on his knee on the floor, Rilo stayed where he was and turned around to face her, sitting down. He looked at her carefully, studying her. She was like no other woman he had encountered before, and she intrigued him.
You are different,
He said, again simply stating the same observation he made earlier.
Is everyone like you in your reality, where you come from?
She let out a quick, harsh laugh in response.
No, they are not. Everyone there is like everyone here. I'm the odd one out.
And seeing he wasn't going to come at her again, she also sat down on the floor, opposite him. Rilo noticed the slender weapon in her hand. It was about 6 to 7 inches long, like a knife, but not a knife. He couldn't quite make it out, but it had a sharp point to it. It looked like it could have done some serious damage if she had wanted it to.
What is that?
He asked, pointing to the weapon in her hand. She held it up so he could see it better, telling him,
This is my friend Spike. He's my favorite for a number of reasons. Plus, I have a soft spot for things named Spike.
she said, laughing softly to herself.
It's a Buffy thing.
You always carry?
He asked.
Of course, don't you?
Well, yeah, but
But what?
She asked with a small smile.
it's just... I didn't expect...
No, of course you didn't. Most people wouldn't.
She looked at him again before she spoke, her expression showing her feelings of angst and what it was costing her to disclose the truth about herself to him, her real self.
I have worked hard over the years, very hard, to appear normal by society standards, so I can fit in, to hide my true nature. I put on an act, I show them what they want and expect to see. If I didn't, I'd be shunned and not accepted. Not by the people where I'm from, or anyone here for that matter, especially men.
Why do you say that?
Rilo asked.
Because I'm strong, independent, self-sufficient, self-reliant, smart. I can take care of myself. I don't need or expect anyone to take care of me because I'm perfectly capable of doing that in most situations. In other words, I'm the opposite of what a man looks for in a woman. Men want the damsel in distress. They want to feel strong and in control, the whole alpha male thing. A woman like me puts all that into question for them and they don't like it because they want to be the strong, dominant one in the relationship. Someone like me needs a partner, someone who sees me, respects me, and accepts me as their equal, not someone they see and treat as weaker than they are. But a man like that just doesn't exist. And even if he did, he's probably already found someone else. I did wind up marrying someone several decades ago when I was young, settling for someone less than what I wanted. But unfortunately, I did not choose wisely, and it turned out bad. Very bad. I did get 2 wonderful kids out of the marriage, but they wound up suffering too because he was just, honestly, I can't think of any redeeming qualities about him. So I learned my lesson, and I've resigned myself to the fact I'm alone and always will be. My ideal mate is literally a figment of my imagination. That's the only place he exists. But it's all good. It could be worse.
Rilo frowned as he stated,
Not all men are like that. Now who's making assumptions?
She sighed heavily and tried to explain further.
It's not just that, Dax. It's who I am at my very core. I don't think like other people. I don't feel like other people. I don't react or empathize like other people. I've had to learn how to act normal because I'm not normal. I mean, even when I was a small child, I would sit in church while my grandparents slept through the sermon and pass the time by imagining different tactical scenarios, like what I would do if one or more gunmen came into the church firing away at everyone. And this was before stuff like that ever happened. Attacks like that were unheard of at the time. And when we went out to eat, or anywhere for that matter, I always looked to see where the exits were, or good places to hide in case of an attack, or what I could use as weapons to defend myself. It was a constant thing, second nature to me. It was just the way I thought, the way I still think. I've had to learn what to say, how to say things, what not to say, what my expressions should be, the face I show the world. That's not me. And when people get a glimpse of the real me, the true me, I can see it. That look that says they know something's not right. They can't put their finger on it, but they know it's there. It disturbs them. And rightly so.
Rilo thought about what Brianna was saying, what she was revealing about herself. He could tell this wasn't easy for her.
Why are you telling me this?
He asked curiously.
Because
She said, sighing heavily again.
you're going to see the real me in all my glory at some point. I know you will. There's no doubt about that in this situation, considering the missions we'll be going on together. And I didn't want you to be surprised or shocked. I don't know, maybe you still will be. But Jack will definitely question it. And I don't want to hide anything from you. From what I know about you, I feel like you're the one person I can be honest with who might be able to understand and hopefully won't judge me too harshly when the time comes.
Rilo sat there for a moment, then said, more of a statement than a question.
You don't have a problem killing, do you?
No, I do not.
She answered honestly.
Especially if they deserve it.
And you have this white-hot rage deep inside you that sometimes you can't control.
She gave him a small smile at that statement and replied,
Oh, I've learned to control it, mostly. I've always felt like it was this entity, this thing, deep inside me that I've had to suppress and control. I've got it locked behind layers and layers of steel and concrete. Sometimes a little bit of it manages to creep out every now and then, but I can usually keep it in check. It took a long, long time, but I finally managed it.
Rilo looked at her and smiled.
What?
She asked, puzzled at his expression.
I keep forgetting you're older than you look.
She laughed and gave him a genuine smile at that remark, and then another thought occurred to her.
Hey, what's up with you and Logan? Why did you react to him that way? Is there something bad between you two?
Rilo had a sheepish look as he admitted,
He likes you. It bothered me.
She gave a little laugh and said,
Well, I seriously doubt it will get to the dating stage. Right now, he's just flirting, and once he gets a peek at what lies beneath the surface, it will be the just friends zone.
Rilo frowned a bit, then asked,
What if he isn't scared off? What if he likes what he sees?
Brianna laughed out loud at the absurdity of that notion. She had enough interactions with men throughout her life to know that was not a likelihood. At all.
Well,
She finally managed to say,
on the 1 in a million chance he might consider dating me, then I might just get lucky and get to have some good old-fashioned sex for the first time in, ever.
She saw an expression cross his face when she made that remark, making it seem like he was upset at that idea.
Does that bother you?
She asked curiously.
Wouldn't it be better if it was with someone you cared about, who cared about you? That you, I don't know, loved?
He responded back,
Well, of course it would, but my guy is
and she almost said it, almost admitted,
you, Dax. My guy is you.
but she caught herself just in time, saying instead,
Fictional. He exists in my imagination.
Little did he know she was still talking about him. She was sure he didn't feel the same way about her. How could he? The idea was absurd. Ludicrous, even. A guy like him falling for her. Even a 20-year-old her. She wasn't even going to entertain the idea. That was the road to utter disappointment and heartbreak. Her dream would be shattered forever. At least this way, she still had a chance. She knew it was a ridiculous notion, but it was something, and something was better than nothing. Brianna felt uncomfortable with the turn the conversation had taken, so she managed to steer it in a different direction.
Hey, how about showing me the shooting range? That's something I could use some help with. I'm great with revolvers and shotguns, but automatics? Not so much. In fact, I can't hit the broadside of a barn with an automatic. It's crazy. I have no idea where the bullet is going, but it's not anywhere near the target at all. Think you can help me?
Really?
He asked.
All of this? And you can't shoot?
First of all, I am a knife girl. I prefer blades. They're silent, deadly, easy to use, and easy to carry and conceal. It's my jam. Guns, on the other hand, are obnoxious. They're loud, they telegraph your position, and are a lot more difficult to conceal. Plus, they run out of ammunition, and then they're useless. But I admit they do have their uses. And I told you, I'm great with a revolver. I'm dead on with a revolver. And shotguns are stupid easy. You point in the general direction and you're good. but there's just something about automatics. They don't like me, and I don't like them. Apparently, it's a thing.
Let's fix that. Lucky for you, you've got a great teacher.
Rilo told her with a grin. She returned his smile and thought,
Yes, I am. Very lucky indeed.
she was going to take what she could get of him and be grateful for it.
Don't be greedy.
She thought to herself.
Just be thankful.
That was her plan, and she was sticking to it.
See?
She told Dax, pointing at the pristine target with absolutely no holes in it.
How could you have not hit the target? You're aiming at it. The bullet should have hit somewhere on there, but I don't see anything.
Rilo commented, trying to figure out what was going on.
I told you it hates me.
It's a gun. It doesn't hate anything.
Wanna bet?
He gave her a look, and she replied rather sheepishly.
Sorry, poor choice of words.
Then she looked down and saw Dax was carrying his blaster as usual.
Hey,
She said to him.
let me try Lucille. She's similar to a revolver. I could probably hit it dead on with her. Let me see.
She motioned toward his blaster, wanting him to hand it to her.
Who's Lucille?
Rilo asked, confused as to what she was referencing.
Your blaster.
Why? Why would you name my gun? And why would you call it Lucille?
Rilo asked, totally perplexed as to why she would do such a thing.
It's a thing. Dalton named his blaster Wanda. He's very partial to it. It got him out of a lot of jams, and I thought yours could use a name too. So I'm calling her Lucille.
She told him with great satisfaction, indicating it was a done deal. Even more confused, Rilo asked,
Who's Dalton?
but she didn't explain and simply stood there with her hand out, staring him down, waiting for him to hand his blaster over. Finally realizing he wasn't going to win this battle, he sighed heavily and handed it to her. She took it and hefted it in her hands, getting a feel for the weapon. It was heavy, but not too heavy, and it felt good. She looked it over, holding it in both hands, then told the weapon.
Hello, Lucille. Nice to meet you. You and I are going to be great friends.
Then she took the blaster in her right hand, set it to kill, pointed it at the target, and blew a hole right in the center of it. A perfect hit,
There, see? I told you. Great friends.
she told Dax, twirling Lucille around her finger as he liked to do, Old West style. She handed the blaster back to him, smiling with satisfaction.
Wow, great shot.
Shelton said as he came up behind them.
And with Rilo's gun. I can't believe he let you use it. He doesn't let just anyone touch his gun, you know.
He said with a grin, double meaning clearly intended.
I told him Lucille and I would be friends.
She answered, getting the joke but choosing to ignore it.
Who's Lucille?
Jack asked.
His blaster. I named it for him.
She responded.
I thought she needed a name, and Lucille just seemed to fit.
Jack looked at Rilo in disbelief and said,
You let her name your gun, Lucille.
Rilo had his hand over his face, wondering how the situation had gotten so far out of hand so fast.
I didn't let her do. I don't want to talk about it.
He grumbled.
Mm-hmm.
Jack replied, watching his friend's discomfort at the situation with great delight.
I still have a problem with automatic weapons, though.
Brianna told Jack.
Revolvers and shotguns are fine. No issues there, but automatics? Even Dax couldn't figure out why I'm not hitting the target. I keep telling him they hate me, but he doesn't believe me.
Hate you?
Jack replied.
Why, I can't imagine anyone or anything that would hate you. I think maybe you just might need a different teacher. Someone who has a different style that might work better with, your style of handling a weapon.
Seeing the expression on Jack's face, Brianna couldn't help but grin over the loosely hidden innuendos he was implying.
Oh, really? You think that might help?
She replied, unable to resist playing along.
And, would you happen to know where I might be able to find a teacher like that?
Well, I could give it a try.
Jack told her, feigning innocence.
I've been told I'm a very capable teacher in these types of situations.
Ah, I see.
She replied.
Well, if you wouldn't mind.
Just then, Major Logan came in and got Jack's attention. Logan told him Dr. White wanted to remind him about the meeting he was supposed to attend with her after lunch. Logan saw Brianna standing there and said,
Hey, glad I caught up with you. Do you want to get some lunch? I've got a break coming up, and I thought we could go grab something together.
That would be great.
she told him.
Can you give me a few minutes, though? Jack is giving me a shooting lesson, but it shouldn't take long.
No problem.
Logan replied.
I'll just hang back here until you're finished. Take your time, no rush.
Logan went to stand beside Rilo as he watched Shelton take a position behind Brianna. Shelton helped her get into the right stance and hold the weapon properly while showing her, with great personal attention and physical closeness, how to look down the sights of the weapon to properly aim it at the target. They spoke in low tones with each other, laughing and joking as they enjoyed and took full advantage of the flirtations going on between them. As Logan watched, Shelton giving Brianna her lesson, he smiled himself and shook his head, knowing how Shelton was with women. He didn't take it personally. He knew Shelton's nature was more than likely doing it to, "Whoa!" He'd glanced up at Rilo and saw the same look he'd encountered earlier that day, but this time it was directed at Shelton. And not just his expression, his entire body language showed he was about ready to explode. And then Logan got it.
It's not just me.
Logan said out loud, more to himself than anyone else, but Rilo heard his comment anyway.
What's not you?
Rilo asked, his tone low and menacing as he watched the couple in front of him, not taking his eyes off of them. Shelton had just put his arm around Brianna's waist and pulled her back so she was fully up against him, as a pretense in helping her posture as she aimed the gun. Logan watched Rilo for a few more seconds before answering. The clenched jaw, narrowed eyes, arms folded across his chest, his fists clenching and unclenching. His whole body was tensed as he rocked back and forth. The man was desperately trying to keep himself under control.
Dude, you've got it bad.
Logan told him, a grin spreading across his face as he started to fully understand the situation from earlier that morning and what was transpiring now in front of him.
What?
Rilo growled, barely able to keep himself in check as he watched Shelton and Brianna.
Man, you need to tell her. You need to tell her how you feel before you blow up and hurt someone,
Logan told him. Rilo tore his gaze away from Shelton and Brianna and looked at Logan in confusion as he asked,
Tell who what?
Seriously?
Logan replied as he looked at Rilo incredulously, unable to fathom how some people couldn't see what was right in front of them.
Tell Brianna how you feel about her, that you like her,
he told Rilo, slowly and deliberately.
I guarantee you, she doesn't know. And she won't know unless you tell her.
Logan watched the expressions cross Rilo's face as he processed that information, understanding finally hitting him as to what was really going on and what he was feeling.
But I don't. I'm not good with telling people things.
Rilo sputtered in response.
Well, you better find a way, for all our sakes. Yours included.
Logan replied. By that time, Brianna had finished with her lesson, which ended with her finally being able to put a couple of bullets through the target with the 9mm. She was ecstatic with her progress and threw her arms around Jack, giving him a big hug, which he happily accepted and returned. They walked over to where Logan and Rilo were standing, and she asked if Logan was ready to go to lunch. He said he was, and then she turned to Rilo and asked him if he wanted to join them. Rilo muttered something about something he needed to do and quickly walked out of the range, doing his best to get away from all of them as fast as possible. They watched him leave, most of them with confused and wondering expressions, except for Logan, who knew what was going on, so she extended the lunch invitation to Jack as well. He politely declined, telling them,
You kids go have fun.
and sent them on their way. Logan and Brianna made it to the mess hall, got their trays and sat down, taking seats across from each other. They were making polite conversation with each other when she made the comment,
It looks like you and Dax settled your differences with each other. He didn't look like he was about to rip your head off this time. Everything okay now?
Logan looked at her in confusion, again wondering how people could be so blind to what was right in front of them.
What?
She asked innocently, noticing his expression.
You really don't see it, do you?
Don't see what?
Logan put his food and utensils down, folded his arms on the table in front of him, and leaned in toward her as he said,
He likes you. I mean, he really likes you.
She froze, her fork halfway to her mouth. She looked at Logan, saw how serious he was, and so she got serious in turn. She also put her fork down, folded her hands in her lap, and leaned in toward him.
Who really likes me?
She asked.
Rilo.
She stared at him in total disbelief. The man was obviously cray-cray.
No,
She said incredulously.
it's not possible. He couldn't. Why would he?
Why wouldn't he?
Logan asked.
You're very attractive, and you've got this kind of allure thing going on. I have to say, it's extremely effective.
She broke off her train of thought at this remark from Logan, giving him a smile at the compliment.
Effective, huh? Even on someone like you?
She responded with a grin, teasing him.
Oh, absolutely. Except I can see you're attracted to him too, and I'd rather not get in Rilo's way and get my limbs torn off my body. I prefer to sit back and bide my time. If it doesn't work out with you two, then we can, see what happens. I mean, you should have seen the way he was reacting to your, lesson with Sheldon. I thought he was going to explode. And this morning, that was pure jealousy, same as with Shelton. And it's going to continue until, well, either he does explode or admits his feelings for you. Not really sure what's going to happen first.
Finished with the big reveal, Logan started eating his lunch again, watching Brianna's reaction to the information he had just given her. She looked at him thoughtfully as she asked,
You're sure about this?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. While we were standing at the range watching you and Shelton, I realized what was going on and confronted him about it. What's really funny is, he didn't even realize what was going on himself. Once I told him what I was seeing, I saw the realization hit him and he almost had a panic attack. That's why he left so quickly. I think he's trying to figure out how to talk to you about it.
Really?
Oh, yeah. With that man's temper, we're all in mortal danger. Someone had to say something or someone was going to get hurt.
She laughed at his remark and had to agree with him.
Yes, you're probably right about that. Sometimes he does have some control issues.
Logan laughed and said,
Yeah, that's the understatement of the year.
She paused for a moment, then told Logan,
I hope you don't mind if I cut our lunch short, but I'm gonna see if I can go find him and maybe, see if,
Logan smiled knowingly as he suggested,
Try the same sparring room you were in this morning. And remember, if it doesn't work out, I'll be right here.
I won't forget.
She told him with a smile, then added,
And Edward, thank you.
No problem.
He replied.
That's what friends are for.
At that point, she left the table, taking her tray with her and depositing it into the receptacle, trying hard not to run at breakneck speed to get to Dax. Chapter 6. As she entered the sparring room, she heard cries and yelps as people were being thrown mercilessly across the mat, and yes, even across the room. Dax was in manic form, tossing multiple opponents every which way. He was so engrossed in what he was doing, he didn't notice her enter as she took a seat on a bench in a far corner. She curled up and stayed as inconspicuous as possible, watching him spar, if you could call it that. Even with multiple opponents at a time, they were no match for him, especially considering the frame of mind he was in. It wasn't too long before they all had enough, knowing if they continued, they weren't going to get any training, just bruises, stitches, and possibly a broken bone or two. They helped each other out the door, making sure to spread the word to stay away from that particular sparring room, unless they had a death wish because Rilo was there, and in a mood. After the room cleared out, Rilo turned around and noticed Brianna sitting in the corner, quietly watching him.
How long have you been there?
He asked gruffly.
Long enough?
She replied, looking at him intently.
Looks like you need a new partner to spar with. Will I do?
He shook his head, saying,
I don't think that would be a good idea. I'm not.
Not what?
She asked.
Afraid you won't be able to take me?
Rilo glanced over at her, then said,
I thought you were a slayer, not a fighter.
She gave him a smile and replied,
I can adapt.
Rilo looked at the woman sitting on the bench, staring at him with an unfathomable expression, and he didn't know what to say or do. She removed her shoes, got up from her seat, walked onto the mat, and stood across from him. She moved smoothly, quietly, gracefully, like a big cat stalking its prey. Her posture was relaxed and loose, yet poised at the same time. He saw there was no fear in her, but he did sense, what was it, anticipation? Excitement? Her look was thoughtful and calculating, her attitude different, like she was in hunting mode. She was not the girl from before at the shooting range, silly and flirtatious. She was the woman she'd been trying to tell him she was. A predator. She was showing him her true self, and he found it exhilarating. He studied her for a few more moments, then charged her, but she easily dodged his advance and quickly moved out of his reach. They circled each other slowly, each one watching the other, trying to anticipate the other's move. When he sparred with Layla, they would attack each other, but Brianna's style was more defensive than offensive. She waited for the attack to come, then reacted accordingly, moving out of harm's way and then moving in for the kill. Once he figured out her strategy, he was able to feint an attack and was ready for her move when she made it. He managed to grab her and pin her up against a wall, his hands on her wrists on each side of her head, holding her in what he thought was a position she had no way out of. They were both breathing heavily, and he smiled, thinking he had won. Then he felt something moving between his legs, up against his groin, and he looked down, seeing her knee in a very precarious position that, if she wanted to, would immediately make him release her. But she moved her knee away, effectively surrendering herself to his hold on her. He raised his head up and looked into her eyes, thinking he could get lost in them if he wasn't careful. Then she relaxed her hands in a submissive gesture, letting him know she was giving in to him without saying a word. Even though they weren't sparring anymore, their breathing got heavier, and he moved in even closer, pressing up against her fully. She gave no resistance, looking up at him with liquid eyes. He couldn't deny the urge any longer and lowered his head to kiss her. A deep, long, searching kiss. She returned with equal passion and need. He groaned and released her wrists, moving his hands to her head, holding on as he continued kissing her, unable to drink in enough to quench his thirst. She moved her hands and arms around his chest and back, pulling him in even closer, moving up against him, pressing herself into his body as she clung to him, his hands moving from her head down and around, feeling and exploring, lighting fires within her wherever he touched.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
Neither of them said anything as they lay there, in wonder and awe of what just happened between them. They turned their heads and looked at each other, and what they saw in each other's eyes needed no words. The feelings of comfort and home swept over them both like a warm blanket, and they fell deeply asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 7. As Brianna started to come awake, she didn't want to open her eyes for fear of everything disappearing and having been nothing but a dream. A fantastically wonderful, phenomenal and mind-blowing dream, but a dream nonetheless. Then she felt a hand brushing her cheek, smoothing her hair, then travelling down her neck.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
Once their passion was spent, they lay next to each other trying to catch their breath. And then, as if on cue, her stomach gave a loud, complaining growl about being empty and needing some attention. He raised an eyebrow at the sound, and then his stomach made an equally loud noise, making its feelings also known. Brianna laughed and said,
I think we'd better get some food, especially if we're going to keep, getting to know each other. What time is it anyway?
Don't know. Does it matter?
He asked.
Just wondering if the mess hall was open or if we were going to have to go foraging for food is all.
Rilo smiled at her comment, then his smile turned into a frown.
What is it?
She asked.
I don't want you to get dressed. I like you like this,
he replied in all seriousness.
I see,
she responded thoughtfully.
Well, as much as I would like to accommodate you, I think I might cause a bit of a ruckus if I were to wander around Lemuria naked. Although I can think of a few people that probably wouldn't mind,
she added mischievously. His expression changed instantly at that thought.
Never mind,
he said gruffly.
Let's get dressed and find some food. I'm starving.
I am too, but I need to go back to my room and take a quick shower and change my clothes first. You, might want to think about jumping in the shower as well. We could both use one,
she said as she wrinkled up her nose while examining herself.
Why don't you shower here with me?
He asked.
Because all my stuff is in my room.
What stuff?
She sighed.
All my female stuff that I need to make myself presentable. not to mention clothes. Trust me, you don't want to know. Guys have it so easy.
She looked at him and suggested,
Why don't you jump in the shower and get ready, and I'll go do the same. You can meet me in my room, and we'll hit the mess hall together. Sound good?
He smiled and nodded in agreement. But as she moved to get out of bed, he grabbed her arm and pulled her back down for a quick kiss, which turned into a longer kiss, which started to include some heavy petting, which was leading to something else. She probably would have given in had it not been for her stomach, letting her know with a very loud growl it needed some serious attention first. She managed to pull away and laughed, playfully swatting at him to let her go. She quickly gathered her clothes and put them on. She almost managed to get out the door, but he jumped up from the bed to give her another kiss and a quick feel before she left. She finally managed to get out the door, laughing and smiling as she went. Rilo stood there for a minute staring at the closed door with a silly grin. He hadn't felt this happy and content in a long, long time. He ran to the shower, wanting to get dressed and finished as quickly as possible. He couldn't wait to see her again. After Brianna left Dax's room, she managed to find her way back to her room, having to backtrack only a couple of times.
Man, this place is a maze,
she thought.
I really need to carry a map with me. This is getting ridiculous.
But her good mood couldn't be dampened by such trivial things because she couldn't believe her good fortune. Dax, her Dax, the man she had been dreaming about and imagining for years, was real. And not only real, but into her. Really, truly, into her. Not the fake persona she showed to the world, but her real self. This was amazing. A true and honest to goodness miracle, and she was going to enjoy every nanosecond of it she could. Brianna entered her room and quickly stripped, laying out the other outfit Layla let her borrow. She was going to have to do something about her clothing issue, and quickly. Either that, or Dax was going to get his wish about her not wearing anything. She jumped into the shower, washed and conditioned her hair, then washed her body and was rinsing out her hair when she thought she heard someone come into the room. She stood still and listened, thinking she knew who it probably was, but played it safe nonetheless by keeping quiet. Sure enough, a large male form came into the doorway of the bathroom, filling it completely. He leaned against the door jamb, arms crossed, just standing there, waiting. She opened the shower door, looked at him and said in a mock-serious tone,
Excuse me, sir, but this is a private bathroom, and I don't remember inviting you in. Is there something I can help you with?
Rilo smiled and was about to make a playful reply, but caught his breath at the sight of the woman standing in the shower, the water glistening on her skin, her long dark hair flowing over her shoulders. It rendered him speechless, unable to say a word. Fortunately, he didn't have to speak. The look in his eyes, his expression, and his body language as he stood up straight from leaning against the door jamb told Brianna what she needed to know.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
They sighed deeply, each of them content and happy for the first time in a very, very long time. Then his stomach voiced its unhappiness with being ignored, and they laughed, finally breaking apart, cleaning themselves off and getting out of the shower. They dressed and left her room, hand in hand, and headed towards the mess hall to finally feed their grumbling bellies. They got there just as they began serving breakfast. They filled their trays with food and went to sit at the usual spot where Rilo, Jack, Layla and Rowan normally sat, on either side of the table, opposite each other. They chowed down, with Rilo finishing his tray in record time and going through the line again to get a second helping. While Dax was in line, Brianna couldn't help sitting there with a satisfied and happy smile, thinking about the way things were turning out. As she sat there musing over things, she heard a familiar voice say,
Well, it seems you and Rilo have worked things out. Did he finally get the courage to talk to you about how he feels?
She looked up and acknowledged Logan as she scooched over, motioning him to sit next to her.
Things are pretty great,
she replied with a grin.
Although he's not really big with the words, he's more of an action man. He prefers to show his feelings rather than talk about them.
Is that right?
Yes, he's very physical.
You know, you're verging on the border of TMI.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're not.
She grinned at him broadly as she replied,
No, I'm not.
He looked at her and smiled, remarking,
You know, you're glowing. You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Oh, ho, ho. You have no idea how very much I am enjoying this.
TMI.
Then stop asking questions,
she said reproachfully, enjoying the playful banter. Rilo walked up to the table then, his tray once again filled to the brim with food. He put it down and gave Logan a couple of hearty claps on the back before he sat down.
Logan, good to see you, my friend. How you doing?
He sat down in the same spot as before, as Logan gingerly moved his shoulder around and grimaced from the friendly pats Rilo had bestowed upon him.
Good. I'm good, thanks.
Logan said, amazed at the change in the man from the previous day. A few minutes later, Shelton, Layla and McCoy also took seats at the table with their trays, everyone saying hello to each other and settling down to eat. Jack looked at Rilo and said,
Wow, you look better. Something put you in a good mood?
Rilo said nothing and continued eating his food, looking at Brianna and grinning from ear to ear. She returned Rilo's look, raising her eyebrows and trying hard not to blush, without much success. Logan, having a good idea where this conversation was headed, said to the group in general,
Oh, wow. This isn't my table. Look, there's my team over there. I'm going to go sit with them. So, bye.
As Logan stood up and picked up his tray, Brianna asked,
TMI?
TMI.
Logan confirmed as he left their table and walked over to where his team was sitting.
What's TMI?
Jack asked.
Too much information.
Rowan answered.
I know what it stands for, Rowan.
Jack replied.
I'm asking what information is too much that Logan felt like he needed to leave. Oh,
Rowan said.
I thought, never mind.
During the exchange between Jack and Rowan, Brianna noticed a couple of men carrying containers in the hallway outside the mess hall that had contents spilling out over the sides that looked awfully familiar. But it couldn't be, could it? She got up and ran out of the mess hall, calling out to the men to stop so she could look and make sure what she was seeing was, in fact, what she was seeing. The rest of the table, wondering what was going on, got up and followed her out to the hallway, where she'd stopped the men with the containers. She picked through the contents of one of the containers and exclaimed,
This is my stuff. This is all my stuff. Where did you find this?
She asked the men excitedly.
What's going on?
Jack asked as he approached the men.
She says these are her things.
One of the men told him.
We found this and some other containers full of items in one of the rooms we're going through as we're making our way through the city, like Dr. White ordered us to do. We thought it was strange because, well, if these things were left by the Lemurians, it would have all disintegrated by now. We were going to ask Dr. White what to do with them.
Brianna turned to Jack and told him,
These are my things from my hotel room, what I brought with me when I traveled to LA to work on my production. This stuff should all be at the hotel, but somehow it made it here. But this isn't everything. Is there more?
She asked the man standing in front of her.
Yes,
He replied.
there are several more containers.
Show us.
Jack told him. The men put what they had down in a nearby room and then showed them where they had found the items. Not only were there more containers with Brianna's possessions inside, but also the suitcases she had brought with her. And it appeared everything was there, including her tablet, laptop and chargers.
Wow, you don't travel light, do you?
Rowan commented as he looked around the room.
I didn't know how long it would take to finalize casting, and once that was done, I was headed to Australia to meet with the director, and then back to Canada to shoot the film. That, or New Zealand. We hadn't locked down the location yet. I was going to be gone for a while, so I packed accordingly.
It's a good thing you did, considering where you ended up.
Jack said as he looked around at her things.
The question is, how long has all this been here? And how did it get here?
I have no idea.
She replied.
Logically, it couldn't have arrived before I got here because it was still in my hotel room. So sometime after, within the, less than 48 hours I've been here?
You sure it didn't come with you?
Rowan asked.
Maybe at the same time, but not with me.
She answered.
When I first arrived here, I was headed into an office building in downtown LA for a meeting with an actor and his agent. I was nowhere near my hotel at that point, And my things weren't stuffed into these containers either, so how did they get here?
She asked, just as confused as everyone else.
At least you have your clothes now,
Layla commented.
Yes, for that I am very thankful.
She replied gratefully. Then she spied her laptop, and a smile crossed her face.
And there's something else to be thankful for,
she said, as she picked up the laptop and held it close to her.
If I'm not mistaken,
she said, directing her comment to all of them.
This has a document on it with a synopsis of every single episode of Gateway of Infinity, in order as they occurred. With that document, we will know what should occur next. We won't have to rely on just my memory. All of us need to sit down and go over this list, including Dr. White.
I'll let Elsa know so we can meet and maybe get a handle on what's going on here. Rowan, you find out anything useful yet?
Jack asked hopefully. Rowan looked at Jack in disbelief as he replied,
Like she said, it hasn't even been 2 days yet. So, no, I haven't found out anything useful.
Then turning to Brianna, Rowan asked,
Is that, your laptop? Can I see it? Maybe I can find something on there that can help us figure out what's going on.
Brianna looked at Rowan and shook her head as she told him,
No, Rowan, you may not see my laptop because we need what's on here and I don't want you taking it apart. It's simply your run-of-the-mill laptop, nothing special. It has a processor, hard drive, RAM, graphics card, ports, a battery, just like any other computer, just maybe updated a little bit. That's all.
When Rowan started to complain, she broke in saying,
But I might be willing to let you take a look at this.
And she held up her E-tab.
If you promise not to take it apart or break it. This is a tablet invented by one of the big tech companies in my reality, and the first one wasn't released until 2010. This version is from 2028, so you can imagine the improvements that have been made to it. It's basically a bigger version of my phone. It can do just about everything my phone can do.
She paused for a moment and almost laughed out loud, because Rowan was salivating at the chance of getting his hands on her E-tab.
Rowan,
Brianna said as she cautioned him strongly,
these were not meant to be taken apart. They took steps in designing them to make sure that if you tried to take it apart, it would break, and you wouldn't be able to put it back together, so you'd have to buy a new one. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do not take this apart. It will break, and I will be very upset with you because I won't be able to get another one, because it hasn't even been invented yet. You get that, right?
Yes, sure, I understand,
he said, his excitement almost making him drool in anticipation. She sighed, looked at him, and shaking her head like she couldn't believe she was doing this, she handed over her E-tab to him, unlocking it first. He took it from her very carefully and almost ran down the hall in his excitement to get to his lab to play with his new toy.
You know he's going to take it apart, right?
Jack asked.
Oh, yes, I know.
So, you know he's going to break it?
I'm counting on it,
she replied. Jack gave her a look, a bit confused at her response. She laughed and told him,
Out of the 3 devices I have, that one is the least important. It really is just a bigger version of my phone. The main benefit of the tablet is the bigger screen and more memory. It's easier to play games with and watch movies on or do video conferencing calls, work on documents. But you can still do all that stuff on the laptop too. It's mainly just a convenient accessory. So when he breaks it, I'll have a valid reason to keep him from getting his hands on my other devices, the ones that really matter.
Ah, I see,
Jack replied, impressed with her strategy.
You really do know us all pretty well, huh?
Some better than others,
she replied, giving Dax a side glance and a smile, which he caught and returned.
Do you think we can get all this stuff moved into my room today?
She asked Jack.
Sure, I don't see why not,
Jack replied, tapping on his communicator and ordering some men down to help with getting Brianna's stuff moved to her room.
Do you want to take any of this to my room?
Rilo asked Brianna. Of course, Jack heard Rilo's question and stepped over to ask, with great curiosity,
And why would she want to take any of her stuff to your room?
Rilo appeared unfazed by Jack's question and answered simply,
Because we're together.
You're Together.
Shelton repeated, motioning to Rilo and Brianna.
Together? Together?
Confused by his question, Rilo asked,
What other kind of together is there? Yes, we're together,
he stated as he looked at Brianna for confirmation. Brianna was just as surprised as Jack as she grasped what Dax had said. She could hardly believe it herself, but she wasn't about to question it. So, she replied.
Yes, Jack. Dax and I are together. A couple. Officially.
Wow. That was super fast. I didn't know you had it in ya, big guy.
Jack said, chucking Rilo on the arm.
That was fast, but I did have a feeling about you two.
Layla said, commenting on their union and giving Brianna a big hug.
Sometimes when you know, you just know,
she said, shrugging and smiling at them both. Jack, however, was thinking about their news and having second thoughts. His expression showed his consternation because he was having trouble dealing with how fast things were moving between them, especially considering they knew almost nothing about Brianna yet.
So,
he said to both of them, trying to sound casual about it.
Are you two really sure about this? You could just, date for a while. Keep it casual. There's no need to rush into anything, right?
Brianna realized the trepidation Jack was probably feeling regarding the situation and his friend. He just wanted to keep him safe, and she understood his concern. She told Jack.
I know how I feel, but it's up to Dax. What do you say, babe?
She asked, turning to Dax.
You sure about this?
Rilo stood up straight, dropped what he was doing, and looked at her upon hearing the question. He strode over to her, took her face and neck in one hand, and put his arm around her waist with the other, pulled her to him, and kissed her deeply as she wrapped her arms around him in response. It was obvious to anyone watching how they felt about each other.
I would say that is a definite yes,
Layla said to Jack as she passed by him with a container, smiling at the couple.
I just hope he knows what he's doing,
Jack thought to himself, as he also grabbed a container and walked past them, the two of them still intertwined in their embrace. Chapter 8. The next day, they met in one of the conference rooms. Everyone from the main team was there, which included Dr. White, Jack, Rowan, Layla, and Rilo. Brianna had her laptop out, and the synopsis document pulled up, ready to begin.
Where should we start?
Elsa asked.
At the beginning, Season 1, Episode 1.
Brianna responded.
Do we need to start there?
Elsa questioned.
Can't we skip ahead to where we are now?
We need a baseline to start with.
Brianna replied.
And we need as much data as we can get. Starting at the beginning will allow us to see how accurate these storylines are. We're making a lot of assumptions, so if there are deviations from the main storyline, the one I'm familiar with, we need to know if they began before or after I got here. It's just safer to start at the beginning.
She's right,
Rowan affirmed, his attention on his tablet as usual, busily working away at something else while multitasking the meeting.
All right.
Elsa said, agreeing with their reasoning.
From the beginning, then.
With that being said, I have a small confession to make. I don't really remember much about the first season, so we're only going to hit the high points from the first year of what I do remember, and hopefully that will be good enough. So, yeah.
Jack, who had been leaning back comfortably in his chair across the table from Brianna, sat up at her comment and leaned forward, folding his hands in front of him, his attention on full alert.
Will you have the same problem remembering the other seasons?
He asked.
No, that won't be a problem. I remember seasons 2 through 5 just fine.
And why is that?
Jack asked, having already guessed what the answer to his question would be.
Because whenever I rewatch the series, I usually,
she said hesitantly, then finished at warp speed.
Start with Season 2, Episode 2.
And what is Season 2, Episode 2 about?
Jack asked innocently, fully enjoying Brianna's discomfort at the situation. Brianna sighed heavily, then decided it would be best to just rip the Band-Aid off quickly.
The title of the episode is called Racer and introduces a new character to the series, a fierce Neronian warrior and Threnarion survivor who also becomes the newest member of Shelton's team, Rilo Dax.
Rilo, who was sitting to the side of her, had also been comfortably leaning back in his chair, and upon hearing this information, sat up and leaned forward with his forearms resting on his legs, hands clasped in front of him. He stared at her intently with a large and knowing grin. Brianna saw his movements in her peripheral vision beside her and tried to keep a straight face, but she quickly lost the battle.
Stop!
She said to Dax, trying to sound forceful, but not quite making it, holding up her hand to him, palm side out. He grabbed her hand and pulled, rolled her chair over to him, and nuzzled her neck playfully as she half-heartedly tried to rebuff his attentions, somewhat unsuccessfully. Elsa, who was unaware of what had happened between Rilo and Brianna, wondered what was going on.
Is there something between them I should know about?
Elsa asked Layla, watching the couple's shenanigans with each other.
They are together now.
Layla confirmed, smiling as she watched them.
I have never seen Rilo so happy.
But Elsa wasn't sure she was happy with the situation, especially at the speed at which it occurred. She was definitely going to have to keep an eye on them.
Okay, you two, that's enough. Don't make me come over there and separate you,
Jack said, reprimanding them sternly like a parent. Rilo stopped what he was doing and turned to Jack with one of his classic expressions, stating,
I'd like to see you try.
I will shoot you,
Jack replied. Rilo gave him a smile and said,
Like that's gonna stop me.
Boys,
Brianna scolded.
we are here to work, so let's settle down and get to it, all right? Jack's right. Playtime is over.
Rilo whispered something in Brianna's ear regarding playtime, making her blush deeply, then leaned back in his chair again. Brianna tried to get her attention back on the task at hand, but it was difficult. She was still feeling the ghosts of Dax's hands on her body, and the comment he whispered to her about playtime was still swirling about her head. However, she did manage to pull herself together enough to make it through the first year, and it was the consensus of the team the synopsis was correct, to the best of their recollection. As they moved on to Season 2, which she was able to recall in greater detail, it became apparent that while the episodes were happening as stated, there were some discrepancies in the stories that started out small and then got bigger the further they went. Discrepancies that started happening before she arrived in Lemuria. The last episode to recently happen revealed some major differences in how the story played out. The same end result happened, thank goodness, but the journey and how they got to that ending was significantly different. And if the pattern continued regarding the time in between episodes, they only had 2 to 3 weeks before the next one occurred. At this point, they were all caught up, and anything else that happened would be dealing with future events and possibilities. This is where it got tricky, and they would need to tread carefully. Brianna sat there, shaking her head, her hand to her forehead as she told them.
I have to say, I thought I would be the problem, being inserted into your reality and timeline like I was, but it's obvious there were problems with your timeline before I even got here. It's a possibility I was brought here by whoever or whatever to help straighten it out and get you back on track to where you're supposed to be. Or this is one of the alternate realities of the one I'm familiar with, and it's happening in the way it's supposed to. Frankly, I'm at a loss as to what to do here, or not to do. Anyone got any ideas?
No one spoke up until Rowan said,
Oh dear.
Brianna looked over at him and said,
It's never a good sign when he says that.
Elsa agreed with her, stating,
No, it's not. What is it, Rowan?
I think Brianna is right. From my calculations, it appears something did happen to throw us off what should have been the original timeline. It was probably something small, unnoticeable to us when it happened, and it has since snowballed into something much, much worse. And if she hadn't shown up when she did, we never would have known about it. What's currently happening to us would have become our new reality. Is that necessarily a bad thing?
Jack asked.
That depends on what your definition of bad is.
Rowan answered.
Especially considering this last episode, because we nearly didn't make it through. And with things continuing to go wrong, if we keep going the way we are, we won't. Make it, that is.
Rowan hesitated a second before he added,
And in my opinion, that's pretty bad. Yes, not making it. That would be bad.
Jack concurred.
We need to make a hard decision here, and it's not going to be an easy one.
Brianna told them.
Ideally, from everything I've read and seen on the subject, You wouldn't want the characters involved to know the future in advance, because just the fact of knowing could actually change the intended course. However, in this instance, multiple things have happened that's already changed the course of your future. Personally, I think by knowing where you should be going, that would be extremely beneficial information to have so you can make the right choices instead of the wrong ones.
Brianna looked around the room at everyone, asking,
Does that make sense?
What you're saying is, in this instance, we actually do need to know what the future is supposed to be so we can make sure that's the direction we take.
Elsa reiterated.
Yes. In this case, I think that would be the wisest course to follow.
Brianna replied.
I'm not saying it won't be dangerous to disclose this information, but the way this show is written, there are so many times when just one tiny thing, if it had gone wrong, the city would have exploded or one of you would have died. And one of you four dying, that's out of the question. Shelton's team, you four, you are integral to the storyline and the heart and soul of making it to the conclusion of the series. It's kind of a all of you or none of you type of deal, especially you, Rowan.
Me?
He asked, surprised as well as pleased with Brianna's comment.
Oh yes, you and that big wonderful brain of yours. I can't tell you how many times you wind up saving everyone.
She told him.
Oh, no.
Jack murmured, putting his face in his hand while Rowan sat up straight in his chair, his chest puffed out along with his signature self-important smile.
But there is a but here, Rowan,
Brianna told him, making sure she had his full attention.
You also make mistakes that put people's lives in jeopardy. You're not infallible, and because of who you are, your mistakes have much bigger consequences than the mistakes other people make. Do you understand?
Oh, yes. Yes, I understand.
Rowan answered, nonplussed. Brianna stared at him for a few moments, then asked,
Rowan, how's my E-tab?
Rowan noticeably deflated at her question and shifted uncomfortably in his chair, refusing to meet her gaze.
Oh, yes, your, E-tab. It's fine. No problems. No problems at all.
So, if I needed it back so I could use it, there wouldn't be a problem with that?
Rowan fidgeted nervously, telling her,
I might just need another day or two with it, too. You know, make sure everything's back the way you had it.
Brianna paused for a few more moments, then said,
Rowan?
Yes.
He answered, finally meeting her gaze.
Have I made my point?
Yes.
He answered solemnly, lowering his eyes.
Yes, you have.
Elsa was impressed with how Brianna was handling the situation, yet at the same time, it made her worried just that much more. She was feeling a bit out of control and she didn't like it. And she really didn't like that someone she didn't know, that had so much knowledge about them, and Lemuria literally held their fate in her hands. As Elsa observed Brianna, she noticed Rilo take one of her hands and hold it, bringing it to his lips and kissing it as they smiled, lovers' smiles at each other. And a thought occurred to her.
I was wondering,
Elsa began as she addressed Brianna with her question.
when in relationships that otherwise wouldn't have happened bring serious consequences to our timeline, it's just you and Rilo. Won't that affect future relationships for him? That won't occur if he's with you?
Brianna smiled and answered Elsa truthfully, telling her,
Yes, that would be an issue, except Dax doesn't have any romantic relationships with anyone, at least not for the duration of the series. Afterward is anyone's guess, but no, he doesn't hook up with anyone, and the series makes it a point to let the audience know that. There's a bit of a flirtation at one point with someone, but it doesn't go anywhere because she's in love with someone else, so there's nothing to worry about.
Elsa's eyes narrowed, and she looked at Brianna questioningly.
You're telling me that Rilo, that man sitting next to you, doesn't wind up with anyone for the 4 years he's with us? Not even a fling. I'm sorry, but I find that very hard to believe given the fact that he's, well, Rilo.
Brianna sighed and looked at Dax, a question for him in her gaze. He returned her look and gave a quick nod that told her it was okay. She could tell them what they needed to know so they would understand. Still holding his hand, she told Elsa,
It's because of who he is that he didn't have a love interest. If you knew him like I do, his past, what he's experienced, his losses, how deeply he feels things, you would understand he isn't like most men. He's different. He doesn't do flings or casual relationships. He just, doesn't. Whether it's someone he considers a friend or someone he considers to be family, he's in it no matter what, loyal to a fault.
She looked over at Jack and said,
I know Dax and Jack haven't known each other that long yet, but I think Jack can confirm most of what I've told you. Dax is not like the men from Earth. I don't know if it's Neronian culture or his upbringing or just because he is who he is, but he's just not.
She looked back at Dax, and they smiled at each other. Then she looked away, and her expression changed to one of contempt, as well as a bit of anger thrown in just for good measure.
And that's where the explanation should end. In a perfect world,
she continued unwillingly.
But it doesn't. The other side of that coin is the Hollywood version, the business side of things. You see, sci-fi shows like Gateway of Infinity have a particular demographic audience. The powers that be at the show decided they wanted to expand to entice and attract a new audience. Granted, Colonel Shelton, played by Jim Flaherty, pulled in his fair share of that particular demographic,
she said as she smiled at Jack.
And to their credit, they did it by making sure he wasn't perceived as the traditional playboy type. Instead, they gave him a certain charm, a naivete, as it were. I have to admit, he's what first attracted me to the show. I was hooked as soon as I saw he was going to be a main character.
Really, beauty and charm. I'm raking it in here,
Jack said with one of his classic grins.
Please do go on. Oh, yes, let's go on about Captain Kirk over here,
Rowan commented, in complete disgust to the turn the conversation was taking.
No,
Brianna said thoughtfully.
Not Kirk. More like a cross between Indiana Jones and Han Solo. They both got their fair share, but they weren't really players. They have a boyish charm to them, like Shelton does.
Boyish charm,
Jack repeated gleefully. Then Brianna looked over at Rowan with a knowing grin and told him,
No worries, Rowan. Jack may hook up with various women every now and then, but you find your Princess Buttercup.
My who?
Rowan asked in confusion. Jack understood the reference and tried to clarify it by telling Rowan.
You know, Wesley, Buttercup, the Princess Bride, you're too Oh,
Rowan said, then excitedly,
I do, really?
Then more seriously,
You're not joking with me, are you?
Nope,
Brianna replied in all seriousness.
No joke, Rowan. Honest truth. You get your girl while Shelton's still working on his.
Rowan sat back in his chair in amazement at that revelation.
As a matter of fact,
she continued with a mischievous look,
they drop a lot of innuendos about you two,
she said, indicating Jack and Elsa.
What?
And
About us.
the two of them sputtered in surprise and embarrassment.
Yeah, they never come right out and say it, but the hints that something's going on there are definitely unmistakable.
Jack tried to look anywhere but at Elsa at this revelation, as Elsa shifted around in her chair uncomfortably. And anxious to get the attention off of her and Jack, she steered the conversation in another direction by asking Brianna,
So they, brought in Rilo's character to attract a female audience, I take it?
Instantly, Brianna's attitude changed, and it took her a little while to gather herself enough to answer Elsa's question.
Yes, that's exactly what they did. They brought in a virtually unknown actor, Jackson Mimosa, that tested through the roof with the target audience, and they nailed it. The ratings went up. Mimosa's popularity soared along with the series. They got all kinds of favorable press on him and the show, and it launched his acting career. It was everything they hoped for. And a lot of that was because of the way they wrote Dax's character. They kept him single throughout the series on purpose. It was by design. And they gave him a backstory that
Brianna paused, finding it difficult to continue.
I'm sorry, I can't.
She finally said, fighting with her emotions.
I can't treat him like he's not real. He's sitting here right beside me. He's flesh and blood. He has feelings, and I can't treat him like he's some fictional character in a script. His story is real to him, and I will not belittle him or it by pretending it's just words on a page that have no real meaning, because it does, to him and to me.
She looked at Elsa and told her point blank,
If you want to know about his past, his experiences, and why, for some crazy reason he's chosen to be with me, then you're going to have to ask him yourself. I can't betray him like that. I won't do it.
She swallowed hard and tried to get her emotions in check. Rilo, still holding her hand, pulled her toward him, wrapping his arms around her and leaning his head against hers as she tried to collect herself. Elsa cleared her throat and said,
Let's take a break. We'll meet back here in an hour and pick back up then, all right?
Elsa, Jack, Rowan and Layla got up from their chairs and quietly left the room, leaving the couple alone to collect themselves. Chapter 9. Rilo and Brianna pulled themselves together after the meeting broke up and were slowly walking down the hallway towards the mess hall, each of them deep in thought. Then Rilo spoke up, saying,
I'm hungry.
Brianna looked up, a little confused, commenting,
Well, we're headed toward the mess hall, so...
Rilo stopped her and said,
That's not what I'm hungry for.
Seeing the look he was giving her, she immediately understood what he was referring to, and it wasn't food. She smiled and asked,
Whose room is closer?
Rilo grinned, and within a few minutes they were in her room.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
She smiled and laughed as she hugged the big man on top of her, her heart filled near to bursting with what she was feeling for him. Her fierce Neronian warrior was really nothing more than a big old cuddly teddy bear. As they all reconvened in the conference room, they took the same seats as before. Elsa started things up again by asking,
We know where we are in the timeline now, so what's next? What should we be looking out for?
Brianna looked at the synopsis and told them,
The next episode is, all about Rowan. Literally. It's mostly a solo episode featuring him.
Really?
Rowan said, perking up at that information.
I wouldn't get too excited about it, Rowan.
Brianna told him.
You crash into one of the jungles on the planet below after hitching a ride in a faulty shuttle. The pilot dies and you're left stranded. The plant life on that part of the planet is somewhat active, to put it mildly, not to mention all the animals, most of which are not humanoid friendly. You have to figure out how to survive until you can be rescued. The problem with that is all communication is out and the team has no way to find you because the shuttle isn't visible or detectable by normal means.
Oh.
Rowan said, all the excitement gone.
Are you sure it's me that's supposed to go in the shuttle? It sounds like it should be someone else. That's not me?
He asked, hopefully.
Wait a minute,
Jack said, breaking in.
We just got a report about a shuttle that went down in one of the jungles. The pilot was doing a test flight and she died, but there wasn't anyone else with her. At least, I don't think there was...
I take it you found the shuttle and were able to recover it?
Brianna asked.
Yes, we did, but it was the strangest thing...
Jack started to say, but Brianna broke in and interrupted him.
Wait, don't tell me. You found the shuttle because a dragon-like creature was flying around and circling the area, giving off sonar, which is how you were able to pinpoint its location. Otherwise, you never would have been able to find it, right?
Jack looked at her for a moment, then said,
I'd ask how you know that, but I already know the answer to that question. Oh, no.
Rowan said, fear etched over his face.
What? What is it, Rowan?
Jack asked, knowing something bad was afoot when Rowan made those types of comments. Rowan had been looking on his tablet for the report Jack had referenced and pulled it up.
I was supposed to be on that shuttle,
Rowan told them.
I canceled at the last minute because I was too busy to go. I was working on this project, which was more important than a silly test flight, so I didn't go. According to the report, the shuttle was so badly damaged that if anyone had been in either the front or rear compartments, there's no way they would have survived the crash.
They looked around the room at each other, shifting uneasily in their chairs. Brianna shook her head and exclaimed softly under her breath,
What the hell?
Then, addressing everyone in the room, she told them,
If he had gone on that shuttle like he was supposed to, he would have died. And consequently, on the next mission, you three
indicating Layla, Jack and Dax,
would have also died because on that mission without Rowan, none of you would have made it out alive. And without you four, Lemuria and this expedition doesn't stand a chance. I hate to say it, but with things going the way they are, some or all of you may not make it through the next mission because you're all separated from each other, with each of you facing your own dilemmas and danger. There are so many things that can go wrong. I don't even know where to begin.
She put her head in her hands, trying to think of a solution. Then suddenly she had a thought and sat back up.
We're going to have to do a rewrite. That's the only thing I can think of to do.
Sorry, rewrite?
Elsa asked.
I don't understand.
When you're writing a story, especially for film, TV, or movies, doesn't matter, the scriptwriter has control over what happens. The scriptwriter is the one that writes the story. Granted, the director has some sway over the story's direction, and the actors put in their own perspectives as well, but when it comes right down to it, the scriptwriter is the one who says what happens. It's like when you watch a show and you see something ridiculous, something that was basically lazy or just bad writing, like bending or even breaking the laws of physics without any explanation, and you ask, how did they do that? That makes no sense. And the answer to that question is because the scriptwriter said so. That's how they wrote it, so that's how it is. Or when a character survives through horrendous ordeals and fights and explosions and comes out still walking and alive, sometimes with hardly a scratch on them, and you ask, how did they make it through that? It's because they had the scriptwriter on their side. When you have the scriptwriter on your side, you can make it through or live through anything, because that's the way it was written.
What are you saying? We make up our own story?
Elsa asked.
Basically, yes. Someone or something has already messed with your story, whether by accident or on purpose. I have no clue. And the way it's going from what I'm seeing and hearing, not in a good way. So I suggest we write our own stories, our own version of the episodes. I know enough about future events that I think I can keep you guys alive and safe. Or at least, I hope so.
She sighed heavily and commented offhand,
I wish Jim was here. He'd be the one that could really help in this situation.
Jim? Who's Jim?
Rilo asked.
Jim Flaherty,
She replied,
he's the actor that played Shelton and a writer. He actually wrote a couple of the episodes for the show. He knows more about this series than I do or ever will.
Rilo frowned as he asked,
How do you know him?
Brianna looked over at him and smiled, commenting,
Jealous much?
Do I need to be?
No, you do not need to be. I got to know him because I'm thinking about casting him in one of the roles for my production. He's a great guy, and I loved him in the role of Jack Shelton, but that was over for him a long time ago. Although he did keep the hairstyle,
she added, grinning at Jack.
As a matter of fact, that's his signature trademark, his swoopy hair.
Jack smiled back, commenting,
What can I say when it works? Wait, foopy? Is that even a word?
He's got it in his bio, so yeah, I guess it is.
She replied with a shrug.
What are you proposing?
Elsa asked.
I think we should take it on an episode-by-episode basis. Instead of taking what's already there and trying to force it to bend to the way we want it to turn out, we change things up from the very beginning. This should create enough disparity to throw things off so much it flows the way we want it to without too many problems. We'll have the upper hand because we already know the characters involved, what they want, what their goal is, and who the real bad guys are. Theoretically, it shouldn't be an issue. Like, we've just got to come up with a good alternative version of the episode that makes sense and has the end results we want.
Will you be the one to write it?
Layla asked.
I think we should all be involved in writing it,
She answered.
or at least contribute to it. We make ourselves the script writers, the ones in control. I think the more input from the people actually involved, the better. That way we can make it as realistic to the characters, you guys, as possible. How you would react, what you would do in a particular situation, and so on. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never written anything like this before. I'm a novelist. I'm all about the long game. I've never attempted anything like this, and I definitely think Shelton should be involved. Maybe he can channel some Jim Flaherty talent or something. Frankly, I'm just flying by the seat of my pants here.
Flying by the seat of your pants?
Layla questioned with a quizzical look, not understanding the reference.
I'm sorry, Layla. Silly Earth saying. It means I'm making this up as I go. It's my best guess as to how to get out of this situation.
She replied.
Well, it appears that's the best plan we've got, unless anyone else has any other ideas.
Elsa said as she looked around the room.
Good, we're agreed. And I think we should get started on this as quickly as possible. It appears the time frame in which these events are happening is also unreliable, considering the next episode shouldn't have happened for another 2 to 3 weeks. According to the previous schedule, and it's already happened, we shouldn't assume we have the luxury of time in making sure we're prepared before the next event happens. And Jack, just to play it safe, be sure to run all missions through me before you take your team out, and I want you to take extra teams with you as well. I don't want us getting caught by surprise. Brianna is right. We can't afford to lose any of you.
Elsa turned to Brianna and asked,
How do you suggest we proceed?
I need to write down in as much detail as possible everything I can remember about this next episode. Then I suggest the team meet up to discuss ideas and basically brainstorm about how to proceed, and we go from there. I'll let the team know when I'm ready and when and where to meet.
All right,
Elsa said.
Let's get to it.
As everyone got up to leave, Elsa said to Brianna,
Can you stay for a moment, please? I'd like to talk to you in private.
Sure,
she replied, telling Dak she'd meet up with him later. She sat back down at the table, and after everyone else left the room, asked Elsa,
What's up?
Elsa hesitated for a moment, then said,
I just wanted to make sure we're all right. I know things got a little tense earlier. It's just...
I understand,
Brianna told her.
I get it, I do. You want to make sure your people are safe. You're in charge, and this stranger with this crazy story appears from out of nowhere, and all these weird things start happening. And not only that, your people are being threatened. Elsa, in my humble opinion, knowing what I know about you and this expedition, you're one of the best people they could have gotten to lead it. You're fair, honest, strong, capable, and there's not a mean bone in your body. Well, except, of course, unless someone is threatening your people and then you can get a little...
Nasty?
Elsa finished for her.
I was going to go with vicious, but nasty works too.
Brianna replied, both of them laughing, the tension breaking.
I just hope you can understand what you were asking me about Dax. It's not my story to tell. He's such a private person, and the things I know about him, he's never spoken about to anyone else ever. I care about him a lot, and I don't want to hurt him.
It's obvious he cares about you, too. I've never seen him this happy before.
Yeah, I have no idea why. And the fact I had to jump across dimensions, realities, timelines, and into a completely different galaxy just to find my match. I mean, I knew I was different, but that's a bit much.
Elsa laughed and said,
But at least you found each other, and that's what matters, right?
I have to agree with you on that point.
Brianna told her as they got up to leave.
I am truly blessed, and thanks for understanding.
Thanks for being honest. And for your help.
Elsa replied as they walked out of the conference room together, a comfortable peace between them. Chapter 10. Jack and Rilo were in the control room, waiting for Brianna to come out of the conference room. They saw Elsa go into her office and wave to Brianna, catching her attention. She joined them in the control room, asking,
Hey guys, were you waiting for me?
Yes, we were.
Jack replied.
I needed to give you this.
He handed her an earpiece, just like the ones he and his team wore.
That way we can communicate with each other whenever we need to.
She frowned a bit, never having been fond of earpieces, then asked,
Do I have to wear it all the time?
Not all the time, but you do need to keep it with you.
Jack replied.
Is that a problem?
It's just that sometimes I like to listen to my music. When I put my headphones on, I don't hear anything else. I was just wondering if that was going to be an issue.
It shouldn't be.
Jack replied.
Just make sure you always have it with you, so if you need it, you've got it. And as long as you have that, we can track you. You know, just in case you get lost or something.
Oh, that's awesome. I know that's going to happen, so that will come in very handy. Thank you.
No problem.
Jack replied easily.
And, did you want to meet up later to work on the story or?
Yes, actually I do.
She replied.
How about we meet on the South Pier at around, 8 o'clock tonight? Does that work for you?
Jack raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking,
Outside on the pier?
Yeah. Unless you'd rather be stuck inside a small windowless room while we work.
No, the pier sounds much better. Mind if I bring a 6-pack?
Nope, don't mind at all. Bring away.
What about you, big guy?
Jack asked Rilo.
You coming with?
I have a sparring class to teach at 8.
Rilo replied.
I could cancel it.
No, there's no need to cancel it.
Brianna told him.
You go ahead and do your class, then you can catch up with us afterward. We're just going to be doing boring stuff anyway, okay?
Okay.
Rilo said, putting an arm around her waist and planting a kiss on top of her head.
See you later tonight,
she told Jack as they turned to leave, their arms wrapped around each other. Jack watched them walk away together, and for a brief moment he was jealous of his friend's good fortune. Then he thought about it further, knowing Rilo had lost someone important to him on his planet when the Thronarians attacked it. Then he had been a racer for 8 years after that, which had left no opportunities for him to find any kind of comfort from the opposite sex. And according to what Brianna had told them, the all-powerful scriptwriters had taken that even further. By denying Rilo any kind of romantic relationship for another 4 years while he was with them in Lemuria. So Rilo had already been at least 9 years into his forced celibacy before he hooked up with Brianna. And from what Brianna had told him, considering her age and situation back in her reality, it had been quite some time since she'd had any companionship either. No wonder they were going at it like teenagers. The realization dawned on him what Rilo had been through and would still have been going through had Brianna not shown up. He was also extremely thankful he'd not been put in the role as the romantic lead in whatever story was being told, if that was the price for it. Seriously, what's the point of being the hot guy if you're unable to have sex for over 10 years? What kind of monsters would do that to a man? He shuddered at the thought as he left the control room to tend to his other duties. Brianna sat on the edge of the South Pier waiting for Jack to show up, her legs dangling over the side. She'd gotten there early so she could watch the stars come out and enjoy the view, along with the peace and tranquility of the evening. Earlier that day, before the evening rush for dinner in the mess hall, she'd been able to find the head chef for Lemuria. She wanted to know if she could use the kitchen in the late evening hours, after everyone else had gone, to cook her own food. She assured the chef she would clean up after herself and not leave a mess, and that cooking was calming and soothing to her and helped her think. The chef understood and gave her permission to use the kitchen as long as she abided by the rules and didn't abuse the privileges she was being granted. And she was planning on taking advantage of her new privileges that evening after they finished with their powwow. She was actually pretty excited about it. Her stomach had not been faring too well with the normal meals, and she didn't want to put anyone out by making special requests, so this was the perfect solution to that dilemma. As she sat there thinking about what she would make first, she heard someone from behind her approaching. She turned to see Jack in a t-shirt and jeans, carrying a 6-pack of beer and some pretzels. He sat down beside her and offered her a beer, which she declined.
Thanks, but I don't like beer. I only drink the hard stuff,
she told him. Jack raised his eyebrows at that comment, waiting for her response. She smiled at him as she held up her bottle.
Water,
she replied.
I don't like tea or beer, and the only coffee I drink is a latte or a frappuccino because they don't taste like coffee. And I don't drink sodas, except for the occasional root beer if it's available. But mainly, I just drink water.
How about fruit juices?
Jack asked, intrigued.
Nope, too much sugar without the benefit of the fiber from the whole fruit.
Wow, you're pretty picky, huh?
About the stuff I put into my body? You betcha. I blew it the first time around. Had all kinds of serious health issues. My daughter helped me overcome a lot of them by helping me to eat right and be healthy. This time I know what I'm doing and I'm going to take proper care of myself. Hopefully I'll avoid a lot of that mess, 'cause having to have surgery is not fun at all.
I see your point. How about pretzels? Do they make the cut?
That I can do, thanks,
she said, as she took the bag of pretzels from him and helped herself to a few of them. They sat in silence for a few minutes, just enjoying the view. Finally, Brianna broke it by telling Jack,
You know, you're the only one that hasn't asked me about, stuff.
Jack grinned and said,
Well, that's probably because I already know about stuff. You don't have to prove anything to me. I'm a believer in your superpowers.
She laughed at his reply.
Superpowers, huh? I'm not so sure about that.
Then she grinned and said,
If you want to see superpowers, remind me to show you some of the movies I have on my laptop. Most of them have some really great foobar in them.
Foobar, huh? You like foobar movies?
Yeah, I do. I'll take a good foobar movie over a rom-com just about any day.
Really? That's interesting. Most women aren't like that.
I'm not most women.
I'm beginning to see that.
Speaking of movies, I have a question for you.
Yeah, about what?
Jack inquired curiously.
I noticed you call Dax Chewie sometimes, and you've made reference before, in the series at least, to the Star Wars franchise, as well as other shows we appear to have in common.
Brianna said thoughtfully.
It just makes me wonder what other movies and shows have crossed over into other realities, and what else we have in common. I doubt the same actors are in them, but the stories themselves seem to be the same for the most part.
Jack commented as he contemplated Brianna's question.
You know, that's an interesting question, especially with what you said in Elsa's office about other people that may be channeling other dimensions and realities and writing about them, turning them into movies and such. It kind of makes you wonder if those realities are out there as well, with real people living those stories, just like we are.
So, if that's actually the case,
Brianna mused thoughtfully,
and considering where I am right now, Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Harry Potter could be real. Those realities could actually exist somewhere out there in the multiverse.
The boy who lived and he who must not be named?
Jack quoted.
Wow, that concept is truly blowing my mind right now. Considering some of the things people have thought up, that could get real scary real fast. Watching Buffy is one thing, but being knee-deep in the middle of it for real? Yikes.
Yeah.
Brianna replied, her eyes wide at the thought.
Not necessarily a good thing.
They sat in silence some more. Then she said,
I've been debating whether to tell you this or not, but given the circumstances and how things are changing, I think I should. My apologies in advance if I'm making the wrong decision here, but I think you deserve to know because you're not fictional characters to me anymore. You have become quite real to me, and it's maybe one of the things I can set right.
Jack waited for her to continue, seeing this was difficult for her to do. She stared out over the clouds and took a deep breath before she spoke.
There's a deep rift between you and your parents and your sister as well. The show didn't go into any details or specifics, but that much was made clear at your parents' funeral in about 2 years.
Jack looked up in shock and stared at her as she continued to look out over the clouds as she spoke.
Evidently, you're under the impression your parents prefer the way you left things, with you leaving. But from what your sister told you at their funeral, that wasn't the case. They had hoped to mend things with you and wanted you back. They were hoping for it up until the day they died.
She paused for another moment, then said,
Do what you will with that information. I just thought you should know.
All kinds of thoughts and feelings washed over Jack. His mind was reeling with the possibilities and whether he should do something or nothing at all. But now that he knew, how could he do nothing? And if he did do something, that could change all kinds of future events. As if Brianna was reading his mind at that moment, she told him,
One of the reasons I went ahead and told you this is I think we're definitely on a different track now, and there's no going backwards. And honestly, I don't know that we'd want it even if we could.
She hesitated a moment before continuing, and Jack could tell she was thinking 1,000,000 miles a minute as she talked.
The thing is, they got notice the show wasn't getting renewed about halfway into the 5th season. That meant they had to try and wrap things up on the fly. So they ended it by bringing Lemuria to Earth. It was supposed to be a series finale. Happily ever after, aren't we so glad we're back on Earth scenario? Except Earth wasn't everybody's happily ever after. Layla's people were still back in the Andromeda Galaxy. So were Dax's people. And your girl, also back in Andromeda. Plus you guys had the Threnarians on the run. Their ranks were pretty decimated at that point. But with no one left in Andromeda to continue fighting them, they would easily be able to recover back to full strength, if not stronger than before. And forget about the ISAC and military letting Lemuria go back to Andromeda. The city was and is their ultimate prize. There's no way they'd let it or any of you go back to Andromeda. The Threnarians weren't their problem anymore, and with all their people now back on Earth, the Cloud City in their hands, and the Threnarians with no way of reaching Earth or knowing where it was, you guys would all be stuck there, for good, or at least the foreseeable future.
Jack was trying to process all the information she was telling him. It was a lot to take in, and they were going to have to be very careful in how they proceeded. Then she dropped another bombshell on him.
In the original storyline, Elsa doesn't make it.
Jack was taking a drink from his beer and trying to get his thoughts in order and spewed it back out when she told him that.
Elsa dies?
He exclaimed in disbelief.
Kind of.
She replied.
Kind of? What does kind of mean exactly?
Jack demanded to know. Brianna drew her legs up against her chest and wrapped her arms around them as she tried to explain.
The simulator nanobots. They're a race of advanced nanotechnology-based life forms created by the ancient Lemurians to combat the Threnarians. They were designed as nanobot-based constructs, able to manipulate their forms at a molecular level. They can assume humanoid appearances or other structures as needed, but they developed at such a rapid pace it alarmed the Lemurians. The nanobots even formed their own race and identity, calling themselves Sarantians. The Lemurians felt they were getting out of control and tried to destroy them, which they were unable to do. Not surprisingly, this created quite a bit of animosity between the Sarantians and most all humanoid life forms. So when the team from Earth discovers them, you guys think it's some of the ancient Lemurians that survived the war, but it's not. It's the Sarantians who modeled their cities and society around the ancient Lemurians because it's what they know. Once you guys figure out who and what they are and that they intend to destroy you, there's some back and forth for quite a few episodes, culminating in an incident where you try to save Lemuria from them. Elsa gets critically injured and gets infected with the nanobots. As a result, she's able to connect with the Sarantian world and its consciousness. You guys need an ECM in order to survive. They have plenty, so you take her to their homeworld to steal one. While you're there, an opportunity presents itself, which you and your team take advantage of, but things don't go as planned. Elsa winds up sacrificing herself so you guys can escape and save Lemuria. Consequently, she winds up being absorbed into the collective. She, as an individual, ceases to exist.
Jack was dumbfounded. He had no idea what to say or how to react. How are you supposed to react to information like this? And what the hell were they supposed to do about it?
Not exactly the kind of evening you had in mind, was it?
Brianna asked softly. Jack let out a quick, harsh laugh in return, thinking,
No, it certainly wasn't.
But that was life in the Andromeda Galaxy.
The thing is,
she continued,
we're on our own timeline now. The Hollywood machine doesn't control this future. Things were done a specific way before because actors wanted off the show, they wanted on the show, the powers that be didn't want to continue the show, whatevs. They had their shot, and for whatever reason, we've been given a second chance, me included. Whether by accident or design, who's to say? We may never know. But the mistakes that were made before, we don't have to repeat them. We can avoid them. Grab destiny by the short and curlies and make our own future, hopefully with a much better happily ever after, because Hollywood's version sucked. Granted, we'll be creating new situations from different choices, but we're already on that path, and I really don't see another alternative here. We just need to make sure you guys survive to see it.
Jack thought for a moment, then asked,
What are you suggesting we do?
I would like Rowan's input on my theories. See what he has to say about it. He is the big brain of the group, after all. He might be able to see something I missed. And I want to see how this next mission goes.
She paused for a moment, then told him,
I have a feeling I can't explain it, but I think this next mission will be so far off from the original one, it will confirm just about everything I've said about being on a completely different track.
Sounds like a good place to start,
Jack replied, taking a swig of beer from his can.
Dax dies at the end of the last season.
Jack spewed his beer again.
What?
He exclaimed.
He gets brought back to life by a Threnarian so he can be tortured for information, but they do kill him, and that's something I would very much like to keep from happening.
You and me both,
Jack replied as he took another drink.
That's assuming, of course, when Dax gets turned into a Threnarian follower after being betrayed by a Neronian survivor he used to know, he doesn't stay a Threnarian follower, and we can turn him back without killing him.
This time Jack choked on his beer. She patted him on the back as he coughed and sputtered, trying to catch his breath.
And before that, I'd really like to avoid where he gets recaptured by the Threnarians and turned into a racer again by the Threnarian emperor that destroyed his homeworld. He almost dies there, too.
Okay, stop. Just stop.
Jack turned and looked at Brianna in disbelief as he exclaimed,
What do these people writing all this stuff have against that man? First, they force celibacy on him and don't let him have any sex for over 10 years, even though he's supposed to be the hot guy. Then they continue to torture him over and over and then kill him in the last season. What the hell is that all about?
Jack exclaimed, wanting and needing an explanation about the atrocities being inflicted on his friend.
Oh, it's not just him. Connor gets blown up and dies.
Jack sat there, staring out into the sky. Then he finally asked,
Is that it?
Layla gets turned into a Threnarian empress.
Jack turned to look at her again, sighing a heavy sigh.
Now you're just making stuff up.
Nope,
she replied, slowly shaking her head back and forth.
It got made up all right, but not by me.
Jack looked back over the clouds. He opened up another beer and took a big swig from it, letting out a loud belch. Then he said,
I think we should grab Destiny by the short and curlies and make our own future. I say to hell with what those Hollywood asshats wrote for us. I say we become our own script writers and start writing our own damn stories.
Brianna smiled and replied,
Sounds like a plan to me.
Chapter 11. 3 days after Brianna's meeting on the pier with Jack, she was in the mess hall kitchen in the process of cleaning up after herself. She'd just finished her latest batch of dishes and was listening to her tunes blasting away on her phone speaker, lip-syncing along and dancing to the beat. It was around 11 that evening, and most everyone else, who wasn't on a late shift, had retired to their rooms for the night. She enjoyed this time alone, and it allowed her to cut loose a little bit. As she was finishing up, she turned around and saw she had gained an audience. 2 men and 2 women dressed in military uniforms were standing there, grinning at her, so she stopped and smiled at them, pausing the music.
Hey, what's up?
Brianna asked.
We were going to ask you the same thing,
one of the men told her.
We thought the kitchen was closed and we heard something, so we came in here to check it out.
One of the women added.
I have a special diet, so I got permission from the chef to use the kitchen after hours as long as I clean up after myself.
Brianna replied. As she looked at the group, she thought she recognized them and asked,
You're one of Logan's teams, aren't you?
They laughed, and the Hispanic woman said,
Not just one of Logan's teams. We are the team, his first and primary team. Hi, I'm Gladys,
she said as she introduced herself.
We are his right hand and his left hand team.
The African-American team member added,
They call me T-Ball.
Hi, I'm Sophie,
the other woman said as she gave her a quick wave hello, who appeared to be Asian.
And I'm Hudson,
the Caucasian man said. Brianna introduced herself as well. Then they asked about the music she was playing, so she turned up the volume. She started up one of her playlists of older songs and let it rip. Before long, they were having their own little dance party. That's what Rilo saw when he walked into the kitchen looking for her. They had gone back on the song chart and were doing the hustle from the disco era. And then they broke it down even further and started doing the bump with each other, with Sophie and Gladys bumping each other and the guys on either side of Brianna, taking turns bumping her. Rilo stood in the doorway, letting them have their fun, and was okay with it at first. But when they started doing the bump, he decided enough was enough and moved in, pausing the music. When the music stopped, the group looked up to see a very large, angry-looking man directing his attention to the two men next to Brianna. Brianna said,
"Hey, babe."
And T-Ball was the first to realise they had been dancing with Rilo's girlfriend, of all things. And not just dancing, but bumping.
Oh, my bad, man. My bad. We had no idea she was, with you.
T-Ball sputtered, trying to pacify Rilo.
Respect, my man. Respect for your lady. That's all I'm saying.
Brianna smiled and said,
"It's okay. We were just dancing. No biggie."
Hudson looked at Rilo standing there, impassive and stone-faced, and added,
I'm going to go with, no, it's not okay. And just, leave. Like, now.
Hudson kept his eyes on Rilo and asked T-Ball.
You coming?
T-Ball, his eyes also on Rilo, answered in a low voice,
I would brub, but he's blocking the way and I ain't asking him to move.
Gladys shook her head and said to the guys,
You weenies.
Then walked up to Rilo and asked him politely,
Excuse me, I like to get by you, please.
At which point, Rilo moved aside and let her and Sophie pass. The girl stood on the opposite side of Rilo, looking back at the two men and asked,
You coming?
The guys hesitated. Then Rilo noticed Brianna was looking like she was in pain and holding her abdomen. He moved over to her, quickly asking,
Are you all right?
The other people in the room forgotten.
I'm okay. It's just that my abdomen has been hurting me all day, and I'm not feeling too well.
Gladys, recognizing the look and the symptoms, said,
Oh, girl, that time of the month, huh? Sometimes it sucks to be a woman.
Yeah, I feel your pain. Literally.
Sophie added sympathetically.
What?
Brianna said in surprise.
Oh, no, it's not that. It can't be. I can't have. It's not possible. Is it?
Rilo watched the emotions cross Brianna's face as she processed the information, coming to the logical conclusion that she was indeed probably having her monthly period. Again, for the first time in several decades.
Mother puss bucket,
she exclaimed softly. Rilo looked at Brianna with a knowing smile and said,
That's too bad. I was getting hungry again.
An involuntary spasm shot through her at his words, the memory of the previous all-you-can-eat buffet still strong in her mind, along with the feelings it produced.
Oh, jeez,
she murmured, embarrassed at her physical reaction to him and the fact he had such control over her body. Rilo grinned broadly at Brianna's reaction, and the women smiled knowingly at each other, but Hudson was confused.
What's the problem?
He asked.
We're in a kitchen full of food, man. Just grab something to eat.
Daedal looked at Hudson in disbelief and popped him on the back of the head.
Man, he's not talking about food? Come on, let's get out of here. They need the privacy.
He pushed Hudson past them, and as they were leaving the kitchen, Gladys turned back and said,
Girl, I hope you are on some serious birth control because it looks like you're gonna need it with this one. Just saying.
And with that last remark, they were gone. Brianna gingerly sat down on a nearby stool, Gladys' last remark ringing in her ears.
Birth control,
she whispered to herself. Rilo leaned up against a counter opposite Brianna and asked,
Birth control. What is she talking about?
She answered without looking at him, still deep in thought at the issues she now faced, and told him,
It's medicine that prevents women from getting pregnant.
He looked thoughtful and asked,
You can do that?
Did they have anything like that on your planet?
He shook his head and said,
We were trying to build up the population, not curb it. With the Threnarian reapings, no one thought about not having children. No one except...
Rilo didn't answer and refused to look at her, instead keeping his head lowered as he looked down at the ground. She went over and lifted his face with her hands so they could see each other.
Dax?
She asked softly. He sighed and said,
I don't want you to think less of me.
She smiled and said,
Not possible. I'm not going to judge you, Dax. I don't do that. I hope you know you can tell me anything. You're safe with me.
Rilo looked at her and tried to gauge her face, her expression, her feelings. He took a breath, then told her,
I don't want to have children. At least not yet. Not until all the Threnarians are gone, which means I may never have children.
She waited a beat, then said,
Okay.
Not sure if he was finished or not.
It's just that Nala was with child when the Threnarians came. I didn't lose just her that day,
he said quietly.
Oh, Dax.
Brianna breathed softly.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
They didn't say anything about that in the show?
He asked.
No, they didn't tell that part of your story.
Rilo looked at her closely, scrutinizing her expression before asking,
So, you're okay with me not wanting to have children?
Of course. Why wouldn't I be? It's a big decision, and not one everybody's ready for whatever reason. I'm a mom. Trust me, I know what's involved in being a parent.
That's right,
Rilo said thoughtfully.
You've already had children.
Yes, I have,
she replied.
And the thought did cross my mind that would be a problem for us eventually, because I figured you'd want kids, and I wouldn't be able to give them to you. I had hoped this conversation wouldn't happen for a while because of that, but now...
She looked at him thoughtfully, trying to read his expression in turn as she asked,
So you're okay with me being on birth control, right?
Rilo looked at her solemnly and replied,
Yes. If we have a choice, I would prefer you not get pregnant.
Brianna smiled and said,
Cool beans. Consider it a done deal. I'll visit the infirmary tomorrow.
Brianna did indeed visit the infirmary the next day, holding her abdomen and flinching at the pain she was feeling. She did not miss this. She did not miss this at all. She had been blessed, in her opinion, to not have to deal with this part of being a woman for quite some time. Having to deal with this again after all these years was not something she was looking forward to. She was looking for someone in particular when Dr. Beckham saw her and asked if there was something he could do to help. Dr. Connor Beckham, the chief medical officer of the Earth expedition in Lemuria, was a slightly stocky man with a medium build and an everyman appearance, just under 6 feet tall. A Scottish doctor with a gentle demeanour, he had a kind-hearted nature and deep sense of empathy for others. He was gentle, often serving as the emotional core of the team, especially in moments of crisis. Beckham's humour, rooted in his Scottish background, frequently lightened tense situations with his self-deprecating wit and reluctance to engage in activities he found dangerous or uncomfortable, often delivering lines with a mix of fear and dry sarcasm. His genuine concern for others made him a confidant and a moral anchor. Brianna asked him if she could see Dr. King and told him no offence, but she would feel more comfortable talking with her for this particular issue. Dr. Beckham completely understood and introduced them, then left them alone in an exam room. Dr. Jessica King was one of the medical officers of the expedition, slim in build with a petite frame, medium height with long brown hair, usually worn in loose waves or a practical ponytail. A highly intelligent and accomplished doctor, she achieved her medical degree at a young age. Highly compassionate, Jessica often felt deeply for her patients. This sometimes made it difficult for her to detach emotionally from her work, leading to moments where she struggled with the moral and emotional weight of her decisions. However, she was highly competent and resourceful under pressure.
It looks like you're having some painful cramps there,
Jessica commented as Brianna got up on the exam table.
Oof, more like full-blown labor pains,
Brianna responded, flinching as a cramp hit her hard. Jessica gave Brianna a look at her comment and asked,
You've been in labor before?
Yup, I've had 2 kids. And I was not the kind of pregnant woman that glowed. I was the complete opposite of that.
Jessica stepped back at her answer and frowned.
2 pregnancies? At your age?
Brianna looked up and then realized Jessica didn't know who she was.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I assumed you knew who I was. I'm Brianna, the woman from the alternate reality dimension timeline thingy. I'm a lot older than I look.
Oh,
Jessica commented as she registered who she was talking to.
Yes, I've heard about you. Sorry, I didn't know what you looked like.
No problem. And just to make sure, if it's not too big of a deal, could you scan me and make sure this really is my period going on? I just want to make sure everything is in order, so to speak. I just don't want to make any assumptions and think it's one thing when it's actually something else.
That's perfectly understandable. I can do that. Let's get you under the scanner then.
Jessica moved her over to the scanner and ran it, looking over the information as it was fed to her computer screen.
Okay, I can confirm all your reproductive organs appear to be healthy and viable,
she said as she smiled at Brianna, delivering what she thought was good news. But when she saw the look on Brianna's face, she asked,
So, that's not good news, I take it?
Brianna sighed heavily before she replied,
No, not really. I've had my kids, and I was done with this part of being a woman. My monthly cycles were excruciating for me. I basically curled up in a fetal position for 2 to 3 days every month, crying to the heavens to grant me relief from the full-blown labor pains I was experiencing.
There wasn't anything that gave you any relief?
Jessica asked.
It helped when I got on birth control. At least when I was on the pill, the pain was minimized to where I could function. Which brings me to my next question. Please tell me you have birth control you can give me.
Jessica smiled and said,
Yes, I do. That I can definitely help you with. Are you wanting the medication just for period relief, or do you also need it for actual birth control?
Well, Rilo, Dax, and I are a couple now, so birth control. We definitely need some serious birth control.
You mean Rilo? The big, tall Rilo?
Jessica asked, her eyes wide.
Yes, that Rilo.
Brianna confirmed.
And you've discussed this with him? Being on birth control?
Brianna's eyes narrowed at the question. First of all, that wasn't any of her business, and it shouldn't matter whether she had discussed it with Rilo or not. Second, Jessica was getting too personal with her questions she shouldn't be asking. Of course, Brianna understood the woman was curious. She knew a lot of the women from the expedition were curious about Rilo Dax, and she didn't want Jessica making incorrect assumptions, so she went ahead and answered her.
Yes, Dax and I have discussed this, and we're both in agreement I should be on birth control. Considering the threat of the Threnarians in this galaxy and the fact he is a key member of Colonel Shelton's team, he's in constant danger. We both feel now is not the time to be bringing a child into the mix. Okay?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you that question. I'm just...
Curious?
Jessica turned red with embarrassment as she uttered an apologetic,
Sorry.
Brianna smiled and replied,
No worries. Perfectly understandable. I'd be just as curious if I were you.
Jessica smiled in relief at Brianna's answer. Then Jessica got uncomfortable again as she said,
I'm sorry, but I need to know so I can determine what dosage to give you. How often do you two have relations with each other?
She asked, trying to sound professional in her capacity as a doctor.
At least once a day, sometimes more, usually more.
Brianna answered honestly. Jessica's eyes widened as she asked,
Really? Every day?
Yup.
Brianna looked at Jessica and was amused at her expression.
He prefers to use his body instead of words to express himself. He's very physical, in a good way, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
In fact, I'm surprised I'm not pregnant already, considering the circumstances. I got lucky. So let's err on the side of him having Superman sperm, okay?
Superman sperm. Got it. I'll get you fixed up,
she said as she smiled and left the exam room, coming back a few minutes later with birth control patches.
For your situation, I think using the patch would be better and safer for you. You change them out once a week, so you don't have to worry about forgetting to take a pill. They're extremely effective and should also help lessen the severity of your cramps.
Cool, sounds perfect,
Brianna replied.
Just let me know if you have any questions or problems.
Awesome, thank you,
Brianna said as she got up from the exam table. As she was leaving the room, she turned back to Jessica and said in a confidential tone,
And, his sperm isn't the only thing he has in common with Superman, if you know what I mean. Just saying.
Jessica laughed in surprise at Brianna's comment and turned her back to everyone so they wouldn't see her blush.
Every day, huh?
Jessica thought to herself, yeah, she could see that. Chapter 12. It had been almost 2 weeks since Jack and Brianna had met on the pier, and since then they had included Rowan in their discussions. They had one of the larger conference rooms set up and secured so they could spread out and work through the information they had. Story lines were laid out. It was like a huge domino maze. Knock this domino down, and the ones along that path follow, then stop. However, knock this other one down, and it may continue going along many different paths, each to their own end and conclusion. It was tedious and time-consuming work. Finally, it was time to bring the whole team in on what they were doing and working on. In attendance were Elsa, Jack, Rowan, Layla, Rilo, and this time Dr. Beckham as well. As they came into the room, they were astonished at the information that had been set up for the meeting. Storyboards were laid out with different coloured strings showing the different paths. Brianna began the meeting by telling them some of what she and Jack discussed on the pier, and that Rowan, to the best of his ability, had been able to confirm regarding her theories on what was happening.
First of all,
she told them,
none of the information disclosed in this room leaves this room. That's very important. We don't talk about it out in the open where people can overhear because we simply can't have others learning about what we're planning and inadvertently screwing it up. The first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. Next, I want to apologize in advance if I wind up spilling personal information about any of you while we're here, but I'm probably not going to be able to catch myself until after the fact. And realistically, it shouldn't be an issue with anyone in this room. I think I can safely say that any one of you would give your life for one another. And in fact, some of you have in the original timeline. You're not just a team here, you're a family. And what we're working on are alternative paths we can take. So hopefully we can avoid those scenarios altogether, or at the very least find suitable workarounds. And after some lengthy discussions and theorizing, especially given the fact this timeline started veering away from the one I'm familiar with before I even arrived, Rowan and I have come to the conclusion that this timeline, your timeline, is an alternate reality of the one I'm familiar with, basically the Hollywood version. And to keep things simple, we will call the Hollywood version the main storyline, since this one appears to be following that one very closely. With that being said, Hollywood developed these stories with specific goals in mind. The biggest one being the main theme they set everything up around, and that is the Threnarians finding Earth, because that's their final endgame, and Lemuria stopping them before they're able to wreak havoc there. As with most stories, there are numerous smaller stories in and around the larger main theme, some of which tie into additional stories down the line. Some are there as backstories on the main characters, and some are there for pure entertainment.
Pure entertainment, my ass,
Jack muttered. Then, speaking louder, Jack asked,
how is me being turned into a mutant lizard creature entertaining?
Jack was referencing an episode from the first season where he was attacked by a lizard-like creature that injected him with venom. The venom started to turn him into a mutation with superior strength and abilities, but it also affected his mind, turning him into a cold-blooded predator. Literally. Fortunately, they were able to come up with an antidote and turn him back to his regular, normal self.
Well, that plays into Connor's drug experiments later down the line. That episode and the one before, it was an intro into that, which plays a much larger part in the future.
Brianna replied.
Yeah, but did they have to turn me into a reptile?
Brianna gave Jack a look, stating,
You were a very cool mutant lizard creature. Besides, it's better than what they did to him.
Indicating Dax. Jack nodded in agreement and grudgingly agreed.
Yeah, you got a point there. Sorry. Carry on.
Rilo, who had been sitting back in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest, frowned at that exchange and said,
Wait, what happens to him?
Brianna looked at Dax and told him,
I'll tell you later, babe, in private, okay?
Then she turned to Jack and said,
I'm going to need your help with that.
I'll be there. Don't worry.
Jack replied.
Hey!
Rilo said louder, sitting up in his chair.
What happens to him? Me?
Jack patted Rilo on the arm and told him,
Don't worry, bud. We got your back. Just relax. It's all taken care of.
Jack told him as he smiled and winked, trying to be nonchalant about it and calm him down. Rilo wasn't happy about it, but he sat back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest again, glaring at the both of them.
Here's the thing.
Brianna said to the group as she continued.
We're on a different path now due to whatever caused you to veer off the original timeline, which, quite frankly, Jack, Rowan, and I believe is a good thing. Your path was already veering away from the Hollywood version, and even if it wasn't, what Hollywood had planned for this series, Happily Ever After, was not well thought out. It was rushed because the series was ending and not being renewed, and it wound up being not so happy after all because they didn't care. It was over, it was done, they washed their hands of it. We can change that. And I realize when we change things up, we're heading off into the unknown, into uncharted territory. But Rowan and I believe some things will stay the same and consistent, which we will use as beacons to help guide us along the way. At other times, we'll just have to play it by ear. But the mistakes that were originally made in the series, we know in advance what they are, and we should be able to avoid them and their consequences.
Are you sure that's wise to do?
Elsa asked.
Going off into uncharted territory. Why do that when we know what the other path already is and where it leads?
Because we're already on a different path,
Brianna explained.
The original path is gone. For us, it no longer exists. And honestly, if mine and Rowan's theories are correct, and this is an alternate reality, it's possible that path never existed for you in the first place. Basically, anything we do from here on out is up to us. We can try to continue along the original path as closely as possible, making the same mistakes as before and hoping we'll still make it to the end. Or we can become our own scriptwriters and make our own future.
Rowan, do you agree with that assessment?
Elsa asked.
Considering you end up dying at the beginning of the 4th season, which is something that can be avoided, I would have to say yes. I agree with Brianna's assessment.
Rowan told her.
And I would really like to keep Connor from blowing up and dying as well.
Rowan added.
Something else that was also needless and can be avoided.
I have to say, I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment as well.
Connor exclaimed in his thick Scottish accent.
I would really prefer not to be blown up. Thank you very much.
Elsa was dumbfounded, and it took her a minute to collect herself after hearing that information.
I die?
She asked.
How?
Simulators, or Sarantines, as they're called.
Brianna answered.
It's a whole thing, and it's bad, and it gets really complicated, and you don't die as much as you get absorbed into their collective consciousness. Although that's basically the same thing because you cease to exist as an individual. So yeah, Elsa White is gone.
Elsa sat back and thought about it for a moment, then said,
Maybe I'm supposed to die. Maybe it's my time, and if it serves a greater purpose.
Brianna broke in on her, stating,
Elsa, do you really want to die because the actress that played your part wanted to take a break from the show? Because that's what probably happened. That, and it was a chance for them to bring in a popular actress as the head of Lemuria from another one of their series that just ended. It helped bring that audience over to this show. It was business, Elsa, Hollywood show business, and what they got from the shock value of it. That's why you died in the original storyline, and not for a greater purpose.
Elsa was stunned by the reality of the situation. When Brianna laid it out to her like that, it was just so cold and unfeeling. A shiver ran up and down her spine at the thought of it. Her eyes were being opened, and she was beginning to see the bigger picture. And she didn't like what she was seeing.
What about Connor? Why did he die?
Elsa asked.
Probably the same thing. The actor who played him probably wanted a break from the show, for whatever reason. I have to say, though, that episode was very well done. It was emotional and had a big shock factor to it. But then they brought him back as a clone, so yeah, pretty needless and unnecessary. Didn't tie into anything else, so we should be able to avoid it completely. No clone necessary. We'll keep the original.
Brianna said, smiling at Connor.
I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Connor replied in all sincerity.
Does anyone else die?
Elsa asked. Brianna didn't answer the question right away, and instead looked at Jack, then at Dax, and back at Jack again, who returned her look.
Not if we change things the way we hope to change things. If we get the ending we want instead of the Hollywood version, then no one else dies.
What? What is it?
Rilo asked, noticing the looks passing between Brianna and Jack.
Don't worry, we're working on it.
Jack said.
That's easy for you to say. You're not telling me anything.
Rilo growled.
Dax, I promise we will talk about it. Just later, okay?
Brianna said quietly, her eyes pleading with him to wait and trust her. Rilo saw her look and finally relented, nodding and agreeing to her request.
What about Layla?
Elsa asked.
Yes, what about me?
Layla said.
Is there anything I need to know about?
Other than getting turned into a Threnarian empress?
Jack commented. That got the attention of everyone in the room, with all kinds of exclamations being made about Layla becoming a Threnarian empress. Brianna gave Jack a stern look, causing him to ask,
What?
In that, what did I do? Tone.
You just had to go there, didn't you?
She remarked to him.
Sorry,
he replied contritely.
Okay, everybody settle down, please,
she said to the room in general.
Layla actually volunteers for that particular mission, and she gets reverted back to her original self when it's over. It's complicated and involves the storyline with the Threnarian Jack has named Ted. We're going to have to work on that one, as we will definitely still need Ted's help, whatever we do. What I'm more concerned about is making sure the storyline with Maxwell gets nixed completely, because not only does he kidnap, experiment on, and kill a great many of Layla's people, he also mutates her baby daddy. He also kidnaps her when she's in the last month of her pregnancy, intending to take her baby and use it for his own purposes. This is a storyline we need to avoid completely.
Yes, please,
Layla exclaimed.
Let us try to avoid that one. Wait, did you say baby daddy? I become pregnant?
Yes, you do. Surprise. And congratulations in advance. Sorry, that's one of those personal things I let slip unintentionally that I told you might happen. Sorry about that, Layla.
Brianna told her apologetically.
Oh, no, that is fine,
Layla replied, not really knowing how to handle what she had just been told.
And what about Rilo?
Elsa asked Brianna quietly.
You and Jack have been avoiding mentioning anything about him completely. Is there something we need to know?
Brianna was clearly uncomfortable talking about Dax and the storylines involving him. She paused for a moment, trying to figure out how to appease Elsa, while keeping certain information under wraps until she and Jack were ready to approach Dax about it. She saw Dax look at her, and her expression told him she was troubled by the knowledge she had about him. He sat up in his chair and leaned forward, resting his forearms on his legs and clasping his hands in front of him. His expression told her it was all right. She could tell them what they needed to know. She acknowledged his look with a small smile and told Elsa,
Dax's episodes were showcase pieces for the actor that played him and focused mainly on his backstory. And while Mimosa only had to act and play the part, Dax will actually have to go through and live the experience, including the pain, torture, physical and emotional trauma. These episodes don't really tie into any of the larger storylines, but are, for the most part, standalone pieces. However, there are things that happen in them that could have a major negative impact for us if what happens in them winds up not happening. And in order for those things to happen, Dax's life will be seriously at risk. There are a lot of things that could go wrong, and Jack, Rowan, and I are working on those issues to try and avoid them as much as possible while still getting the outcome we need from them.
I see,
Elsa said quietly.
Well, if there's anyone that can come up with a solution to this problem, it's you three. I have faith you will resolve this problem so Rilo comes out unscathed.
Brianna acknowledged Elsa's comment with a troubled smile, then said,
And we have one other problem, child. Jack Shelton.
Oh,
Elsa replied with a knowing grin.
But that's not really a surprise now, is it?
Hey,
Jack replied.
That's not fair.
Life isn't fair. It's just fairer than death.
Elsa quoted.
The Princess Bride.
Jack replied with a smile.
Great book and movie.
Elsa acknowledged, smiling back at him.
Okay. Wow.
Brianna said with a troubled expression.
What?
What?
Jack and Elsa said together,
I don't remember which episode it was, but you two had this conversation in Elsa's office. But Elsa was saying something about life not being fair, and Jack quoted that line from The Princess Bride to her. And Elsa didn't know where it was from. Jack had to tell her. I remember that specifically because I wanted to go look up the quote when I heard it so I could write it down and remember it.
Little changes we're not aware of,
Rowan said.
An indication things are changing quickly, and possibly in a drastic way.
Rowan said, thinking out loud.
We need to prepare. We've got to get this down before the next mission, episode, whatever, hits us. We need to know what to look out for because there will be certain constants no matter what else changes. We'll need to know them when we see them, so we can take advantage of whatever situation presents itself.
I agree.
Brianna told Rowan. Then she turned to address the room.
Okay, everyone,
she announced.
I hate to give you homework, but we will be giving you assignments with information that you will need to read over and familiarize yourself with so you will know what to be on the lookout for. But until then, try to relax. We'll let you know when we have something else to report or need your help on. Thanks, everybody,
she told them as she closed out the meeting. Brianna watched them leave, and once the room was empty of everyone except for Dax, she put her face in her hands and tried very hard to keep it together. Rilo quickly stood up and wrapped his arms around her, trying to comfort her as she tried to keep her fear and frustration from breaking through to the surface. Chapter 13. Brianna and Rilo retired to his room after the meeting to rest a bit and recoup. Brianna started getting undressed, like she was getting ready for bed, and Rilo frowned. This wasn't like her.
Not cooking tonight?
He asked.
No, not tonight. I'm beat and just want to relax a bit,
she said as she put on a big loose t-shirt and climbed into bed, curling up around a pillow. Rilo watched her for a minute, then got into bed beside her, pulling her to him and putting his arms around her. She cuddled up to him, her back against his chest. He held her for a few moments, then said softly,
You can tell me what's going on. You don't have to protect me. In case you haven't noticed, I'm pretty good at fighting. It's kind of my thing,
he told her with a grin, using one of the expressions he'd heard her say before. Brianna turned around so she was facing him, her concern showing on her features. She raised her hand to his face, her fingers caressing his cheek.
Oh, but I do have to protect you,
she replied softly.
There's some nasty big bads out there who want to rip you apart, and I just can't have that. I have to protect my man because I don't want to go back to living my life without him.
You know, it's normally the man that's supposed to protect the woman,
Rilo replied.
But we're not exactly a normal couple,
she responded.
Besides, we're a team, remember? Partners. We take care of each other.
She paused for a moment, then added,
And I'm sure there will come a time when you need to protect me too. We'll take turns, okay? This time, it's my turn.
Okay,
Rilo said, smiling at her.
Okay.
They lay there, staring at each other for a few minutes. Then Rilo frowned as he fingered the neckline of the t-shirt she was wearing. He had a serious expression as he told her,
You know you're breaking my main rule, right?
What rule?
She asked innocently, knowing full well what rule he was referring to.
The rule I told you the first night you spent here with me.
Nothing's coming to mind. Why don't you remind me?
No clothes allowed in bed. Remember?
Oh no, I forgot. Am I in trouble?
She asked, her eyes wide.
That depends. How much do you like this shirt?
I could take it or leave it,
she said with a smile, anticipating what was coming next.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
The next morning, as they were getting dressed and ready for the day, Rilo noticed Brianna was walking around slowly and gingerly, and when she sat down, it was very carefully and in a certain way. He smiled and couldn't resist the urge to tease her a bit.
Something wrong, babe?
He asked innocently.
You're walking kind of funny.
Oh, you think?
She responded back tartly, a bit perturbed at his teasing.
And just so you know, this kitchen,
she said, pointing to her vagina,
is closed for repairs, thank you very much. No more Hunger Games for you, mister.
Rilo laughed heartily and in a few strides closed the distance between them and caught her up in his arms, kissing her soundly.
You could have told me to stop at any time,
he reminded her.
Besides, it got your mind off your troubles, didn't it?
She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled.
Yes,
she admitted.
It definitely did. And thank you for that, by the way. It was a much more pleasurable way to spend the evening than what I thought it was going to be.
She gave him a loving look, then murmured,
"My Neronian warrior,"
as she pulled his head down so she could kiss him properly and thoroughly. When they finally broke apart, he grunted and said,
If you keep this up, I'm going to have to insist the kitchen reopen, repairs or no repairs.
This time she was the one who laughed as she told him,
"Let's keep the kitchen closed for a little bit. Some of those repairs need some time to get completed."
If you insist,
he replied, kissing the top of her head and giving her but a pat. Just then the door chimed. Rilo opened it and saw Shelton standing there. Rilo motioned for Jack to come in, and the door closed behind him.
I thought I would find both of you here,
he said with a grin.
Where else would we be?
Rilo asked.
Well, I used to find you at the gym all the time, sparring and tossing everyone around. In fact, Dr. Beckham says sparring-related injuries have gone down significantly since Brianna arrived. Something tells me that's not a coincidence,
he said, grinning at her knowingly. Brianna blushed, then wanting to change the subject, asked,
"What's up? Any new developments?"
Yes! As a matter of fact, we received a distress call from a planet, one we haven't visited before. Considering the timing, Rowan and I feel it may be the next mission we're supposed to go on,
Jack replied. Brianna thought for a moment, then said,
"You're probably right. You never received a distress call from that particular planet, but with things changing the way they are, that's not surprising. I suggest you bring a couple of teams to come with us, just in case."
Already done and in motion. Meet you in the ready room in an hour, okay?
Jack said as he turned to leave. Then Jack noticed how she was moving around the room as she got ready. He asked with concern,
You okay? You're walking kind of funny.
Yeah, I told her that earlier too,
Rilo added innocently. She stood up straight and paused for a moment, glaring at Dax. Then she turned to Jack and said,
"I kind of overdid it with the yoga. Went a little farther with it than I should have. No big deal. I'll be fine."
You sure? There's no telling what we'll come up against out there,
Jack said, noticing the looks passing back and forth between Brianna and Rilo.
"Jack, I'm fine. No worries, okay?"
she said as she smiled at him reassuringly. Jack smiled in return and went to walk out the door when he paused a moment, halfway turning back toward Brianna, saying,
We still need to...
"Yes, I know,"
she said, interrupting him.
"Let's get this mission over with first. Then we'll talk."
He nodded in response and left the room. As Brianna started getting ready for the upcoming mission, Rilo pottered around the room, glancing her way every now and then, wanting to ask her about something that was bothering him, but not quite knowing how. Finally, he got up the nerve and, trying to sound as casual as possible, said,
You and Shelton have been spending a lot of time together.
Being the older and wiser woman that she was, and knowing Dax like she did, she knew better than to brush off his comment as if it were nothing, or treat it like it was nothing. She stopped what she was doing and turned to look at him. She could tell something was bothering him, and she had a good idea what that something was. So she took what he said seriously and answered him honestly.
"Yes, we have. We've been working hard, trying to come up with alternate solutions to your particular storylines. He cares about you almost as much as I do. He considers you more than a friend, more like a brother. So he's the one I trust to help me keep you safe."
Rilo was thoughtful as he considered her response to his question.
Is it really that bad? My storylines?
She paused a moment to gather herself before she answered him.
"It's not good. The stories were written to give Mimosa a chance to showcase his acting abilities and further his character on the show and his career. So the more dramatic the story, the better it was for him. The stories, your stories, were not written with the intention that a real person would live it and go through it and have to feel all the emotions and pain you would need to endure. And of course, your life hangs in the balance every single time. That, and you get tortured more than once, And the idea you would actually have to go through that, I'm having a hard time dealing with that. And so is Jack.
Rilo observed her raw emotions as she answered his question. It was all over her face and body, and he saw how much this was affecting her. He went over and wrapped his arms around her, and she buried her face in his chest, holding on to him tightly.
The three of us need to talk about this and work it out,
Rilo stated.
We'll change what we can and deal with what we can't. But as long as I have you to come back to,
he told her, holding her face in his hands,
I can live through anything.
They kissed and she hugged him tightly, hoping beyond hope that would be enough to keep him safe. Chapter 14. As Logan and his teams gathered in the portal room for the mission, Shelton and his team met off to the side.
We're looking for a structure that looks like Lemuria, but on the ground, half buried, covered in plant life and vines, right?
Jack asked Brianna.
Right,
she answered.
We need to be careful because they have a military force, but they don't have any guns, so don't let them intimidate you. The only way they can gain the upper hand is if they separate us from each other. We cannot let that happen. It's an all of us or none of us type of deal. We do not separate from each other. Understood?
Everyone nodded their understanding, and she continued, addressing Rowan.
Except for you, Rowan. Since we already know about the structure and that they have missiles, as soon as we get there, you need to find the buried entrance so you can get control of the power to that place. We don't want them using the missiles on us, okay? Logan has assigned a team to go with you, so you won't be by yourself. You'll have protection, all right?
Rowan wasn't happy about having to break away from the main team, but at least he would have a fully armed military detail protecting him this time. That was better than what he had in the original story, which was nothing. As they prepared to go through the Infinity Gate, Brianna held her breath in anticipation. This was her first time through, and she could hardly believe she was getting to have the experience to travel like this. It was unreal and so very real all at the same time. The anticipation was almost too much to bear. As they proceeded through the portal, she followed in turn, not really knowing what to expect. She walked through the portal and walked out the other side. There was no whoosh of bendy light tunnels like they portrayed on the show. None at all. It was simply like stepping through a doorway that travelled light years between planets in mere seconds, but still like stepping through a door and coming out the other side. It wasn't what she expected, but she wasn't going to let that bother her. She had just travelled through a real Infinity Gate and was now on a completely different planet. And it was awesome. The planet seemed pretty ordinary, with a path leading from the Infinity Gate into a forest. Nothing seemed out of sorts, so they started down the path with Jack, Rilo, Layla and Rowan leading the way, then Logan and his teams following behind. Brianna walked with Logan's main team as she enjoyed their company. Hudson, T-Ball, Gladys and Sophie were regular visitors to the kitchen when she was cooking, and they frequently had dance jams and lip-sync battles together while she cooked. Logan even showed up every once in a while to join in. They walked for about 20 minutes when they finally came upon what was visible of the city and the adjacent village. The ancient Lemurians had built more than one cloud city, but not all of them survived the conflict with the Threnarians. The city the Earth team had discovered escaped destruction due to an advanced shielding system those Lemurian scientists had implemented, keeping them invisible to their enemy. However, for the other cloud cities, very few of them remained intact. This one had escaped notice because the Lemurians had landed the city on this particular planet and hidden it, using the lush vegetation and plant life as camouflage against the constant Threnarian threat of annihilation. Over the centuries, the inhabitants had stayed on the down low and kept to themselves so they wouldn't be found out. In the process, the city had sunk into the planet and was almost covered and consumed on the outside by the plant life surrounding it. The Threnarians maintained control over the humanoid populations in the galaxy by threatening to completely destroy any humanoid settlements that advanced themselves through technology. The Threnarians wanted to maintain themselves as top dog in that regard. This kept the humanoids in a primitive state to where they wouldn't be a threat, enabling them to maintain complete power and control. However, It had gotten to the point where inbreeding had become a problem for this particular city and its inhabitants, as the gene required to operate the ancient technology had become almost non-existent in their descendants. Those that still had the gene had set themselves up as the rulers of their people, akin to royalty, and lived exclusively in the city's structure. The rest of the inhabitants lived in the adjacent village, and according to the episode, when they found out Jack had the gene, they were intent on him providing them with new blood for future generations, whether or not Jack was interested in helping them in that regard. But when the Lemurian team arrived, it appeared the city was deserted and there were signs the village had been attacked. From who or what they weren't sure, but no one was in sight. They saw the Lemurian-styled buildings, which confirmed that, yes, this was the next episode on the list, but it was obvious something was wrong. The city should not have been deserted, and there appeared to be no one coming out of the buildings to meet them either. Everything was still and quiet. Jack ordered Logan and his teams to search the village to see if they could find any evidence of life or what had happened there. Rowan wanted to go check out the buildings in the city that stored the munitions and missiles, so Jack had one of Logan's teams escort Rowan to see what they could find. As the first team continued to look around the village, Brianna went up to Jack and told him,
"Dude, I am so sorry this didn't work out for you."
Jack gave her a quizzical look and replied,
"Huh?"
She kept her gaze on the village, but had a mischievous smile playing about her lips as she told him,
"This is one of those episodes where you were supposed to get a little sumpin' on the side. One of the ruling monarch's daughters, actually. Very cute."
"Really?"
Jack responded, intrigued with this information.
For some reason, I never see it coming."
"Yeah, that's what you said right before she jumped your bones. She wanted you to be her baby daddy."
"She jumped my bones, huh? Wait, what?"
Jack asked, panicking a little bit.
"What about being a baby daddy? Did that actually happen?"
Brianna simply smiled and walked away, not answering as she walked over to where Dax was standing at the outskirts of the village.
"See anything?"
she asked, as his gaze scanned the area, looking for signs of what had happened.
There are signs some bodies were dragged that way, and also signs there were people kneeling here that looked to be female and children, then being led away,"
he told her, as he pointed out the markings he was talking about.
"Blood spatter, too,"
Brianna said as she pointed it out on the leaves, grass and trees around the area.
"From the pattern, I'd say some people's heads got bashed in before they were dragged away."
Rilo was impressed, commenting,
"Not bad. You've got a good eye."
"I just watch a lot of crime dramas. It's amazing what you can learn from a dead body in a crime scene,"
she told him, giving him a quick pat on the arm as she walked back to Jack with Dax following close behind.
"See anything?"
Jack asked as they came toward him.
"Looks like the men got killed and the women and children taken away,"
Rilo replied.
"We could follow the trail where the bodies were dragged and see if there's anything that can tell us more. But we'd have to split up and do some scouting around."
Jack looked around uneasily as he replied,
"No, I don't want to split up any more than we already have. Let's see how Rowan's doing."
Jack tapped his comm and said,
"Rowan, found anything yet?" "I was just about to call you,"
Rowan said, sounding upset.
"Rowan, what is it?"
Jack asked, urgency in his tone.
"Shelton, it's bad. It's really bad in here,"
Rowan replied.
"There are bodies everywhere, slaughtered, and just left lying where they fell. Johnson thinks from the look of things, it's been about 3 days since they were killed."
"Were they fed on?"
Rilo asked Jack.
"Rowan, does it look like any of them were fed on?"
Jack asked.
No feeding. This wasn't Threnarian. Just plain old barbaric butchery of the human variety,"
Rowan replied.
"Okay?"
Jack replied.
"Find out what you can about the power and the missiles, then meet us back here at the village as soon as you can. I'd rather not spend the night here, but we need some answers. And if we're staying, I want all of us together in one spot. Got it?" "No problem. I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to. We'll be back as quickly as we can,"
Rowan told him. Layla walked up and reported they had found nothing that could tell them what had happened to the people, other than what Rowan had found. There were no bodies or signs of anyone other than the tracks, drag marks and blood spatter Rilo and Brianna had found on the outskirts.
What do you think?
Jack asked Brianna. She shook her head as she looked around, telling him,
This seems orchestrated, planned. I had a strong feeling things had changed so much we would be off script. But this, someone or something is behind this. There's an end game we're not seeing yet. What's the point to all of this? What's the purpose? It doesn't make sense.
She sighed heavily, then added,
I really don't want to stay, but we need to find some answers, whatever they are. And the only way to do that is to go scouting around, but I would prefer to do it at daybreak, so we have a full day's light. I don't want any of us to get caught out in the dark and separated from each other, especially since someone on this planet has no problem murdering people.
Jack called Logan over and told him to find a building that could house all of them with the best strategic defensible position, and to let the rest of the teams know they were spending the night. Logan and his team wasted no time and quickly found a large structure that would suit their needs. They set up shifts for guard duty and settled in. By this time, it was mid-afternoon, so there were still several hours of daylight left. Rilo told Jack he was going to scout around the area close to their position and see if he could scare up some game for dinner. Layla had found a couple of bows and quills full of arrows when she was searching the village, so she and Brianna went along with Rilo to hunt alongside him. They didn't want to use guns because they didn't want to alert whoever was there to their position, so it was hunting the old-fashioned way. They moved quietly through the forest, looking for prey. They had some luck and found what looked to be a deer-like creature not too far from the village. A couple of well-placed arrows from Brianna and Layla brought it down quickly, hardly making a sound. Rilo was in the process of trussing it up to take it back with them when they heard someone coming their direction, so they quickly concealed themselves in the dense brush and foliage surrounding them. They saw two men, dirty and wild-looking, dressed in animal skins. They held hatchet-like weapons and spears, and were headed in a direction that was opposite the village. Rilo, Layla, and Brianna, all with the same thought, quietly followed them at a discreet distance. They watched them enter a camp just a few minutes away from them where it appeared there were around 25 to 30 men, all barbaric-looking just like the two they saw in the woods. And there were wooden cages that held the missing women and children from the village. They appeared to only have primitive weapons, no guns or any type of modern weaponry, and it looked like they were prepping for an attack. As it turned out, they were right. A large man came out of the biggest tent, apparently their leader, and he barked orders at the others, telling them to be ready. They were going to attack the newcomers in the dead of night, when most of them would be asleep and at their most vulnerable. The two men they had seen walking in the forest apparently were a scouting party and reported back to their leader about the Lemurian team, giving him information for the upcoming attack. They entered the leader's tent with him and disappeared from view. The threesome left the camp and headed back to the village, picking up the deer along the way and keeping a careful eye out for any other scouts that may still have been lurking about. Once they reached the city, they told Jack what they had seen and heard.
Layla, were those Moxera we saw?
Brianna asked.
Yes, they were Moxera, but it is unusual for them to attack a settlement like this. And they would have had to surprise the guards, which is unlikely if the Lemurian buildings had the technology in place you say it had. They should have seen them coming and been more than prepared for them,
Layla replied.
But according to what Rowan saw, it was a slaughter, and there was no evidence any missiles were used. It does not make sense.
We're still missing something,
Brianna said, perplexed.
The team encounters the Moxera much later in the series, but not before then. At least, they're not introduced until then.
She paused for a moment, thinking hard, then added,
This is seriously off script, so it's time we do some writing of our own. If I remember correctly, the Moxera are ruthless and savage. When they strike, it's to kill. Layla, can you back me up on this?
She is right, Jack,
Layla replied.
We cannot afford to go easy on them because they will not go easy on us. It appears they have already killed all the people in this village and the city, except for the women and children who they will beat, torture, and rape. The ones they do not keep for themselves, they will sell as slaves. These are not people you can talk to or reason with. They will not listen.
Which means we need to be prepared to strike back just as harshly.
Brianna added.
I know we need information, but at this stage, we can't afford to risk lives, so we need to shoot to kill. If by chance any of them survive to give us information, that's great. But it's not something we can risk by just trying to wound or capture them, because they won't stop coming at you until one of you is dead.
Understood,
Jack replied.
They may have us outnumbered, but we have the advantage of surprise on our side. We can set up an ambush of our own. But for what I have in mind,
Jack added thoughtfully,
we're gonna need some bait.
Brianna smiled and asked,
What do you have in mind?
Jack returned her smile and told them his plan. Then Layla and Brianna went off to make the appropriate preparations. After the women left, Jack looked at Rilo with concern.
Are you okay with this?
Jack asked Rilo.
Sure,
Rilo replied.
it's a good plan.
So, it's okay? Brianna is the bait?
Jack inquired, wanting additional confirmation for his own peace of mind.
She can handle herself.
Rilo told him with confidence.
Besides, she's not the bait. She's the trap.
Rilo clapped Jack on the back, then walked off to get ready for that night's activities. Jack watched Rilo as he walked away, wondering how he could be so calm and relaxed at a time like this. He wished he had that kind of confidence. It would really come in handy right about now. Everything was prepared. It was just a waiting game now. Brianna knelt beside the pot over the fire, stirring the contents. It was quiet in the big room, but she knew she wasn't alone. Her comm came to life as various people checked in at the predetermined intervals, connecting her with what was going on outside. Then she heard what she had been waiting to hear. The Moxira had entered the outskirts of the village and were making their way toward the building she was in, the smoke and light from the fire advertising her presence. She waited patiently where she was for them to enter. She saw them in her peripheral vision as they came in, and she observed their confusion as they saw only her in the middle of the big room, stirring the pot. She looked up and saw that about half of their group had come inside the building, which meant the other half was still outside. That was good. The units Logan had outside should be able to take care of them easily enough, considering they had automatic weapons against sticks and stones. She stood up slowly, watching them closely. The leader was there as well, and he stepped forward, staring hard at her.
That's the one he wants. Take her,
he told two of his men. She looked at the leader curiously, wondering to herself,
That's the one he wants? What the hell does that mean?
But she didn't have time to think about it further, because before the Moxira could move toward her, Jack and Layla stepped out from their hiding places. They were armed with military assault rifles and were pointing them at the Moxira, stopping them in their tracks.
Where's Rilo?
Jack whispered to Layla. Layla looked around the room and whispered back,
I do not know. He should be here by now.
drop your weapons.
The leader told Jack and Layla in a deep, threatening voice.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to say no to that, but you could drop your weapons.
Jack told him pleasantly.
Drop them, or he dies,
the leader said, as he pointed to two men that were dragging Rilo in by his arms, his hands bound behind his back. They dumped him on the ground unceremoniously in a heap, badly beaten. He was still semi-conscious and tried to get up, but one of the men who had brought him in kicked him hard in the stomach, making Rilo cry out in pain and collapse. When Brianna saw Dax being dragged in, obviously having been beaten and then kicked again when he tried to get up, her breath caught in her throat as she heard him cry out. She could barely breathe, the anger and rage rising in her like a tidal wave. Then something inside of her broke. It took her a moment to realize what it was, and then she felt it. That thing deep inside her, the monster she'd been controlling all these years, had broken away from the chains and walls she'd surrounding it. It was free. It wanted blood. And considering the situation they were in, she was more than happy to feed it.
It took 10 of my men to restrain him, and 5 of those men are now dead. I should kill him right now, just for that. But we will leave him and you,
the leader said, motioning to Jack and Layla.
and the rest of your people alone. All we want is her,
the leader indicated, pointing to Brianna. When the Moxira had first brought Rilo in bound and beaten, Jack thought he would have to stop Brianna from trying to run to him. as most women would have in that situation, either that or collapse in a sobbing heap on the ground, begging and pleading for mercy. But Jack was beginning to understand just how different she was. As the leader talked, Jack kept watching Brianna's reaction to the situation and was surprised at what he saw and a little scared. She just stood there, quiet and still. She showed no outward reaction to what was going on around her, but anyone that took the time to notice would realize that a white-hot fury was building up inside her of hurricane proportions. And then something Rilo said about her earlier gave him an idea.
All you want is her?
Jack asked, pointing to Brianna.
And you'll leave the rest of us alone?
The leader's eyes narrowed at Jack's question, wondering what he was up to, replying,
Yes, that is the deal.
Fine. I accept your deal.
Jack said.
Take her. She's yours.
Layla looked at Jack like he had lost his mind.
Jack, what are you doing?
She demanded to know. Jack kept his eyes on the leader the entire time, but answered Layla, saying,
Rilo trusts her, Layla. We should too.
Layla wasn't sure what was going on, but she followed Jack's lead, and they both moved away from Brianna toward Rilo, who was still tied up on the ground a few feet away. The Moxera leader kept his eyes on Jack and Layla as they moved toward Rilo, watching them as they pulled him back out of harm's way. At the same time, he sent 2 of his men over towards the female they were after. But after a few seconds, he noticed his men were not bringing her back, but simply standing in front of her.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
She twirled Lucille around her finger, Old West style, looking at what remained of the Moxera leader with great satisfaction. Then she walked over to where Jack, Layla and Dax were and kneeled down to hand Dax his weapon and take a closer look at him, examining his injuries.
Hey,
she said to Dax, stroking his face.
You okay? Looks like they landed some pretty heavy hits.
I'm fine. I've had worse,
he answered, smiling at her and groaning as they helped him up. That was when Jack looked at Brianna and said,
You never told me you've had training. That would have been helpful to know.
She looked at him, confused at his comment, and asked,
What are you talking about?
You know, the hand-to-hand combat training you've obviously had? Or what? Did Rilo teach you all that?
Jack queried. She was still confused and told him,
Jack, I've never had any kind of formal fight training, and Dax has never given me a fighting lesson.
Jack stood there and stared at her in shock, then exclaimed,
Are you telling me you've never had any formal fight training? At all? And you let us put you in that situation? Are you crazy?
She smiled and patted his cheek, admitting,
A little bit. Comes in handy every now and then.
She stepped over to Dax's side and put her arm around him, helping to support him as he walked.
Please tell me you knew about this,
Jack said to Rilo in complete exasperation.
What, that she could handle herself? I'm the one that told you she could, remember?
Rilo told him, giving Brianna a quick hug and a kiss on the head. Jack looked at Layla helplessly and she shrugged, not knowing what to say or do either. She was just as surprised as Jack was. They were about to leave the building to join Logan and his teams outside when they heard a weak voice saying,
It is not over yet. He is after you, and he will find you, eventually.
They turned around and saw one of the Moxera warriors leaning back against a wall, bleeding out from his wounds. They walked over to him, and Brianna asked,
Your leader said something about, I'm the one he wants. What did he mean by that?
The man laughed weakly, coughing up blood as he did so.
He is not my leader. I am not Moxera, not by choice. I was forced into this life. But this existence is nothing compared to what will happen when the Gorum finds you and takes you.
At the mention of the Gorum, Layla's eyes went wide and Rilo became agitated.
Why would the Gorum be after her?
Rilo demanded to know. The injured man looked at Rilo and said,
Why does the Gorum do anything? Because they can. It is the Gorum. She must have done something to catch their eye,
he said as he looked at Brianna.
And what happened here proved her worth. The Gorum will never stop looking for her now.
The man looked at Brianna and told her,
I am sorry. No one deserves that fate. No one. But I thought you should know.
He managed to sit up a little more and pointed to the corpse of the Moxera leader.
He has a communication device. Destroy it, then leave this place. It will delay the Gorum from finding you, for a while at least. After that, it is only a matter of time.
Is that why all these people were killed?
Brianna asked. The man looked at her sadly and said,
No, the chieftain's orders were to come here to capture you. The Gorum had instructed the people in the tower to assist him in your capture, which they agreed to do. But the chieftain betrayed them and killed them.
He shrugged, then added,
It is what the Moxera do. As long as he delivered you to the Gorum, it did not matter what happened to the others.
Brianna looked at him for a moment, taking in what he said, then asked,
Why are you telling us this? You could have kept silent. Why speak now?
The man coughed up more blood, then managed to tell her,
As I said, no one deserves the fate that awaits you. And also, to make up for some of the bad I have done with the Moxera before I pass over. It is not much, but it is something. At least, I hope it is.
He slurred his last words, exhaled one last time, and died. Jack turned to Layla and Rilo, asking,
So, what is this Gorum exactly?
Not here,
Layla said, acting quickly. She went over to the body of the Moxera leader, found the communication device, and stepped on it, crushing it into tiny pieces.
We need to leave, now,
she said with urgency.
We can discuss the Gorum once we are back in Lemuria.
They went back outside and met up with Logan and his teams, who had great success in defeating the rest of the Moxera. Logan had also sent a team into the forest to the Moxera campsite to free the prisoners, and made sure they had the necessary provisions and supplies until they could get back on their feet. In the meantime, Rowan had wasted no time in getting his team to scavenge some much-needed parts, including a good number of missiles from the city to take back to Lemuria with them. He wanted to go back for some more contraband, but Jack told him no, they had to leave, and they weren't coming back. When Rowan wanted to know why, Brianna informed him she had evidently attracted the attention of some sort of monster, who was now stalking her and wanted to capture her, and who also knew they were currently there on the planet. This prompted the appropriate response from Rowan, who readily agreed to leave with no further fuss. As they headed back to the Infinity Gate and Lemuria, a myriad of thoughts were swirling around Brianna's head about what they found out. Not to mention the looks Layla and Dax were giving each other as they constantly scanned the area around them, looking for what she did not know. But she knew it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. Chapter 15. After the teams arrived back in Lemuria, Layla told Elsa they needed to meet right away to discuss what they found out on the planet. But first, Rilo was ordered to the infirmary to get checked out by Dr. Beckham for the injuries he sustained during the battle. Rilo insisted he was fine, while Jack insisted he go see the good doctor anyway. Brianna went with Rilo to A, make sure he actually went, and B, make sure he really was all right. After examining him, Dr. Beckham told Rilo he had a couple of bruised ribs, which would be sore and painful for a while, along with quite a few other bruises and some cuts, but nothing major. He confirmed that Rilo would live to fight another day. Dr. Beckham did give Rilo one piece of news he was not too happy about, however. Because of his injuries, he was told no strenuous activity, which also meant no sex, for at least 2 weeks. Rilo looked at Connor like he was insane.
Why?
Rilo demanded to know.
That part of me is fine. I didn't get hurt there.
I realise that, but your ribs are in a fragile state. Activity like that could make it worse.
Dr. Beckham explained.
Will it kill me?
Rilo questioned.
No, it won't kill you,
Dr. Beckham replied.
but it could cause some serious problems if you get too, well, rambunctious while you're, and something tells me you probably get quite physical during the act. Am I right, Missy?
He asked, turning to Brianna to get her assistance in keeping Rilo in one piece.
Yes, he is. Very physical and energetic.
She confirmed to Connor. Then, turning to Dax, she told him,
Dax, he's not telling you this to be mean. He's telling you this because it will help you get better much sooner than if if we kept being physical together.
Rilo looked at Brianna in exasperation as he asked,
How am I not supposed to be physical when you're next to me every night?
She thought about it for a second, then said,
Well, maybe I should sleep in my room for the next 2 weeks until you're better and get cleared by Connor.
That only made Rilo look at Brianna like she had now lost all her marbles. Rilo sighed heavily, then informed Brianna she would continue sleeping in his room, in his bed, no matter what his condition was. A couple of bruised ribs were not going to keep them from sleeping together, period. And if they decided to be physical with each other, he informed Connor, and if that caused some issues, then they would deal with that when or if it happened. As Rilo got up to get dressed, Connor quietly told Brianna to try and keep him as low-key and unphysical as possible. She told him she would do her best, thanking him for his help. Although she had no idea how she was going to keep Dax from being unphysical. Once they were through in the infirmary, Brianna radioed Jack and he told them to come to their special conference room to give their report to Elsa. When they got there, Elsa, Jack and Rowan were already there, and Layla was agitated, pacing back and forth as everyone took a seat. Jack quickly brought Elsa up to speed as to what happened on the planet. Although he did leave out a few details regarding the final battle with the Moxira leader and a certain new member of the team.
Layla,
Elsa asked,
what can you tell us about this Gorum? What is it? A person? A creature?
Layla stopped pacing and tried to find the words to explain.
All the people in this galaxy, no matter the planet, have stories as old as time, for as long as any of us can remember, about the Gorum. It eventually became a tale told to children that misbehaved to get them to correct their behavior. If you do something bad, you will catch the eye of the Gorum, they would be told, and he will come and snatch you away to keep you as his own. Personally, I have never known or heard of anyone being taken by the Gorum in many, many years. But the stories remain and continue to be handed down generation to generation. My elders told me to beware. The Gorum is not just a tale. They exist, and to never forget, never let anyone forget, they are real. Because the fate that awaits anyone that attracts the eye of the Gorum is...
Here Layla paused, glancing at Brianna, unwilling to continue. Brianna finished the thought for her by saying,
Let me guess. A fate worse than death? Never-ending pain and suffering? Torture beyond comprehension?
Layla was shocked and replied,
How did you know?
Brianna laughed softly and said,
I'm a writer, a novelist, and that's one of my genres, horror stories. It's what I write about. I try to throw some humor and good times in there too, but basically, horror stories. People where I'm from love them. Can't seem to get enough of them.
Rilo leaned forward and took Brianna's hand in his. His expression as he looked at her was worried and serious.
This is not something to be taken lightly. My parents and grandparents told me the same thing, and I've heard similar stories from other planets. And while I have never come across anyone that knew of someone that was taken, these stories exist for a reason.
That's when Rowan spoke up, saying in exasperation,
Fairy tales, this is nothing more than a folk story. A fairy tale based on superstition and nonsense, with no basis, in fact.
Brianna immediately countered his statement by telling him,
Rowan, you should know better than that. Even our fairy tales, and most stories that are handed down like that, have some basis, in fact. Over the years, they get diluted and twisted and retold differently, but if you trace the original story back to the source, you'll find it's pretty accurate with basis in actual facts. And as a scientist, you can't make a generalized assumption like that and just throw everything out the window, especially about something you know nothing about. That's like throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
That's a terrible saying. I hate that expression.
Rowan muttered.
Yes, it is.
Brianna agreed.
But the point it makes is very valid, don't you agree?
Yes. I hate to admit it, but yes.
Rowan said grudgingly.
What else can you tell us about the Gorum?
Brianna asked, addressing both Layla and Dax.
Is there any history about who or what they are, what they're capable of? Anything to give us a clue as to what I'm facing or up against?
According to our village elders,
Layla began.
they're beings of immense power and abilities that, as far as we know, are immortal. And they can reach across space and time. Other than that, I am sorry. I wish there was more I could tell you, but that is all I know.
That's what I heard as well.
Rilo added.
To catch the eye of the Gorum is to...
Rilo hesitated, also unwilling to finish his thought out loud.
Yeah, I know. Be doomed to a fate worse than death. I get it.
Brianna concluded for him.
And to top it off, evidently there's more than one of these creatures. Leave it to me to catch the attention of the ultimate stalker.
She lowered her head to the table, so her forehead was resting on it as she mumbled.
This whole thing on the planet was a setup, a test for me.
What?
Elsa wanted to know, not sure she heard Brianna correctly.
A test. For what purpose?
Brianna raised her head back up and, thinking out loud, said,
Evidently the Gorum set this whole thing up on the planet as a test for me. And not just a test, but a trap to catch me. At least that's what the guy who died said. Something about, I proved my worth to him. And now he's never going to stop looking for me. Which means, he doesn't know exactly where I am. He had to draw me out in order to find me. Which also means, while he is extremely powerful, he's not omnipotent. And that's a good thing. That is a very good thing.
Brianna looked at Rowan and said,
Rowan, follow along with me here. I'm just throwing out ideas, but I think some of the pieces may be finally coming together. We were missing one of the biggest pieces, which was the Gorum. Now we have it. Say you're this powerful, ancient creature with lots of time on his hands. You get bored. Immortality has that effect. So he looks around, sees all these different realities and dimensions and timelines, and, oh, looky there. That creature looks interesting. Let's pluck him out and see what he's like. And how about this one over here? And I think I'd like to add this one to my collection. This would explain all the stories from the different planets. But he can't do too much because when you start messing around with realities and dimensions and timelines, you start creating ripples. Ripples that can turn into tidal waves if you're not careful. That means frequency and timing are an issue. Also, if there's more than one of these Gorum, which according to Layla's and Dax's elders there are, then you probably don't want your other Gorum buddies to know what you're doing. They might get pissed or jealous, or they might even have rules against it because those ripples could cause some serious issues. Who knows?
Rowan sat up and leaned forward, adding,
And let's not assume there's only one player in this. The universe loves balance. Nature loves balance. If the Gorum starts messing with one thing, something will need to intervene to balance it out. That may be how he's been able to get away with this. Otherwise, the ripples he's causing would cause chaos not just across one universe, but all of them.
So,
Brianna continued,
he starts a little something here that's not even noticeable at first, which causes a snowball effect. Then I, for whatever reason, gets tapped and zapped to come and balance things back out. And subsequently, the Gorum winds up with a new plaything.
It's a theory.
Elsa concluded,
But we're still missing a lot of pieces.
It's one of many possible theories.
Brianna added.
Hopefully, we'll be able to refine it further and find a way to avoid him before I, get taken.
I won't let that happen,
Rilo told Brianna quietly. She looked at him with a sad smile and said,
You may not have a choice.
We always have a choice.
Rilo replied, taking hold of her hand.
So what exactly did you do that proved your worth?
Elsa asked, looking at Brianna curiously. She hesitated in answering, a bit embarrassed, finally admitting,
I may have gone a little cray-cray with the killing of the bad guys.
Cray-cray?
Elsa inquired.
Yeah.
Brianna continued reluctantly.
They captured Dax and brought him in, tied up and beaten. Then they dumped him on the ground and kicked him. And I kind of snapped. A little bit.
She admitted. Jack gave her a look, commenting,
If that was a little, I don't want to see a lot.
Brianna kept her gaze averted from his as she replied softly,
No, you really don't.
You went crazy and went on a wild, what? Killing spree?
Elsa asked, trying to get an idea of what happened.
No, Elsa, she did not.
Layla interjected.
She was not acting crazy or out of control. She was very controlled, very calm, and very efficient. The men who approached her were there to take her, and she defended herself. And it seems she has never had any kind of training before, so her ability to control the situation like she did was unique. She was the perfect bait.
You use someone with no formal training as bait?
Elsa asked Jack with dismay.
I didn't know she didn't have any training,
Jack replied emphatically.
I thought Rilo had been training her with all the time they've been spending together. And he didn't have a problem with the plan, and she agreed to it, so we put her in play.
Jack looked at Rilo, then added,
I even asked him if he was okay with using her as bait. He told me she wasn't the bait, she was the trap. I didn't understand what he meant until I saw her in action. Then it became very clear.
She's naturally gifted,
Rilo said.
She reacts instinctively to situations, but in a calm and controlled manner. She took me down in 3 seconds the first time we were on the mat together. Had a blade to my throat before I even knew what happened or could react,
he said, smiling with pride at Brianna.
Her skill set is unique and deadly to those that cross her. She is able to adapt to whatever situation she is in. She is a true slayer, a very rare creature.
Brianna laughed softly in response, stating,
And there you have it, the crux of the matter.
What? What do you mean?
Elsa asked.
A very rare creature,
Layla responded softly, echoing Rilo's description of Brianna.
That is why she caught the eye of the Gorum, and why he wants her.
Chapter 16. The meeting broke up soon after the big reveal as to why the Gorum was after Brianna. Jack pulled Rowan, Layla and Rilo aside, talking with them as they walked off with their heads together, while Elsa asked Brianna to stay behind so she could talk privately with her.
How are you doing? Are you okay?
Elsa asked. Brianna simply looked at Elsa, not quite knowing how to respond to her question.
I guess I'm okay,
she finally answered.
I mean, how are you supposed to react when you find out an honest-to-goodness big bad is after you and has reached across time, space, dimensions, and realities to get you because he wants you for his plaything? And there's not really anything you can do about it except put it off for as long as possible.
That is a lot to take in,
Elsa admitted.
But you do know we will do everything in our power to make sure that doesn't happen, right?
Brianna smiled a thoughtful, sad smile and said,
I know, but I don't think there's anything you can do. I think this is totally and completely out of our hands. We have no idea what we're up against or what kind of powers this creature has, and apparently there's more than one of them. So...
But we will try,
Elsa reiterated.
You're one of us now. You're a part of Shelton's team as well as mine. And we're not going to let you go without a fight.
Brianna was greatly surprised at Elsa's comment and deeply touched.
Wow. I don't know what to say except, I'm honored. Thank you, Elsa. That means a lot to me. You have no idea how much.
I was going to have to pull some strings to keep you in Lemuria with us,
Elsa added.
After my initial reports on your arrival here and what's happened since, both the military and ISAC wanted you back on Earth for debriefing, is what they called it. I know better, and I think you do too.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not my Earth. There's nothing for me there, and once they got me, they'd never let me come back,
she replied.
Exactly.
And we need you here. But now, with this Gorum situation, I don't think we'll have any trouble in that regard. Once they find out there's some sort of super monster hunting you, the last place they'd want you to be is...
on Earth.
Brianna finished for her, laughing at the irony of the situation.
Well, I guess we found the silver lining to that cloud, didn't we?
Then she got serious again and said,
But now that we have a better understanding of what's going on and the time crunch we're under, I need to make sure you guys have all the information you need to come through this new reality that's been created for you unscathed. That means we're going to have to double down on getting the new storylines and scenarios worked out before I get taken.
As Elsa started to protest, Brianna stopped her.
I know. We'll do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. But in case it does, I want to make sure you all are taken care of and know what to do, or at least what directions to take and which ones to avoid. That means Rowan, Jack, and I will need to work extra hard and fast to get all that resolved and worked out as quickly as possible, which may mean putting missions on hold until we have a plan in place. Is that okay with you?
Elsa sighed, not liking where this conversation was going, but also knowing it was necessary, given the situation.
Yes, I agree. I think that would be best, considering our options at this point. Hopefully it won't come to that, but just in case.
Sure, just in case,
Brianna replied softly. She gave Elsa a small smile, then got up and left the room, leaving Elsa alone with her thoughts. Brianna made her way to her favourite spot on the pier and sat down, taking her shoes off and letting her feet dangle over the edge. She sat there, lost in thought, when a familiar voice came up behind her and asked,
"What you doing?"
She looked up to see Jack and she smiled at him as he took a seat beside her.
Working on my bucket list,
she told him.
Seriously?
He asked, in surprise.
You're a little young to be doing that, don't you think?
Considering I am a lot older than I look and the situation I find myself in, I think it's very appropriate,
she replied, looking at him resolutely.
The good news is the stuff I thought would be impossible to check off, I've been able to check off, which is awesome in and of itself. It's the smaller things I might wind up having problems with.
Like what?
He asked, curious to know.
I've always wanted to learn how to fly. I just never took the time to do it.
Well, as it so happens, I am an excellent pilot. And if you remember, a very good teacher,
he told her with a grin. Brianna laughed as she admitted.
Why, yes, I do remember. Very well. I really enjoyed that lesson, as a matter of fact. Honestly, probably a little too much.
Jack raised his eyebrows and looked at her in surprise, stating,
Really now, you don't say.
She returned his look with a questioning look of her own.
Don't you remember? I told you your character was the main thing that got me hooked on the show in the first place.
Then she added in a British accent,
You're a nice bit of fluff, mate. Easy on the eyes.
Well, don't let Rilo hear you say that.
Don't let Rilo hear you say what?
A familiar, deep voice from behind them said. They both turned around to see Rilo coming up behind them, as he also sat down beside Brianna.
Oh, we were just reminiscing about the shooting lesson Jack gave me when I first got here is all,
she told him innocently. Rilo stiffened at the memory and couldn't help but glare at Shelton. He also remembered it, quite well, as a matter of fact, in detail.
Hey,
Jack said, raising up his hands in a defensive gesture.
You two weren't even a couple yet, remember? It was just some harmless flirting was all.
Then he said to Brianna,
I guess you don't want that flying lesson.
Why do you say that?
She asked, confused at his response.
Because saying stuff like that could get my limbs ripped from my body, and that would make it a little difficult to teach you how to fly,
Jack replied. She laughed and remarked,
You guys, I swear, Dax is nothing but a big old teddy bear,
she said, as she put her arms around him and hugged him close.
Yeah, a big old grizzly bear is more like it,
Jack countered. She looked at Jack and said,
That's exactly what Logan said when I told him that.
And that's Mr. Grizzly Bear to you.
Rilo growled at him. She laughed at them both, shaking her head and enjoying the moment. Then Dax told her if she was getting a flying lesson, he was coming with her. Brianna looked at him in concern as she said,
You don't have to do that. It's not necessary to babysit me, you know.
He returned her look and replied,
You've got a Gorham after you. You're not going anywhere outside of this city without me. And no arguments. It's not open for discussion,
he said, effectively hushing the protest she was about to make. He gave her a hug and kissed the top of her head, letting her know,
You've got me for better or worse, and I'm going to do everything I can to protect you. So you better get used to it.
Jack looked at the couple, sitting there holding each other, and knew he had become the third wheel. He excused himself and got up to leave, telling Brianna he had spoken with Elsa and they would start work in the morning. She smiled and nodded in response, telling him to have a good evening. As he walked back into the city, he glanced their way, and his heart tore a little bit seeing them sitting there, watching the night sky as it lit up. If anything happened to her, he didn't know if Rilo would be able to survive the loss, which meant he was going to do anything and everything possible to make sure they wouldn't have to find out, because he didn't know if he would be able to survive it either. As Rilo and Brianna retired to his room for the night, she started getting ready for bed and purposely put on a t-shirt over some panties, making sure to avoid eye contact with him until she was ready. When she finished what she was doing, she turned around and saw him standing there like a statue, his arms crossed over his chest, glaring at her in disapproval.
"What?"
she asked, ready for a battle.
You know what?
He replied sternly.
"You heard what Connor said. No sex until your ribs are healed. It will be easier on you if I'm not naked in bed beside you. And you're lucky I'm not alone in my room tonight, because that's your only other option, mister."
Rilo frowned a bit, then grinned.
What makes you think you'd be alone?
He asked, moving toward her slowly as he spoke.
I can sleep there too, especially since you got a larger bed put in just for us.
She started backing away from him as he approached, her arm outstretched to keep him at a distance, but it wasn't working. He kept advancing, and she was running out of room to back away. As he made a lunge for her, she gave a little scream and dodged him, stepping up onto the bed, which, of course, was his goal. He approached her like a vicious bear, and she fell down on the bed, laughing at his antics as he lay down beside her, nuzzling her throat and kissing her. Then he raised up and looked at her, pushing her hair away from her face, and his expression turned serious.
What am I to you?
He asked, his brow furrowed with thought she couldn't read. She turned serious as well, a bit confused at his question, not sure where he was going with this.
"Dax,"
she began.
"You're my everything,"
she admitted to him. She thought about it for a split second, then didn't second-guess herself. Considering the situation she was in and what precious time she had left with him, she wasn't going to waste any of it by playing coy.
"Do you remember our first conversation in the sparring room?"
she asked.
"When I admitted to you what I'm really like and how I really feel."
He nodded in response. He remembered.
"And the subject of sex came up because you thought Logan was interested in me. You asked me, wouldn't it be better with someone important, someone I cared about? And I said, of course it would, but my guy is..." And I stopped. I hesitated because I almost said you, Dax, my guy is you. But instead, I said my guy is fictional. He lives in my imagination. But I was still talking about you, because for so many years, I have been in love with someone that doesn't exist in my world. My guy is from a planet in a completely different galaxy in a made-up fictional TV show. You. It's always been you. No one else could come close or even compare. I know it was ridiculous and silly, being attracted to a fictional character that couldn't possibly exist. And even if he did, he was light years away in a completely different galaxy. But I couldn't help it. I was drawn to you. And then suddenly I was here, and when I saw you on that balcony outside the control room, I couldn't believe it. You were there, you were real, and you were standing right in front of me. And I still wouldn't let myself believe. Not fully. Because even if you were real, that didn't mean you would have the same feelings toward me that I have for you. I mean, how could you? You didn't even know me. And the chances of you actually being attracted to me were, astronomically against me. So I kept my expectations low, thinking there's no way he's going to be attracted to me. No way at all. But I could still, appreciate you from a distance. And maybe if I was really, really lucky, we could be friends. And when Logan told me how you felt about me, I thought my head and heart were going to explode. I couldn't believe it, because you felt that way about the real me, not the fake me I show to everyone else, but who I truly am at my very core. You accepted me and embraced me, and I've never felt such bliss in my entire life. Even then, I still tried to protect myself. I thought, Even if it's just for one night, girl, you've got that one night. That's something you can hold on to for the rest of your life. That one precious, wonderful night. And then that night turned into another, and another.
She looked into his eyes, her feelings laid bare as she stroked his cheek with her hand.
I have no clue why you care about me. I'm just grateful you do. But I've always loved you, Dax. Even when you weren't real. It's always been you, and it always will be. That will never change.
As Rilo gazed at her, he took in her words and realized how deeply she cared for him. He couldn't believe it. He felt like he was the luckiest man in the entire galaxy. Hell, the entire universe. He had a woman that loved him as much as he loved her, a woman who matched him in every way. The idea of parting from her, never being with her again, it was inconceivable to him. Losing her would be like losing the biggest part of himself. She was his mate and he was hers. And he was going to do his damnedest to make sure it stayed that way.
You are my mate,
he told her solemnly.
For now, for always, across time, across space, across realities. I will always love you,
he told her as he bent down to kiss her, sealing his vow. When he lifted his head again, she smiled at him.
What?
He asked, wondering what she was smiling about.
It's just earlier, on the pier, you said something about me having you, for better or worse. That's part of my culture's wedding vow tradition.
She took his face in both her hands and said,
For better or worse, richer or poorer, in sickness and in health till death do us part.
Rilo frowned at that last part and said,
No, we're not parting, not even in death.
She giggled at his response and said,
Oh, is that right? You're going to come find me in the afterlife?
Of course. What good is the afterlife if I can't spend it with you?
Oh,
she exclaimed softly, her heart full to overflowing at the sentiment.
That's the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me.
She pulled his head back down so she could kiss him. Then she pulled back again with a mischievous look.
But I think I can do one better.
Oh,
he said, wondering what she was up to.
Uh-huh,
she said as she lifted her T-shirt up and off, throwing it to the side of the bed, then lowering and kicking off her panties.
A little something called the honeymoon,
she told him with a grin,
where the new bride and groom get to know each other better, physically.
Oh,
he said, smiling broadly and liking where this was going.
But there is one condition.
Rilo stopped and frowned, stating,
I don't like conditions.
It's necessary given your injuries, and you never know. You might like it,
she said with a smile.
What's the condition?
He asked grudgingly.
We go slowly and gently.
Rilo leaned back a little and thought about it, then commented,
We haven't done slow and gentle, have we?
No, and it could be fun,
she said, grinning at him.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
She gently touched his bandaged ribs and asked,
Are you all right? You didn't get hurt, did you?
He smiled as he answered,
My ribs are fine. It's the other parts of me I'm worried about.
She was relieved at his answer and touched his chest, her left hand over his heart.
I love you,
she whispered.
I love you,
he replied.
No matter where you are, always remember, I love you.
She smiled, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill at his words. She had never been so happy, except for when her children were born. It had been so long since she'd felt happiness like this. It was exhilarating and frightening, all at the same time. He took her hand that was covering his heart and looked at it, asking,
Don't your people, your culture, wear rings when you've mated to show you're with someone and taken?
Most couples do, but it's not real.
What do you mean?
Rilo asked, not understanding her answer.
The rings are supposed to be a symbol of eternal love and devotion. But for a long time now, that tradition has turned into more of a joke than a promise because you can take the rings off. And unfortunately, most people do for a lot of reasons. Whether it's just to wash the dishes or pick up someone and cheat on your spouse, the ring comes off and on at will. They can get lost or stolen or just not worn. In my opinion, if you're going to do the ring thing, both of you should have a ring that can't come off. It should be a permanent thing, just like your love is supposed to be permanent. That would be a real symbol. One with actual meaning to it. Otherwise, what's the point?
I see what you mean.
Rilo said thoughtfully.
You need a permanent ring on your finger. One that can't come off.
What?
She asked, wondering if she was really understanding what he was saying.
You, or we both need rings. To show we've mated. That I belong to you and you belong to me.
Rilo stated matter-of-factly. She turned her head to look at him with a frown, wondering if he was truly serious about what he was saying or just joking around.
What's wrong?
He asked, noticing her expression.
Nothing, I guess. I was just wondering, are you serious about this?
She asked in disbelief, thinking she was surely misreading his intentions. He pulled back a bit so he could see her fully, alarmed at her question.
Did you not mean what you said to me?
He asked, worried now at her expression and tone.
Of course I did. You know I did. And I do,
she said adamantly.
So did I. Now we need rings to show we've mated, right?
Yes. You're absolutely right,
she said, in awe of what had just happened.
Just go with the flow, girl,
she thought to herself.
Just go with the flow and be happy. So, what did you have in mind for the rings?
She asked, curious as to what he'd come up with.
I think your people call them tattoos,
he said.
We'll pick a design we both like and have it done in a ring on our fingers. It will never get lost or stolen, and no one can take it from you. A forever symbol to show our love for each other,
he said proudly.
What do you think?
Surprised and pleased with his ingenuity, she gave him a big smile and told him,
I think it's wonderful and perfect, just like you.
She reached up to kiss him, hardly believing what had just transpired in the last few minutes.
When do we get our rings?
She asked.
Do you know someone who can do a tattoo like that?
Me,
he replied.
I did the markings for my military unit on Neronia, and we can do them right now, as soon as we pick out a design.
Really?
She exclaimed, excited by the prospect.
Do you have any ideas? Because I'm coming up with a total blank,
she told him.
I'm not really good with that kind of stuff.
They put their heads together and Rilo showed her some ideas. She picked one she really liked, and he gathered his materials and got to work. After a few hours, they both had matching ring tattoos proudly displayed on their left-hand ring fingers. She threw her arms around him and kissed him soundly, hardly believing she was now legitimately his wife. Of course, Rilo wasted no time in taking advantage of the situation and her happiness at being newly married. He wasn't going to let a couple of bruised ribs ruin his honeymoon. He intended on enjoying it, and her, to the fullest extent possible for as long as possible. Chapter 17. Jack and Rowan were already in the meeting room going over some of the upcoming storylines when Rilo and Brianna arrived. Layla came in shortly afterward, and they all took their places and got settled. Brianna stood up front by the storyboards and began by giving them a brief overview of the next 6 episodes, which would take them to the end of the 2nd season year and into the beginning of the 3rd.
Alrighty then. As if things weren't confusing enough, we now know we have another player in the mix actively changing things. The good news is the Gorham more than likely does not know we know about him, because the only reason we do know about him is the dying man told us, something the Gorham would not be aware of. So, as far as he's concerned, we're still in the dark about him, and that's good. It also looks like he's not making an appearance himself, but using third parties, hired baddies, to do the kidnapping for him. This is also good because people like that might stand out, allowing us to spot them. Just knowing they're going to be there, we can be prepared for it. And now that we have a pretty good idea of what to look for, I think we should continue as we were, and keep doing what we would normally do. Going on missions, doing our thing, business as usual.
But you'll stay here in Lemuria, right? You won't be going on missions with us anymore?
Rowan asked.
At least until we can get this Gorham situation resolved.
Oh no, I'll still be going with you,
Brianna replied. Everyone in the room sat up and looked at each other, concern about her statement evident in their expressions. Jack asked,
Why would you do that when you'll be safer here in Lemuria, where he can't get to you?
Because that's just a temporary fix,
she told him.
If I'm not going out on the missions with you guys, he's going to realize we know something is up, and he will actively come looking for me here in Lemuria, which would put everyone here in the city in danger. If I'm out there with you, he will continue trying to get to me when I'm out and about and not concern himself with Lemuria because, let's face it, trying to get to me when I have limited protection in situations he can control versus finding and then storming the castle. Which one would you choose? And more importantly, it will give us the opportunity to capture one or more of these hired guns. And maybe we can find out more info about the big bad mystery Gorham. We won't get that opportunity if I'm not out there with you.
Jack shook his head, wishing he didn't agree with her as he stated,
She's right. I don't like it. Not one bit. But we need to make it appear like everything's normal. Going on missions once or twice without her might not raise suspicions, but suddenly removing her from the picture completely? That would definitely tip our hand.
Brianna turned her attention back to the storyboards and said, thinking out loud,
We're also going to have to look at these storylines from a different angle. And more than likely, we'll have to take some hardcore actions that ordinarily we probably wouldn't take, because he's using these to set traps for me, manipulating the environment, the people, the situations to suit his purpose. Take this next episode, for example. Looks harmless enough on the surface. It's a standalone piece. It doesn't affect any other storylines, and given the proper environment, easily controlled. We could just bypass it entirely, although that wouldn't be a good idea because of the ripples it could cause, and he would know that we know that.
Ripples?
Layla asked.
Yes.
Rowan answered.
You see, originally, we took these stasis pods and brought them to Lemuria. If we ignored them and didn't take the pods, someone else could find them and do whatever with them. Or the beings inside would affect whoever else found them in a bad way, like they originally did here. This would cause a cascading effect that could inadvertently cause a serious situation we would never see coming later down the line. Something that wouldn't have happened if we had just taken the pods like we were supposed to in the first place. So, we take the pods like the original storyline says we do, but we don't open them, which allows us to avoid the really bad situation that would cause, right?
Jack asked. Brianna stood there shaking her head, staring at the storyboards as she replied,
That was my original thought too, but now with the Gorham, that's not a good idea. New angles, remember?
Jack smiled at her remark. She was one tough cookie.
What are you seeing we're not?
If we find the pods, and I think we will, we destroy them. We either send them into the atmosphere to burn up, or we blast them. And under no circumstances do we bring them back to Lemuria.
That's kind of harsh, don't you think?
Rowan asked, a bit concerned.
First of all, the creatures in those pods have no issues killing us. And for all intents and purposes, they're already dead. By the time we find them, they only have a few hours left, and they're intent on creating as much havoc as possible within that time because they know they're about to die. And there's nothing we or they can do to stop or change that. Second, we have no way of knowing exactly who or what will be in those pods by the time we find them. Could be the original occupants with a little extra special surprise from the Gorham added in just for funsies. Could be hired thugs posing as the creatures. Could be a gas bomb with knockout drugs. Or it could be something as simple as a tracking device, so when we bring the pods back to Lemuria, the Gorham will know exactly where we are and where I am. Or any combination of the above. Take your pick.
The room went silent. Then Layla asked,
How could you know this?
Because
Brianna answered softly, still looking at the storyboards.
It's what I would do.
Then she turned around and looked at the people looking at her and recognized what was on their faces. The tension, the uneasiness at her answer. That something nagging at them in the back of their brains, telling them something was off about her, that she's not like them. To put them at ease again, she put her mask back on straight and said,
I'm a novelist, remember? A writer. It's what I do, think up different scenarios for situations. I wouldn't be a very good one if I couldn't use my imagination, now would I?
She smiled at them. That wholesome, friendly, there's nothing wrong here smile that eased the tension they were feeling and put the world right side up for them again. Rilo was sitting back, quietly watching what was going on. When Brianna answered Layla's question, he heard what she said and had no problems with what he saw in her. But then she turned around and her expression changed. That made him look at his friends, and he saw what she saw, the disquiet and uneasiness in their expressions when her mask slipped a little and her true self came through for a moment. They didn't like what they saw, and she knew it. She put her mask back on straight again, and everything was all right, like it never happened. Now he understood what she had been trying to tell him that day in the sparring room, and he was disturbed his friends couldn't accept her the way he had, the way they accepted him. He wondered why it was different for her. It didn't make sense, and it was upsetting, and he felt it was something else he needed to protect her from.
That makes complete sense, and I never would have seen that coming. I'm glad you did,
Jack said.
Otherwise, we would have had a much bigger problem on our hands than the original one. I just wish we could know what's in those stasis pods. It might give us an idea of how this Gorham thinks. You know, to see if any of the scenarios you thought up were actually what he had planned.
Well,
Brianna said thoughtfully,
we could film the mission, particularly the explosion of the pods when they're destroyed. Then Rowan could have some of his techs go over the footage and digitally enhance the images of the wreckage. It might provide us with some of those answers.
That's an excellent idea,
Rowan exclaimed.
Wait, why didn't I think of that?
He asked as he questioned himself.
You would have, Ro,
she told him with a smile.
I just beat you to it by a few seconds is all.
You called me Ro,
Rowan said in disbelief.
I've always wanted a cool nickname like that.
I know,
she answered with a smile.
Thank you,
he said, genuinely grateful for the nickname.
If she's going to start calling you Ro, I'm going to start calling you Mar,
Jack interjected.
What?
Rowan exclaimed.
Why would you do that? Just to balance things out,
Jack replied with a smile.
That's not right,
Rowan said, completely deflated.
Dude,
Brianna said to Jack in a reproachful tone with a look to match. Jack gave her that innocent. What? Look, knowing full well what?
Moving on,
she said as she continued to glare at Jack, shaking her head.
The next mission is going to be a bit trickier, although the planet it happens on is listed in the synopsis, which is a nice treat. LKS293. So anything involving that planet we need to be on full alert for. This mission will involve the Lactari, which in and of itself is problematic. As you are aware, the Lactari are structured as a military dictatorship intent on having supreme control over other humanoid populations once they get rid of the Threnarians. But it's very important because a coup is going to take place within their ranks, and it's a coup we want to have happen. As originally written, it places several of our teams at high risk because they are kidnapped by the Lactari to force us to help them. And this will create a ton of opportunities for the Gorham to intercede and manipulate this situation for his own purposes.
Brianna stopped talking at that point and just stood there, staring at the storyboards, her finger tapping against her lips as she thought about this one, churning over different ideas and scenarios in her head.
What are you thinking?
Jack asked.
I'm thinking we totally stay out of this one,
she replied.
Either the coup happens or it doesn't. And I think it will, whether we're involved or not. The new leader is smart enough not to leave anything to chance. And if he's not, he won't be the new leader for long. There's just too much that can go wrong here, even without the Gorham's involvement. And honestly, if it were me, I would put several different teams in play here and just wait for the right opportunity to present itself to the right team for a quick and easy snatch and grab. No manipulation of the events or players is even necessary. With all the stuff going on here, the fighting, the rescuing, the hide-and-seek action, if we were there, it would be too easy. I would be a goner, and a lot of you would probably wind up dead in the process. So whatever excuse you want to give, LKS293, for not helping them out with whatever they say they want help with, that's what we do. We keep our teams, and all of us, away from that planet and hope the new Lactari leader is up to the task of proceeding with the coup without using us as his weapon.
Sounds like a plan. What's next?
Jack asked.
Ooh, Maxwell, we need to stay away from this one like it's the plague, because it kinda sorta is.
Is this the one where we turn the captured Threnarian into a human with Dr. Beckham's gene therapy?
Layla asked.
Yes, it is, and a whole lot of bad things happen because of it, including a bunch of your people getting killed and experimented on.
Brianna told Layla. Then to the group in general, she continued, telling them,
I know Connor wants to test it out, but we need to figure out a way to do that without using a test subject, at least in the interim. We already know if they don't continue getting the injections, they revert back. So not creating Maxwell will save us all from a whole world of hurt. However, we will still need Connor's gene therapy later on, so he still needs to work on refining it.
There's gonna be a problem with that,
Rowan stated. Brianna looked at Rowan, then said,
He's going to need to test it out at some point on a Threnarion, isn't he? In order to refine it.
Yes, he will. It's the only way he'll be able to make it work properly,
Rowan added.
Okay,
Brianna began.
As long as he and all of you understand the Threnarian will need to be quarantined and not given access to any part of Lemuria, especially the computers while he's in human form. And once Connor is done with the experiment, the Threnarian will need to be killed. He cannot live. If you guys are more comfortable letting him revert back to being a full Threnarian before you kill him, fine. But make no mistake about it. Even though he may look and even act human after being given the gene therapy, he's still a Threnarian. Connor won't be able to change that. At least, not at this stage he won't. The Rhylodax in the original series told you guys that more than once and you didn't listen. Because of that, Layla and a great many of her people suffered and died. And not just her people. Maxwell winds up wiping out entire villages and settlements, even planets, with his own experiments based off of Connor's gene therapy, including creating a plague that affects multiple planets in multiple systems. This whole thing with Maxwell is one big, huge, gigantic mistake, and if you insist on going down this path yet again, you will all suffer for it. I'm telling you, you do not want to do this. Out of the next 5 episodes alone, 4 of them deal with Maxwell and the fallout from that.
Brianna stood there, staring them down on this point as they shifted uneasily in their chairs. As she looked around at them, she realized what was going on.
This is still an open issue, isn't it? You're not convinced this is the wrong thing to do. You still want to go through with the experiment, don't you?
Jack looked uncomfortable as he admitted,
On this matter, it's not just our decision. The military and the ISAC want this experiment done. They feel it's something we need to do, and it may be out of our hands as to whether it gets done or not. They're not as convinced about your theories as we are.
Brianna shook her head in disbelief, then said,
Layla, if they go through with this, you need to stay as far away from this Threnarian as possible, do you hear me? Your baby's life will depend on it.
Layla nodded in acknowledgement, confirming,
I understand. I will do as you say.
Anything else?
Jack asked quietly.
Well, just the people on Wanoka. Their civilization is going to be destroyed by a deadly seismic event, and all of you will risk your lives to save them. The real kicker to that is you find them a new planet to live on, only to have Maxwell come in and slaughter every man, woman, and child there, with the only exceptions being the ones he turns into very uncool mutant creatures with his inhuman experiments. So they wind up dying anyway, whether it's on their own planet or the new planet where Maxwell finds them and tortures them to death. Totally up to you,
she said, as she slammed the notebooks closed and stormed out of the room, angry and upset with the whole situation. Rilo sat there for a moment, then got up to follow her out.
Rilo,
Jack began, but Rilo stopped him.
Don't.
Rilo said,
You asked me my opinion about this Threnarian experiment, and I told you what I thought. But it looks like we've had this conversation before. You didn't listen then, and you're not listening now. I guess some things never change, do they?
He said as he left the room, with Layla following close behind, unable to look at Jack either.
They're, right, you know?
Rowan said.
About this whole Maxwell situation. Yeah, I know.
Jack said, leaning over and holding his head in his hands.
What are you going to do?
Rowan asked.
The only thing I can do, talk to Connor and see if I can get him on board with us.
Jack replied, hoping like hell he could do what needed to be done. This was literally a do-or-die situation, and not just for them. Otherwise, well, he didn't want to think about otherwise. Chapter 18.
I wish there was a way to do this without testing it on an actual Threnarian, but I don't see how that's possible.
Connor was saying.
If we're going to get anywhere with this gene therapy treatment, and from what you're telling me, we will need it, I've got to have a test subject. There's no other way around it.
Jack was in Connor's lab with his team, trying to come up with alternative solutions to the Maxwell situation. According to the episodes, Connor acquired a Threnarian commander and performed experiments on him that reverted the Threnarian back to human form, suppressing the alien mutation so he looked and acted human again. Unfortunately, the effect was only temporary. The Threnarian, whom they named Maxwell, found out who and what he was. He managed to escape after accessing and absconding with classified and sensitive information about the Earth expedition. Unfortunately for Maxwell, after Connor's experimentation on him, the Threnarians refused Maxwell back into their fold, calling him an abomination. This led him to use the stolen information he acquired to attack Lemuria and any other humans he could get his hands on in horrible, terrible ways in retaliation for ruining his life. The reason this was such a sticking point for the Earth expedition was because the Threnarians were the main antagonists of the Andromeda galaxy. They posed a serious threat to all the humanoid species residing there, including the Earth expedition and, by extension, Earth itself. However, unlike the rest of the humanoids in the galaxy, the Earth expedition had the knowledge, tech, tools and weapons to fight the Threnarians effectively, whereas the other humans did not. According to the TV show, the Threnarians were ancient creatures that evolved over hundreds of thousands of years as a hybridization of humans and another predatory, now extinct alien species. Over time, they mutated and evolved to become the Threnarian species. This mutation wound up giving them a striking appearance, powerful abilities, and predatory tendencies. While the Threnarians were mainly humanoid in appearance, they had some distinctly alien attributes that clearly distinguished them from other species, such as their long white hair, translucent yellow skin, and bony facial features. Their fingers were claw-like, and they had an extra appendage in their wrists, right below the palm of their hands, called the vorous tendril. This appendage served a unique purpose. The tendril was much like a frog's or lizard's tongue, in that they were able to quickly shoot it out. Connect to their victim, any part of their victim's body would work, instantly immobilizing their target as they drained them of their energy and life force. The Threnarians fed on the energy of other creatures, and their main source of energy were humans. Because of this, they treated humans as livestock, letting them breed to a certain point, then reaping and harvesting them at intervals before going into hibernation and repeating the process as needed.
So what exactly went wrong with the experiment?
Connor asked Brianna.
Maybe if we fix those mistakes, we can avoid the situation altogether.
Brianna laughed softly and shook her head as she leaned back against a counter, her arms folded across her chest.
What didn't go wrong would probably be an easier question to answer,
she said, a bit sarcastically. Then she saw the look on Connor's face and quickly apologized.
Connor, I'm sorry. It's just, you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole and it's not going to work. Because even when your gene therapy does work, it only causes additional problems you didn't even think about.
She sighed heavily and tried to explain further.
You're dealing with a species that's hundreds of thousands of years old. That's a hell of a lot of evolution. And they don't age. At least, not like we do. That means the knowledge they can accumulate is massive. You're trying to change that and reverse all those hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in a few days and make it stick. And that's just one of your Achilles heels, the fact it doesn't stick. You have to continue dosing them to keep the alien part of them suppressed. And that's another issue, the fact you're only suppressing the Threnarian part of them. If you could totally destroy that part or remove it completely, then you would be left with only the human part, and that would be something you could work with. But by only suppressing the Threnarion side of them, they're still Threnarion, which leads to the next issue. Even though they may look, talk, and sound like a human after the treatment, the plain fact of the matter is they're not. Since you're unable to completely remove or destroy that part of them, they are Threnarian, and they will always be Threnarion. It's what they are. The gene therapy may suppress the Thrinarian part of them temporarily, but once it wears off, or their bodies start building up a tolerance, they will revert back to their natural state. Hundreds of thousands of years of evolution are not going to be turned off that easily. Another humongous mistake was how you treated Maxwell after the transformation. You guys, I swear, you gave him full access to Lemuria. I'm talking computers, access to all the information, including your missions and reports and staff. Holy cow, you handed him everything he needed to take you down on a silver platter. I couldn't believe it. That made absolutely no sense. I guess it made for good TV or something, but why you didn't keep him in a secluded, isolated, and controlled environment is beyond my comprehension, especially when you had no idea what the outcome would be.
Well,
Connor said,
we probably wanted to treat him like a human being, a person, and make him feel, accepted, not like a prisoner or some type of...
Experiment?
Brianna finished for him.
Connor,
she said, taking his hands and holding them in her own.
You are a wonderful, caring, compassionate man, which is just one of the many reasons you're such a great doctor. But a situation like this calls for a cold, hard clinical scientist. Someone who can put their feelings on the back burner and leave them there for the duration. Someone who only sees the facts, figures, and data of the experiment because that's what this is, an experiment. And when the experiment is over, the subject will need to be put down. If you leave him alive, you, Connor, will be dooming and killing hundreds, if not thousands, of real human beings who had absolutely no say in how or why they died as a part of Maxwell's revenge, including Layla's people, not to mention putting her and her unborn child at risk. You're approaching this from the angle that you're helping the Thrinarians by turning them into humans. The fact it would also help other humans by not being their food source is also important. But I don't think that's the main reason you're doing this. You're making the assumption their lives would be better if they were human, not Thrinarian, because you can't conceive why someone would want to be Thrinarian. But what you're not taking into consideration is the fact they like being Thrinarians. They like being who and what they are. They don't want to change. They have no desire to change. Why would they? They're at the top of the food chain. If you do this purely from the scientific point and goal of helping all the other humans in the galaxy stay alive, and not because you're trying to push your own agenda and viewpoint that being a human is better than being a Thrinarian, then you might actually have a shot at making this work, if you treat your subject like the experiment he is and not as a pseudo-human.
Connor sat at the table considering what Brianna said, thinking over his options. Finally, he let out a big sigh and said,
I can tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to kill him. I just won't be able to do it.
You won't have to,
Rilo said. Connor looked up at him, shook his head and told him,
I wish that made me feel better, big man, but it doesn't.
It'll make me feel better,
Rilo replied. Brianna couldn't help smiling at his comment, which she covered with her hand, but Jack frowned.
What?
Rilo retorted, seeing Shelton's expression.
One less Thrinarian in the galaxy isn't something I'll lose any sleep over.
All right. We move forward with this, and we treat it like the scientific experiment it is.
Jack told everyone.
We keep him in a secure room under lock and key with no access to Lemuria or any other information he could possibly use against us, in case things go wrong. But hopefully we'll be able to keep things under control this time. Everyone okay with that?
Jack asked, looking around at the team.
I'm gonna work out,
Rilo grumbled as he turned around and left.
I'm gonna run the data Connor needs,
Rowan said, as he also turned to leave.
I have duties I need to attend to,
Layla said, still refusing to look at Jack as she left. Then Jack looked over at Brianna. She stared him straight in the eyes and said,
I'm going to go throw myself off the end of the pier, just in case anyone's wondering.
Want some company?
He asked.
Sure, why not?
She replied as they left the lab together.
Bloody hell.
Connor muttered under his breath as the two of them left his lab.
I just might join them.
Jack and Brianna were sitting on the edge of the pier in her favourite spot, their legs dangling over the side, their shoes off and carelessly tossed behind them. She was leaning back on her arms and breathing in the air, her eyes half closed, with Jack on her left side as usual, doing the same.
So,
Jack said after a while, breaking the comfortable silence between them.
How are you liking your vacation here in Lemuria so far? Everything you expected it to be?
She said, smiling.
I am having the best time of my life. 2 lives, actually, considering I've been de-aged quite a bit.
Really?
Jack asked, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye.
Not too much?
She sat back up and folded her hands in her lap, staring off into the distant horizon with a wistful look.
I was given the gift of finding and being with my soulmate. Do you have any idea how rare that is, especially for my reality? That's the stuff of fairy tales and dreams. It's not something that happens a lot, or hardly ever, where I'm from. Most everyone winds up settling. And sure, you can wind up loving the person you partner up with, even though they're not your true soulmate. But it's still settling for less than what you really wanted. Granted, I had to travel across time, dimensions, and realities to find mine, but hey, I made it. I don't know who I have to thank for that, but thank you.
She hollered out to the sky.
I am so very grateful for every nanosecond I get to spend here with him. I can't even begin to express.
She sighed heavily, trying to get a grip on the thoughts and emotions that were running through her.
You're not homesick at all?
Jack asked curiously.
No, not really. Not at all, actually. I know that probably sounds bad, but my kids are hardcore adults. They don't need me anymore. They haven't for a while. And my granddaughter is almost grown herself, about to go off to college and start living her life. I was on my own anyway, off doing my book thing and movie thing, even thinking about possibly dating again. Maybe, probably not. Too messy and complicated, and I would be settling. And that's something I promised myself I wouldn't do, ever again. It was Dax or nothing, so basically nothing.
Are you telling me you were in love with him before you even came here?
Jack asked, surprised at this revelation.
Yes, Jack. I admit it. I was in love with a fictional character from a TV show, from the moment I first saw him when the show originally aired, actually. And not only was he not real, he was also in a completely different galaxy. I know it was silly, I know it was ridiculous, but he was the one I was drawn to. He made sense to me, and I felt connected to him, even though he didn't exist. It's just, he existed to me. I don't know how else to explain it, but he was real to me. I knew that meant I would be alone for the rest of my life, but I would rather be alone with him living in my imagination than settle for someone that was real, that I didn't really want. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but that's the way I felt.
It's kind of like you wished it so,
Jack said thoughtfully.
I wondered that myself, but then I dismissed it.
Why?
Because while I have a vivid and sometimes wild imagination, it ain't that good to be experiencing all the things I've been experiencing with Dax.
That good, huh?
Jack asked with a smile and a twinkle in his eye. Her eyes went wide, and she gave a deep, throaty laugh in response.
Wow.
Oh, that doesn't even begin to cover it.
Okay, I got it. Point made,
Jack said, laughing. They lapsed into a comfortable silence again. Then Brianna told Jack,
We need to tell him and get things worked out before something happens to make me leave.
Hey, we're not going to let some Gorham.
It's not just the Gorham, Jack,
she said, breaking in and interrupting him before he could finish.
I don't know what brought me here, or how long I have before I get, taken or zapped or pulled out of this reality and back into my own, or even somewhere else. I don't know how long I have left here. I need to make sure he's taken care of. And you guys too. I care about all of you.
Jack didn't trust himself to speak, so he took her left hand in his hand and just held it, hoping it would help comfort them both. After a few minutes, he glanced down and noticed the tattoo on her ring finger and held her hand up to get a better look at it.
What's this?
He asked.
Is this new? I don't remember seeing it before.
It's my, wedding band ring tattoo to show I am married to Dax,
she said, trying to sound casual about it.
I'm sorry. What?
Jack exclaimed, leaning back and looking at her in shock.
When did this happen?
About a week or so ago.
Jack stared at her, surprise and amazement written all over his face.
When? Where? Who performed the ceremony? Why didn't I hear about it? And why the hell wasn't I invited?
Because it was very private and informal. No one was invited, actually. Evidently, on Neronia, people can get married by simply expressing their feelings for each other, which can also be construed as expressing vows to each other. And voila, you're married.
Oh.
Jack said, understanding dawning across his features.
You had no idea what was happening, did you?
Not until he started talking about needing wedding rings for each other. Nope, not a clue. In fact, I almost ruined everything because I thought he was joking. But he was as serious as a heart attack.
And, you went along with it?
Brianna looked at Jack like he was cray-cray, exclaiming,
Duh! Of course I went along with it. He's my man, and if he wants to be married to me, I'm fine with that. Like I said, I have no idea how long I have here, so I have no problem grabbing the bull by the horns and going with it.
I take it he has one as well?
Oh yes, just like mine,
she answered with a smile.
Who did the tattoos? Rilo?
Jack asked, looking closely at the ring.
Yep.
Mind telling me why you're holding my wife's hand?
A gruff voice from behind them asked.
I was just admiring her new wedding band,
Jack answered, still holding Brianna's hand.
And I hear congratulations are in order. You two are married now, huh?
Rilo continued to stand there and glare, wanting to know.
You have to hold her hand to look at her ring?
I was feeling a bit down and he was trying to comfort me,
Brianna answered, trying to save Jack some grief. Rilo continued to glare as he asked.
He can't comfort you without holding your hand?
Well, I could always hold something else,
Jack quipped, prompting her to let go of his hand and pop him on the back of the head.
Ow!
He exclaimed, frowning as he rubbed where she hit him. Brianna glared at Jack as she told him,
Not helping.
Then she turned to look up at Dax, telling him sternly,
It made me feel better.
As she gave him a look, her expression and tone telling him to let it go.
Overprotective much?
She asked as he sat down next to her on her right side. Rilo simply grunted in response.
So, when's the party?
Jack asked, causing both of them to turn and look at him like he was speaking Martian.
You know, the celebration party for your wedding. We gotta have a wedding party,
Jack exclaimed.
Oh, no,
Brianna said adamantly.
We don't gotta have a party either. Totally not necessary.
Rilo was frowning at their exchange, then asked,
Is this something your people do when they get married?
Absolutely,
said Jack.
No, not absolutely,
Brianna said as she contradicted him.
Not everyone has or wants the big, fancy wedding with all the stuff and the stuff. It's just too much. It gets totally blown out of proportion.
I'm not talking about a big, fancy wedding,
Jack countered.
You're already married. I'm just talking about a small gathering of close friends, having fun, listening to some music, a little dancing, a little drinking.
A little hooking up.
She finished for him, grinning broadly.
Well, I did miss out on getting the girl on that last mission,
Jack said thoughtfully.
Yes you did. And I am sorry about that,
she replied.
But we won't be able to have just a small gathering. We're going to have to invite everyone or no one. You can't invite just some of the people on the base. You have to invite them all. Otherwise, you wind up with hurt feelings and, oh, so-and-so was invited, but I wasn't. Why wasn't I invited drama? And who, exactly, is going to plan this event, pray tell?
I will,
Jack said in an indecisive tone, not quite sure what he was getting himself into.
Uh-huh,
she replied, not believing him.
I'll ask Elsa for some help, just in case.
Uh-huh,
she replied again, still not sure.
So, what do you say? Are we on?
Jack asked hopefully. Brianna looked at Dax and asked,
What do you think? You up for this?
Rilo looked thoughtful, then replied,
Celebrating our union with our friends? Sure, why not?
Brianna looked back at Jack and told him,
Looks like you got your party. I hope you know what you're doing.
Yes,
Jack exclaimed, jumping up from his seat.
No worries. No worries at all, you two. I got this. You don't need to worry about a thing,
he said as he walked back to the city excitedly.
Uh-huh,
she muttered again as she watched him walk away. This time, Rilo took her hand as he asked,
What were you two talking about that you needed comforting?
I don't know how much time I have left to be here, and I wanted to make sure things were in order as much as possible in case I had to leave for whatever reason.
You know I'm not going to let the Gorham.
Rilo began, but she broke in on him like she had with Jack.
It's not just the Gorham, Dax. Whatever or whoever zapped me here in the first place, I don't know if I'm going to get zapped back to my reality or possibly even somewhere else at any given moment. I want to make sure you and everyone else here are taken care of in case that happens, is all.
She paused for a moment, then said,
And there's something else I want to show you, too. I actually have the recordings of the Gateway of Infinity show on my laptop. All the episodes, all the seasons. Evidently from the dates on the files. I downloaded them some time ago, probably in case I needed something to watch if I didn't have internet access. I totally forgot they were there. I happened to run across the files as I was searching for something else.
She paused again, holding onto his hands tightly with both of her hands as she continued.
We will be able to watch the episodes that are about you, and you will be able to see what I'm talking about and why I'm so concerned about everything that happens. And I think Jack should watch them too. We're going to need his help with this.
She saw from his expression he was being strong for her, and she loved him all the more for it.
You said you wanted to know, and I'm ready to get this resolved. Having this constantly on my mind it makes it hard to enjoy my time with you, and I want to be able to do that as much as I can while I can. Are you ready?
He nodded, and they got up from the pier and headed back to his room, hand in hand. Chapter 19. Brianna tried not to pace around the room too much as Dax sat on the couch, viewing the Season 3 episode, Neronia. He stared intently at the screen, watching everything without making a sound. When it was over, he continued staring at the screen, lost in thought. Finally, he sat up and looked around for her and smiled, holding out his hand for her to come over and sit next to him.
This is how you knew what happened to me. The things I never talked about to anyone. It was all right there for everyone to see.
Not everyone, Dax,
she replied.
Only the people in my reality that chose to watch the show. No one here knows any of this, and it will stay that way unless you tell them.
This affected you, though. Even though to you it was just a made-up story, you were affected by it?
She sighed and admitted,
Yes, it did. Your pain, your loss, your suffering, I felt it. Still feel it. It's very hard for me to watch these particular episodes. As much as I enjoy watching you in the show, the 3 episodes I'm showing you, sometimes I skipped over them because it was difficult for me to watch that happening to you. And as much as I enjoy Fubar, this was not something I enjoyed seeing, and I usually chose not to watch it.
Rilo looked at her, thinking about what she said. Even in her reality, she was still connected to him.
At least we get him in the end,
he said.
That's one Threnarian that definitely needs to be put down.
If things go exactly as shown, but that may not happen, and that's what worries me. Things have already changed so much, we need to make sure we're as prepared as possible.
Brianna turned to look at him and made sure she had his full attention before she continued.
Dax, we could easily avoid this entire situation, but that would mean leaving that Threnarian Emperor alive and unchecked. Doing that could cause unimaginable chaos because he would be doing things and causing destruction where there wouldn't have been before because he's supposed to die.
What's the problem?
Rilo asked.
I'm okay going through with this, especially knowing what I need to do and how to do it. I won't have the same distractions that are there in the show to slow me down this time. Brianna,
he said, looking at her intently.
I can do this. We can do this.
A smile spread across Brianna's face at his words as she replied,
Yes, we can.
She looked at him closely, seeing him now in a different light as she commented softly,
You've changed. You're not the same as you were when I first got here. You're more...
She paused, trying to find the right words, but he finished her thought for her.
Yes, I am more,
he said.
Because of you. You've made me more. I was missing something. You made me complete, whole, more.
Her heart swelled at what he said, because he was a man of few words. That he would tell her something like that. She knew he meant it with all his heart. She moved on to him so that she sat on his lap, straddling him, taking his face in her hands as she kissed him deeply. He returned her kiss, wrapping his arms around her, enjoying the feel and warmth of her embrace. The rest of the episodes were going to have to wait a little while due to the unscheduled intermission they were taking. But it was okay. They could wait. Rilo and Brianna made it to the mess hall just before they started putting up the food from the evening meal service. They loaded up their trays with extra food to take back to the room for additional sustenance, just in case there were more, intermissions. They sat down at their usual table, which was empty now, as most of the mess hall was at that time of night, and started eating their late dinner. As was their custom, words were hardly ever necessary between them, as their looks and expressions told the other what they were thinking and feeling at any given moment. That's where Jack found them, as he also hit the mess hall to see if he could find something to eat before the meal service was over for the night. As usual, Rilo had his legs stretched out on the chair beside him, so Jack took a seat next to Brianna with his food.
How's the party planning going?
She asked.
It's going. Still in the beginning stages, of course, but it's coming along quite nicely, thank you.
Jack told her.
Uh-huh,
she replied with a grin. Jack turned to her with a perplexed expression as he asked,
You don't think I can do this, do you?
She turned in her seat to face Jack, took his hands in hers and told him, with genuine sincerity,
I absolutely believe you can do this. I know you will throw us the best wedding party this base has ever or will ever see. And I want to tell you now, in case I forget to later, thank you for doing this for us. It means a lot.
She told him softly, her hand going to his face. Jack stared at her for a moment, then said,
I kiss you, but your husband is watching.
Then maybe we should wait until later when we're alone,
she whispered. Rilo immediately stopped eating and sat up, stating,
That's not funny.
Jack and Brianna grinned at him. Then she turned around to face Dax across the table, leaned in and told him,
Are you telling me, after what we just got through doing, you have any doubts as to what I feel for you? Seriously?
Rilo, with a somber expression, leaned in toward her as well and said,
I'm going to need a little more convincing, especially after that.
Oh, I see,
she replied, a smile spreading across her face.
I think I can manage that.
So,
Jack said loudly, clearing his throat.
What have you guys been up to tonight, besides the convincing stuff?
He added.
We were watching the episode where the Threnarians captured me and took me back to Neronia.
Rilo answered, sitting back and resuming his meal.
Oh, so you went ahead and told him? Wait, what? What do you mean, watching the episode?
Jack asked, puzzled with Rilo's answer.
She found all the episodes on her computer, so we can watch what happens now,
Rilo said.
And you were going to tell me this when?
Jack asked as he turned to Brianna, wondering why she hadn't mentioned this before.
I only found the files earlier today. From the date stamp, it looks like I downloaded the series right after I bought my laptop, probably to have something to watch in case I didn't have internet access and couldn't stream anything. I had totally forgotten they were there. I found them when I was looking for something else, so instead of putting it off any longer, I just had Dax sit down and watch it.
And?
Jack asked.
And what?
Rilo asked.
Have you figured out how we're going to handle the situation yet?
Brianna and I talked about it,
Rilo replied.
Shouldn't be a problem. Knowing what I know now, we should be able to handle it without too much risk. It's not a big deal.
It's still a big deal, Dax,
Brianna told him, the worry showing through in her voice and expression.
We can't avoid you getting captured by the Threnarians, and we're going on a huge assumption they will still want to hunt you instead of killing you outright on their ship.
Rilo let out a harsh laugh as he replied,
If it's still the same Threnarian, he's going to want to hunt me. Killing me as a prisoner is too easy for him. We're not going to have to worry about that.
We still need to control the situation with the village and how we go about letting you get captured,
she said.
Is it okay if Jack watches the episode? We could use his input on this, and the more he knows, the better.
Rilo hesitated for a moment before responding, finally saying,
Yeah, it's okay. But just Shelton. I don't want anyone else seeing what happened.
Thanks, buddy,
Jack replied softly.
Don't worry, I got your back.
Yeah, I know.
Jack turned to Brianna and asked,
What about the other 2 episodes? Does he know about the...
No.
She said, interrupting him.
Or when he...
Jack continued.
No, not yet.
Rilo glared at both of them during this exchange, growling.
I really wish you two would stop doing that.
Well then, let's rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with,
Brianna said, looking at the two men with her.
It's time we face this problem head-on instead of avoiding it. Time to go watch some Gateway of Infinity.
Brianna sat on the couch with Jack and Rilo as they watched Homecoming from Season 4. Jack was already versed as to what the storyline entailed from what she had told him, so he knew in advance most of what was going to happen. Rilo, on the other hand, did not. His reaction was pretty much what Jack and Brianna figured it would be: disbelief, anger, denial, rage. Rilo ran the full gamut of emotions regarding the betrayal by his fellow Neronians, not to mention 2 of them wound up dead by his own hand. He was up and pacing around the room, struggling to come to terms with what he had just seen.
I can't understand. Frenarian followers? That's not the people I knew, that I fought with, side by side. I'm sorry, but that's just not possible. That's like saying I could become a Frenarian follower. It's just not going to happen.
At that comment, Jack and Brianna looked at each other and became very agitated.
What?
Rilo demanded to know, seeing the looks passing between them.
Babe,
she told him, softly and gently.
You need to sit down and watch this next episode. It will explain everything, and you will understand. I promise, okay?
Rilo sighed heavily, then grudgingly came back around to the couch and plopped down in his spot.
The episode you're about to see,
she began,
takes place 1 year from the one you just watched. So some time has passed, okay?
Rilo acknowledged her comment with a quick nod. Then she started the video. She sat on the end of the couch next to Jack and drew her knees up to her chest, her arms around her legs, hugging herself into a tight ball. She whispered to Jack.
I don't know if I can watch this one.
Jack looked at her and whispered with real concern in his voice.
Is it really that bad?
To anyone who knows him like we do, yes, it is.
Jack turned his attention back to the screen, trying to prepare himself for what he was about to see. Rilo didn't show any outward reaction. He had heard their whispered comments, but his jaw was clenched and his fists and muscles were working, showing the tension he was feeling. He knew how much this had affected Brianna, and she was not prone to overreacting like most females were. He tried to steel himself, but nothing could have prepared him for what he saw. The episode was about betrayal of the worst sort. In the previous episode they had just watched, the one remaining Neronian that had previously tried and failed to capture Rilo and turn him over to the Threnarians, had managed to find him on another planet when he was out on a mission. And this time she did manage to catch Rilo. Not only that, she gave Rilo over to the Threnarians knowing they would turn Rilo into one of their human followers, or, to put it bluntly, one of their mindless slaves, drugged and brainwashed into serving their masters. This was not a painless process and involved several days of non-stop torture and addiction to a Threnarian drug. The torture only ended when the subject either died or accepted the conditioning. If the victim accepted the conditioning, the drug took hold and warped their sense of reality and beliefs into whatever the Threnarians wanted them to believe, turning them into a willing slave. Brianna tried to stay the course and hold out, but lost it when the Threnarians started torturing Dax. She had to get up from the couch and move away, her hand against her mouth, trying not to lose it. It was hard enough for her to watch this episode in her own reality, with Dax being a fictional character. But to have it playing with him actually sitting there and living through the experience, that was something else altogether. It was excruciating to watch because it was as if she was living through it, with him. It was the part where Jack and the team finally found Dax, Jack refusing to give up searching for him, that her emotions got the better of her. She watched the fight scene as they battled Dax before they could knock him unconscious in order to bring him back to Lemuria. But she broke down completely when it came to the part where Dax went through withdrawal from the Threnarian drug. The tears came heavy and hard as she heard his screams, seeing him suffering and in such pain. Jack got up from the couch, having a hard time sitting through that himself, and went over to her. He put his arms around her and hugged her tight as she buried her head in his shoulder, trying to stem the flow of tears. as he continued watching the episode from behind the couch. When the episode was finally over, Jack was still holding her in his arms. She was hiccuping a little bit from the crying she'd been doing, but had finally gotten it under control. Rilo was still sitting on the couch and had lowered his head into his hands, trying to get a handle on all the feelings he was experiencing from what he had just witnessed. Jack let go of Brianna and went over to his friend as he also tried to process everything he had just seen. Rilo finally stood up and looked at Jack as Jack tried to read his expression. Then Rilo grabbed him and hugged him, hard.
Thank you,
Rilo told him, in a voice that broke with the emotions he was feeling.
Brianna was right. You're more than my friend. You're like a brother to me. Thank you,
Rilo said, giving him a clap on the back before letting him go. Jack didn't trust his voice at that point, so he simply smiled at Rilo, patting him on the arm in return. He watched as Rilo went over to Brianna and put his arms around her, hugging her tightly as she returned his embrace. He silently left the room, leaving the couple to deal with their feelings in private. Once outside their room, Jack took a moment and leaned against a wall so he could catch his breath from the emotional roller coaster ride he had just been on. She had told him it was bad, but holy cow, that was. Horrible didn't even begin to describe what he had just witnessed. And he was going to be damned if he let that episode play out as originally written. No way in hell was he going to let that go down. It was time to do a little script writing of his own. Jack Shelton was about to take charge, and if Hollywood didn't like it, they could take a flying leap. So put that up your bong hole and smoke it, Jim Flaherty. Rilo and Brianna were lying in bed together, exhausted from the emotions that had overwhelmed them from watching his episodes. He was lying on his back, one arm underneath his head, and the other wrapped around her as he stared up at the ceiling, lost in thought. She was curled up against him on her side, one leg over his with her hand resting on his chest, over his heart. She felt the steady beat and rhythm under her hand, and it comforted her, knowing he was safe there with her.
As if I don't already have enough reasons to hate the Threnarians,
Rilo muttered.
I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it. It's a good thing you had those videos. You could have tried telling me all that, but I don't think I would have gotten what you were trying to tell me. But seeing it happen, it was like I was in a bad dream, a nightmare I couldn't wake up from.
Brianna didn't say anything. She let him talk, knowing he needed to vent.
I knew it was bad from the way you were acting, but I had no idea how bad it was. After I saw that first episode where I get hunted again, I thought, this isn't too bad, knowing what's going to happen. We can handle that. And if the others are like this one, we can do this. No problem.
Rilo paused, then asked,
How long has Shelton known?
Brianna thought back to when she had told him, replying,
A few days after I arrived here, it was the night you taught a sparring class and I met with Jack on the pier. I told him then, I needed help to keep you safe. I knew I couldn't do it on my own, and I know how he feels about you, so...
Rilo brought his other arm down and turned on his side, hugging her close as he asked,
Is that it? Is that all the bad stuff?
She returned his hug, burying her face in his chest, and he heard a soft, muffled,
No.
What else?
He asked gently. He looked down at her and lifted her face up to his so their eyes met.
Tell me, what else?
She looked at him, raising her hand to touch his cheek and caress his face. She took a deep breath, then told him,
Close to the end of the last season, you die. You get killed, and then a Threnarian finds you and brings you back to life so he can torture you for information. Then the team finds you and rescues you, but...
And here she swallowed hard.
If that Threnarian doesn't bring you back to life, or isn't there to do it, then you'll stay dead. And I can't let you die, Dax. I just can't.
She told him as tears started falling. Rilo hugged her close, pressing her tightly against him as he told her,
Don't worry, babe. We won't let it get that far. I promise.
And he desperately hoped that would be a promise he would be able to keep. Chapter 20. The next morning, the group settled into their normal table for breakfast. However, the mood was substantially dampened due to the previous evening's events for Jack, Rilo, and Brianna. and Layla was still upset with Jack and Elsa about the Maxwell situation. However, Rowan was blissfully unaware of what was going on as usual. Rilo held Brianna's hand across the table as they ate, trying to give each other encouraging smiles. Jack was deep in thought, running multiple scenarios and possibilities through his mind, as well as trying to plan an awesome all-out bang-and wedding reception for his friends. Layla was trying to come up with a solution for her and her people, so none of them would be subjected to Maxwell's presence in Lemuria once he arrived. And Rowan, well, he tried to strike up conversations with each of them. He almost struck out when he brought up the subject of Rilo's storylines, asking if they'd been able to figure out anything yet.
We've got the first one pretty much figured out. Shouldn't be a problem,
Rilo said, surprising Rowan because he wasn't aware Rilo knew about them yet.
Oh, so you know about them now, do you?
Rowan asked hesitantly.
Yep,
Rilo replied, not bothering to look in Rowan's direction as he answered him.
Including the last one where you...
Rowan began, but Rilo broke in on him.
Pull a Buffy.
Rilo finished for him. That caused Brianna to look up at Rilo and break out into a genuine smile, which was what he was hoping for. Jack also looked up in surprise at Rilo's comment.
Whoa, nice pop culture reference there, Chewie,
he told him, impressed.
Well, it is her favorite show,
Rilo added, winking at Brianna.
One of my favorites. I have two, actually, tied for first place, besides this one, of course.
She added.
Of course,
Jack said as he smiled at her.
What's the other one?
Space Stream. It was a series that ended just as this one began, which is the reason I segued into this one.
What's it about?
Jack asked.
A scientist and astronaut from Earth, Jack Dalton, is performing an experiment in his custom-made spacecraft and winds up getting sucked through a wormhole and flung out into a different galaxy. He falls in with this group of escaped prisoners, and while he's there, he meets up with Asha Soon, a Conquered Guardian, the ruling military force in that galaxy. They go through all this unbelievable stuff, fall in love, and eventually, at the end of the series, get their happily ever after despite all the odds. And if there was ever a couple that deserved a happily ever after, it's Jack Dalton and Asha Soon. I mean, the things they went through, it was mind-boggling. And there's the Space Dream gang. Asha, who is Talusian, a humanoid offshoot of our species, Ru Latu, who is a Tawan warrior, Ja Alexa Neri, a Duxna priestess, Sovereign Reese the 12th, a deposed Hicks Noxian royal, Callista, who is Nelgari, and Milu, a Cygnus Ark and her navigator, plus other characters that enter and leave the series at various times.
Jack smiled at her detailed description of the characters. It was obvious she loved the show.
Sounds like that's the reality you should have been zapped to, although I'm glad you weren't, or we would have been in some seriously deep trouble,
Jack commented.
Oh, no,
Brianna exclaimed adamantly.
No way, Jose. That verse is hardcore, man. Their bad guys make the Threnarians look like 6-week-old puppies in comparison. It would make this show look like a children's show compared to what they faced and had to go through. No, thank you. Their writers were seriously on point.
On point?
Layla queried.
Oh, yeah. For example, don't you find it strange that everyone in this galaxy speaks the same language, even though different languages have been referenced but never spoken? And it just so happens that one language everyone speaks and understands is American English? I mean, everyone on Earth doesn't speak the same language, and yet here we are in a completely different galaxy, going around from planet to planet, and everyone miraculously speaks and understands English. How is that even possible? I'll tell you how that's possible, because the scriptwriter said so.
How did they address that issue on Space Stream?
Rowan asked, now curious about the show.
It was ingenious,
Brianna replied.
You have each species speaking their own language, which they make sure to point out, and yet understanding each other. And the way they did that was with translator symbiotes. When injected into a species' bloodstream, the symbiotes make their way to the brain and colonize, forming a symbiotic relationship with the host. They make it so the host can instantly understand almost all forms of verbal communication. Almost every child born in that verse is automatically injected with the symbiotes, kind of like a vaccine. That means there's no communication issues between most species, while still allowing them to learn and speak their own native language without any multi-language barriers or issues. And because Dalton hears and understands things in English, once he's injected with the symbiotes, that's what we hear as well.
Is he the one that named his gun? What was it? Wanda?
Rilo asked.
That's him.
Brianna confirmed.
Do you have this on your laptop too?
I think so. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure I do.
I'd like to see it,
Rilo said.
Let's do that later.
Hey, I want in on that action,
Jack added. Rilo gave him a look, then said,
Don't you have a party to plan?
Rowan looked up at the mention of a party and asked,
Party? What party? Who's having a party? I am planning a party to celebrate these two lovebirds getting married. I told them we have to have a party since they didn't have a ceremony, so we could help them celebrate.
Jack announced.
What? Who's married?
Rowan asked, surprised at the news.
Did you two get married?
Layla asked at the same time. Rilo took Brianna's left hand in his and showed them their rings. Exclamations and congratulations were made all around, but Rowan was upset he wasn't invited to the ceremony. Jack told him it was a private ceremony, and no one had been invited.
Is that even legal?
Rowan asked Jack.
It is on Neronia, and that's what matters, Rowan.
Jack assured him.
Oh, okay, if you say so,
Rowan muttered, still unsure about the legalities of such a thing.
I say so,
Jack reiterated, smiling at the happy couple. Looking around the table at their friends and how the mood had been brightened up by their announcement, Brianna realised how much stress everyone had been under lately, including herself, which gave her an idea.
You know, with all the stress and tension we've been under, I think we need to have a pre-party party,
Brianna announced.
Something to help us relax and forget about everything for a couple of hours. How about we have a movie night tonight? We can have popcorn and nachos, sodas and beer, whatever. Junk foodamania. What do you think? Anyone up for it?
There was a split second of silence, and then everyone at the table spoke up at once, happily agreeing to the idea and making plans as to who would bring what. Brianna went over to Rowan and whispered in his ear, asking him to do a favour for her, which he readily agreed to do.
Okay, everyone, we'll meet in the video room tonight at 7,
she said, getting everyone's attention.
Trust me, you're not going to want to miss this, so don't be late,
she told them with a big grin. Rilo saw her smile and could tell she was planning something, so he got up and went over to her. Whispering in her ear, he asked,
What are you up to?
She looked at him, the grin still there, and asked,
What makes you think I'm up to something?
Because I know you.
Yes, you do, but you're gonna have to wait to find out with everyone else,
she told him, putting her arms around his neck and pressing up against him. He put his arms around her, holding her there.
I've never been very good at waiting,
he told her with a grin of his own.
Yes, I am aware of that,
she replied.
But I think I can find something for you to do that will keep you occupied until tonight.
You think so, huh?
Oh, I know so,
she told him, raising up on her toes and bringing his head down to where she could kiss him. As it turns out, he had no problem waiting after all. Brianna got to the video room a little early to make sure everything was set up properly. As promised, Rowan was also there and had found a way to hook her laptop up to the big screen, so the movie could stream from her laptop and play in high def. She also invited Logan and his team as well. They helped bring in some extra seating in addition to the 3 large couches that had been set up theatre-style on risers, one behind the other. A table had been set to the side for the food and drinks that were brought in. It wasn't too long before everyone arrived. Besides Logan and his crew, Sophie, Gladys, T-Ball and Hudson, Jack, Rowan and Layla were there. Elsa, Connor and Pavlovsky, another lead scientist and Rowan's only competition in the smarts department, had also decided to join in the fun. As people got settled, Brianna stood in front of the screen and addressed everyone.
Tonight's entertainment is a movie from my reality that won't be made for about another, 15 years or so, called The Ocean King.
The Ocean King?
Hudson asked in disbelief.
You mean that pasty-faced blonde guy in the comics that wears green and gold spandex and rides a seahorse?
Yeah, they totally did away with that crap and went the complete opposite direction when they revamped the character. Trust me, he's had a total makeover. And this movie has something for everyone. We've got superheroes, some good foobar, a love story, drama, comedy. I think you're really going to enjoy it. So, on with the show,
she announced as she started the movie. Then she made her way to the very back where she and Dax were sitting on the large sofa there, along with Sophie and Gladys, who were sitting next to her. As she leaned against Dax, his arm around her, he quietly asked,
"What are you not telling me?"
"Shh, watch the movie,"
she said without looking at him while munching on some popcorn. As the movie began, everyone quieted down. When the narration started up, she was watching their expressions, and it looked like some of them thought they recognized the voice. Then they seemed to shrug it off as they started to get engrossed in the story. The movie progressed along nicely until the Ocean King made his entrance. Then, when he made his superhero landing on the deck of the ship, stood up and turned around to face the camera, the entire room erupted. And as the Ocean King worked his way through the ship, taking out the bad guys, the whoops, hollers and cheers continued. Rilo just sat there, one hand over his face, shaking his head. It was one thing to see the actor as he portrayed himself as Rilo. It was quite another to watch him acting out a different role entirely. It was a very strange and bizarre feeling watching the man on the screen who looked exactly like him because he was seeing himself, but not himself, go through the part. It was a very surreal experience. Then he noticed Gladys and Sophie staring at him. Well, actually, they were staring more at his body. Then they caught Brianna's attention and gave her a questioning look while Sophie pointed to the man on the screen and then to Rilo, wondering. Brianna gave them a big smile and nodded, answering their question. Their jaws dropped open as they looked at Rilo again, then each other, and fell back on the sofa in awe. Rilo gave Brianna a questioning look as he inquired,
"Were they asking?"
"If you are as hot as the guy on the screen, yes, they were,"
she said as she grinned at him.
"Actually, I think you're hotter, but I am a little biased."
"Oh boy,"
he muttered, embarrassed at the attention.
"Was this really necessary?"
"It's a small sacrifice to help everyone relax and have some fun. You're a big guy. I know you can handle it,"
she said as she smiled up at him convincingly. Rilo looked around the room and saw that everyone did seem to be having a really good time. The movie had definitely helped take their mind off of things. He decided to settle down and enjoy the rest of the evening as well. After all, he, the Ocean King, was the hero of the story. You couldn't get much better than that. Then he felt one of Brianna's hands go underneath his shirt, caressing his back, and the other hand that was in front go under his shirt and start caressing his chest.
Shouldn't you be watching the movie?"
he asked, squirming a little at her attention.
"I've seen it,"
she whispered softly.
"Besides, why watch the fake one when I've got the real thing right here?"
He turned to her and got lost in her eyes. Her expression told him everything he needed to know. He pulled her into his lap and kissed her, the movie forgotten for the moment. Turns out things could get better after all. Chapter 21. A few days after movie night, Shelton and his team were making a run that took them through the Rorschach system. It was there they discovered 2 stasis pods floating above a planet. Rowan and Brianna were able to confirm these were the 2 pods from the next episode. Rowan made sure the cameras were recording, and Jack sent a couple of missiles to take out the pods. They were destroyed without further incident, and they continued back to Lemuria. The very next day, they received a distress call from LKS-293 asking for immediate assistance. This was surprising, considering they'd only just destroyed the stasis pods. There should have definitely been more time between the 2 incidents, but here they were, occurring back-to-back. Jack had Rowan put a rush on the enhancement of the recording they made of the pod's destruction. When they watched the video, they got a good idea why events were being accelerated. It appeared from the wreckage that at least one of Brianna's theories had been correct. The bodies in the pod should have been old and semi-human looking. However, they could tell from the remains that whoever had been in those pods were definitely not humanoid. Not only that, they also found evidence of weapons among the wreckage, something that definitely should not have been there. It appeared the Gorham had indeed set a trap using the pods, so it was safe to assume there would have also been tracking devices on them as well. The team met in Elsa's office to discuss the findings and what to do next, especially since LKS-293 was not letting up with the requests for assistance from Lemuria.
I'm sure the Luktari are behind the request for assistance,
Brianna said,
since they're the ones wanting to set the trap for our teams. It appears they're not happy we aren't playing the game they want us to play, but I also wouldn't be surprised to find out the Gorham is putting on added pressure for them to get us there.
We need to tell LKS-293 something that will get them to leave us alone,
Elsa said.
Anyone have any ideas?
We could tell them we've had an outbreak of something,
Jack suggested.
I'm sure Connor could come up with a medical condition to tell them, and we're quarantined until further notice and unable to help. There wouldn't be much they could say to that.
That is an excellent idea,
Brianna said.
But let's take that one step further. We've had an outbreak, but we don't know what it is yet. We don't think it's anything serious. There have been no fatalities so far, but we can't risk it spreading. That way, when they offer to send help, because you know they would jump on that chance in a heartbeat, we tell them we simply can't break quarantine until we know what it is. So, thanks but no thanks.
Jack looked at Brianna in confusion as he queried,
Wait a minute. First, they say they're in dire need of our assistance, and you think when we tell them we're in quarantine, they're going to offer to send us help? How does that work? If they have help to send us, why do they need our assistance in the first place? That doesn't make sense.
Want to make a bet on whether or not they offer assistance?
Brianna asked. Jack took a good look at her, then at Rilo, and decided not to press his luck, stating,
No thanks. I think I'll pass on that one.
Wise decision,
Rilo told him with a grin. Elsa smiled at them and tapped on her comm, telling the control room to notify LKS-293 that Lemuria was under medical quarantine with an unknown contagion and they would not be able to offer any assistance. The control room acknowledged the order, and a few seconds later the message was sent. Less than a minute later, the control room contacted Elsa to let her know LKS-293 was offering to assist with Lemuria's medical emergency, and they could send a team to help out right away. Elsa couldn't help grinning at the expression on Jack's face as he heard the transmission telling the control room,
Tell them we appreciate the offer, but we can't break quarantine.
Elsa paused for a moment, then told them,
Well, I guess that takes care of that, at least for now. Jack, Rilo, we need to meet to discuss our plans for getting Connor his test subject for the gene therapy experiment tomorrow morning at 9, here in my office, all right?
Both men nodded their agreement as they all headed out of her office. Layla took that opportunity to take Brianna off to the side.
I just wanted to thank you for warning me and my people about Maxwell,
Layla told her.
I understand why they wish to go ahead with the experiment, but it still bothers me they would put the experiment over our welfare and safety. I do not see how one justifies the other.
I agree with you, Layla, and you're welcome. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. Dax is very aware of the situation and how dangerous Maxwell is, and he will not hesitate to put him down at the first sign of trouble. Jack is aware as well. I know we will all be relieved when this experiment is over and done with and Maxwell is out of the picture completely.
So, how are you doing? I have not had much of a chance to talk with you, especially since we found out about the Gorham. Are you okay?
Layla asked, genuinely concerned. Brianna hated lying to her, but she didn't want her to worry unnecessarily, especially about something they had no control over.
Yes, I'm fine, Layla. Thanks for asking. I'm just excited about the party Jack is planning,
she said, trying to change the subject.
Do you know any of the details yet? Has he said anything to you about it? He won't tell me anything,
she told her with a pout. Layla smiled and said,
Yes, but he has promised me to secrecy, so I cannot tell you anything, at least not yet. But it does look like it will be a very nice shindig, I believe is what he called it.
They both laughed at that and continued walking along the hall, making friendly conversation until they parted ways. Layla off to take care of her business, and Brianna headed towards the mess hall kitchen to see if she could do some damage there. It was earlier than she normally went, but she was anxious, and cooking helped keep her mind occupied on other things, something she desperately needed at the moment. Jack found her there later that evening, having helped the chef with the dinner service first, before starting on her favourite recipes. She was listening to the tunes on her phone, her headphones on, jamming to the music as she cooked. Jack watched her dance and sing, smiling at the fun she was having. She eventually turned around and saw him standing there, grinning at her, and she paused her music, asking how long he'd been there.
A couple of hours,
he told her casually.
Uh-huh. Try that one on Rowan. I know better,
she said with a grin.
What's up?
I was just wondering if you'd made a copy of your playlist for the party yet.
I sure did. Here you go,
she said, digging in her pocket and tossing him a thumb drive.
Feel free to edit, mix, delete, whatevs. Those are copies, so no worries.
I was also wondering if you guys had a song? You know, like a special song for a couple's dance?
Jack asked. She thought for a moment, then told him,
No, we haven't done that yet. Although, I do have a song I would like to play for him if you feel that's something you can work in. And maybe you can have him listen to that playlist and see if there's anything he wants to pick out for me. That's probably the closest you're going to get to a couple's song for us.
Sounds perfect. What's your song?
Jack asked.
1,000 Years. It's on the drive.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
She smiled and replied,
That's because it hasn't been written yet.
That's probably why then.
Probably.
She paused for a brief moment, then said,
Jack, it would be better if the party could be sooner rather than later. I don't mean to rush you, but with things being the way they are...
Jack looked at her carefully, then asked,
What's wrong? Do you know something we don't?
She sighed deeply, then said,
It's nothing specific. Just more of a gut feeling, a hunch, I guess. It just seems the Gorham is getting impatient. We foiled him the first time at that village, and that was probably just dumb luck on our part. Then we didn't fall for his trap with the pods, and we stopped him cold with the Lactari. I'm not going to be involved when you snatch up Maxwell, so there won't be a chance for him there, which means, more than likely, he's going to make an all-out effort to grab me when we go to Winoka. So, you think we could have the party before you guys get Maxwell?
Jack didn't like what she was saying, but it made sense, and in all honesty, he'd been thinking the same thing. What he really hated was not being able to tell her she didn't have anything to worry about, that she was just being silly and, of course, everything was going to be all right. But he knew better than to lie to her. She'd see right through it, and it wouldn't help.
Sure,
he replied softly.
No problem.
Thanks.
With that, Jack turned around and walked out of the kitchen, at a loss to say anything else. She watched him walk out, then turned around and put her music back on, trying desperately to think of anything besides a Gorham. Chapter 22. As Brianna got ready for the party, Rilo watched her without being obvious about it. He had learned to read her moods, so he knew something was bothering her. He had a good idea what it was, but now was not the time to bring it up. Tonight was about celebrating, and he was going to make sure she had a good time. Brianna had chosen to wear one of the few dresses she had brought with her. She knew that being in Hollywood, there would be parties as well as meetings she would need to attend while working on her production. Luckily, she had the foresight to prepare for those types of situations and had packed accordingly. This particular dress was a metallic dark blue number that had a light shimmer to the fabric and a flowing skirt with an uneven hem, perfect for dancing. The bodice was tailored with straps that crisscrossed in back and cut low in the front, but not so low as to be tasteless or trashy. She wore her hair loose and flowing with a pair of sparkling grey princess flats, perfect for dancing. As she finished up, she came out of the bathroom to let Dax know she was ready, and the sight of him took her breath away. He was dressed in the same style of clothing he usually wore, but the outfit he was wearing was more ceremonial-looking than casual, and one she hadn't seen before. Turns out, Layla had come to Rilo's rescue by having some of the seamstresses in her village help him with an outfit they had made for him, especially for the party. He was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and pants, that were made of soft leather in a cream colour, with fringe and a few decorations, along with moccasin-styled footwear. The outfit looked almost Native American in style, but different, not quite the same. The shirt fit his broad shoulders and torso, so it accentuated his features, and the pants were finely tailored to him as well. If it was possible to make him any more manly-looking than he already was, this outfit did it. And when Rilo saw Brianna, his mouth dropped open. He was used to seeing her in jeans and a shirt. He'd never seen her in a dress before, and the full effect mesmerized him. They looked at each other and smiled, slowly walking towards the other. He put his hand to her face, and she closed her eyes, feeling his hand on her. Then she opened her eyes and looked at him, losing herself in what she saw before her. He leaned down and kissed her, long and deep, pulling her into him as she wrapped her arms around him, matching his desire and intensity with her own.
Ah.
Rilo groaned, finally pulling away.
I promised Shelton we wouldn't be late.
Well, we can't have you breaking your promises now, can we?
She said mischievously.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
You're gonna pay for that later.
He growled at her playfully.
Promises, promises,
she said, teasing him as she moved out the door. He lunged at her, and she squealed as she dodged him, both of them laughing and teasing each other as they made their way to the party. When they arrived, she stopped and stared in awe at the room before them. Jack Shelton had outdone himself. She had never seen anything so beautiful and sweet as that room looked. It was tastefully decorated, and a killer sound system had been installed, so it was ready to rock and roll. A buffet had been set up with tasty treats by Lemuria's head chef, including a gorgeous and huge wedding cake. Rowan and Pavlovsky had actually been the ones to find the room some time ago in their wanderings of the city, but it had never been put to use because it was, quite literally, like a large ballroom. Out of the way from normal traffic, it was the perfect place to set up for the party without raising suspicion about what was going on. Plus, everyone Jack had approached about helping had wanted to do their part. No one had mentioned or talked about the major dark cloud hanging over Rilo's and Brianna's heads, but everyone knew it was there. They wanted to make sure to give the couple the best time possible. Brianna could tell Jack had gone all out on making this a special night for them to remember. Her heart swelled with love for him, as well as the rest of their friends in Lemuria that were there to help celebrate their union. Jack spotted them as they entered the room and came over to greet them.
What do you think?
He asked as they looked around.
Oh, Jack,
she gushed.
It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much,
she told him as she gave him a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. Jack blushed as he told her.
Better watch out. Your husband's still watching.
She grinned and told him.
You better watch out. He might just kiss you too, with everything you've done for us here tonight.
Rilo went over to Jack and gave him a big bear hug, lifting him up off the floor.
He'll have to make do with a hug instead,
Rilo said, putting Jack back down and giving him a hearty pat on the back. Wincing a bit from Rilo's embrace, Jack told them,
Okay, that's enough with the emotional outbursts. The evening is still young. Let's save some for later.
So, when are we going to get this party started?
Brianna asked, ready to hit the dance floor.
How about right now? Pavlovsky,
Jack hollered, catching the attention of the man set up in the DJ booth.
Our guests of honor have arrived. Crank it up.
Pavlovsky gave him a thumbs up, and within seconds, Get the Party Started was playing. Whoops and hollers went out as people went out onto the dance floor. Rilo and Jack stayed on the sidelines, watching as Brianna went out into the dance crowd and met up with Sophie and Gladys. The three women danced together for several songs and then winded. Brianna left the floor and came to sit down at the table where Rilo and Jack were sitting.
Having fun?
Jack asked with a grin.
Tons,
she exclaimed, returning the smile.
Think it's too soon for the bride's dedication song?
No, I think now would be good. Time we had a slow song anyway,
she told him. Jack got up and quieted the room and announced the couple was going to do the bride's dedication song to her husband. Everyone cleared an area for them, and she led Dax onto the dance floor. Rilo hesitated, then bent down to whisper in her ear.
I don't know what to do,
she whispered back.
Just put your arms around me and rock back and forth with the beat. Follow my lead. That's all you have to do.
She smiled up at him, then nodded to Pavlovsky, and he started her song as they stood in the middle of the cleared floor. 1,000 Years from the Twilight movie started playing. Brianna started moving in motion with the tempo, so Rilo followed her lead, as she had instructed him to do. Then, as the words began, she lip-synced with the lyrics, and what he heard her saying to him through the song made his heart swell with so much love for her, it almost overwhelmed him. They ended the song with a deep and passionate kiss, with the crowd around them, cheering them on. After that, Jack took them over to the wedding cake so they could start serving it. Brianna was overcome with joy by what she saw. The chef had truly outdone herself, and she gave her a huge hug for the generous gift. An hour or so later, after some cake, more dancing and food, Brianna was sitting at their table talking with some people. When Jack made the announcement it was time for the groom's song to his bride, she had no idea Dax had actually picked out a song for the party. Jack never brought it up again, and Dax hadn't said anything. It had totally slipped her mind. She turned around in her seat and saw Dax standing there, his hand out to her, waiting for her to join him. She got up, and as she reached out her hand to take his, she heard his song start to play. She almost lost it because it was the song Perfect by Ed Sheeran. She'd always loved this song, and it had been a dream of hers to dance to it with her man. And now that dream was coming true. As she went to him, she had the sensation she was floating. He led her onto the floor and put an arm around her waist. He took her hand in his hand and started leading her around the dance floor, gently twirling her around and then hugging her close as the song played. She looked up at him in surprise, realizing the trick he had played on her. He did know how to dance. He just didn't want to tip his hand earlier and was saving it as a surprise. She took her free hand and held it to his cheek, gently stroking his face, hardly believing she had somehow gotten this lucky and blessed to be experiencing all this with him. It was fantastic and wonderful, and she never wanted it to end. She couldn't imagine heaven being any better than what she already had, right there in front of her. And as the song ended, they shared another passionate kiss to the cheers, whoops and hollers of the people surrounding them. As the party wound down, they thanked everyone for helping them celebrate as they left. She made sure to personally thank Rowan, Layla and Pavlovsky for helping Jack organise and put the event together for them, as they had been instrumental in helping him get everything done. Finally, they headed back to Rilo's room to retire for the evening. They were both tired from the party, but as Rilo watched Brianna undress, he couldn't resist the urge to go over and help her. Her back was to him, but this time, instead of his usual hurry to get her out of her clothes, he took his time, gently caressing, touching and exploring her with his hands.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
They lay like that for some time, just enjoying the quiet and bliss of being together. But Rilo had been wondering something since movie night when they watched The Ocean King. He glanced down at her and wondered if he should ask. Brianna sensed his restlessness. Without looking at him, she kept her head on his chest and asked softly,
"What is it?"
A deep was the only sound he made in response. She raised her head to look at him. He wasn't frowning, but she could tell there was something on his mind.
"You know you can ask me anything."
He looked at her, his brows furrowed as he said,
Yes, but I might not like the answer.
She laughed softly at his response, stating,
"Well, the odds are pretty much stacked in your favor, so I wouldn't worry about that too much."
He said again, still not sure.
"If you don't ask, you'll never know."
He looked at her again, and curious to know what this was about, she raised herself up and sat facing him, cross-legged on the bed. She looked at him expectantly, waiting for the question.
That guy who looks like me, the one in the movie we saw,
he began.
Jackson Mimosa. Yes, what about him?
She prompted.
Have you met him? In person?
Yes, I have.
And
what?
She responded, confused as to what he was asking about. He sighed heavily and hung his head for a moment, then raised back up to look at her and asked,
Aren't you attracted to him like you are to me?
Ah, now she understood.
No, Dax, I am not attracted to him. Especially not like I am to you.
It was his turn to look confused as he said,
I don't understand. We look the same.
She smiled and took his hands in hers as she explained her answer.
You're very similar in looks, yes, but you're not the same. as an actor, he has to change up his looks to match the role he's playing. So he bulks up like in The Ocean King, or trims down and shaves his beard off like he had to for The Desert Kingdom. The last time I saw him, his body shape wasn't like yours at all. And even if it was, you could dress him up to look just like you again. And I would be able to tell the two of you apart in seconds, like that,
she said as she snapped her fingers. He smiled, but she could tell he wasn't totally convinced as he replied,
You think so, huh?
Oh, I know so,
she told him softly, leaning into him.
His personality is most definitely not like yours, because what makes you, you, is what's in here,
she said, touching his heart.
And in here,
she said as she caressed his head.
Looks are a part of it, yes. But that's not what makes you Rilo Dax. All you would have to do is look at me, just look at me, and I would know who my Neronian warrior is and who the fake one was in a heartbeat.
A smile spread across his face as he gazed into her eyes, asking,
We're not the same, then.
Not even close,
she said, smiling at him.
I was never attracted to Mimosa. Don't get me wrong, I greatly appreciated his looks and physique, and that he brought your character to life, definitely. But he's not you. When I first started watching the series and saw you come on your character, the attraction I felt for you was instant and very strong. That made me want to find out more about the actor to see if, by chance, he was anything like you in real life. As it turns out, he's the opposite of you in just about every way, and my first reaction to that was, you,
she said, making a face.
But I continued watching the series in spite of that because I loved seeing your character. And the more I saw of your character, the more I realized who I was really attracted to. And it wasn't Jackson Mimosa. It was you, Dax. It's always been you.
She kissed him softly, snuggling up into him again as she said,
See? Aren't you glad you asked?
He smiled, then said,
I should have known by what you said to me that night, after the movie started and he came on screen.
What did I say?
You told me, why watch the fake one when I have the real one right here?
He replied, as he turned on his side next to her so he could see her face as he spoke.
You called him fake, and me real.
That's because you are the real one,
she told him as she moved her hand over him, caressing his face, neck and shoulders, then down to his chest.
You're Rilo Dax. He's the fake one, pretending to be people he's not. I'll take your real over his fake any day.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. What's wrong?
She asked, knowing he was up to something.
I'm feeling a strong need to prove to you just how real I am,
he said, his tone low and suggestive.
Oh, my. Well, if you feel the need that strongly, then by all means, prove away,
she told him in a tone that matched his own. As it turned out, they both felt much proving was needed that night. Chapter 23. About a week after the party, Elsa and the team finalised the plans on capturing a Threnarian for Dr. Beckham's gene therapy experiment. There was the possibility the Threnarian they captured would not be Maxwell, but Brianna seriously doubted it. She hoped it wouldn't be, but the odds were against it. And she was right. 3 weeks later, she was upstairs in the viewing area of the medical quarantine unit they were using for the experiment, with the subject below. The gene therapy had worked, and Maxwell was in his full human form, including total amnesia regarding who he was or what was happening to him. Brianna was observing some of the tests they were running, and he looked up at her, seeing her watching him. She could see how intelligent he was, and she knew how good he was at pretending to be normal when he wasn't. Maxwell smiled at her, and she smiled back. Just two friendly people smiling at each other, except that they weren't friendly, or people for that matter, especially on Maxwell's side of things. Predators can usually spot another predator, and he was letting her know he had spotted her.
What do you think?
Jack asked as he came over to stand next to her.
Looks like the gene therapy works,
she said casually.
I meant about Maxwell. Do you think he's as dangerous as the original one?
Uh-huh. More than the original,
she replied. Jack frowned, looking down at Maxwell as he looked up and smiled at them again.
You sure? He looks pretty harmless, And Connor has confirmed he really does have amnesia.
Brianna laughed softly. Her tone was conversational as she replied, never taking her eyes off of Maxwell as she spoke.
After that comment, now more than ever, he's already got you fooled. He may have amnesia, but that doesn't make him stupid. He knows he's in a cell, he knows something is up and this isn't normal, and he wants out. I hope you're prepared, and your squads don't let their guard down because people are going to die when he tries to escape.
Jack looked at her in shock, speechless. Her expression and the way she was talking was so casual, so everyday, like nothing was amiss, almost emotionless. But obviously something was wrong, and she was seeing it when they couldn't, and it sounded like she didn't care. It sent shivers up and down his spine. But Jack found his voice enough to ask,
How do you know? How can you tell all that just by looking at him?
She answered him honestly, telling him,
We're predators, he and I. True predators can usually spot another. I just know what I would do if I were in that situation, and trust me, it wouldn't be pretty. So I'm sure what he's planning won't be either.
Jack gave her a hard look, then admitted,
You know, you scare me sometimes.
That wasn't the first time someone had told her that, and she smiled a small, sad smile, replying,
I know.
Never turning her attention away from the window. Jack looked away for a moment, swallowed hard, then asked,
Is that why the Gorham wants you?
Probably. I'm sure that's part of it.
What's he gonna do with you if he gets you?
I would really rather not find out the answer to that question,
she replied nonchalantly. Just then, Jack got a call on his comm and quickly left the room, passing Rilo on his way out. Rilo saw Jack's expression as he left and asked Brianna,
What's up with him?
I don't have my mask on, and he didn't like what he saw,
she told him, in the same emotionless tone she used before with Jack as she continued to watch Maxwell.
It scared him.
Rilo smiled and said,
I doubt that.
Oh no, I scared him. He told me so.
Rilo's smile faded, turning into a frown as he asked,
Why would he say that to you?
She finally looked away from the room below and turned her gaze toward Dax.
Because I did scare him, Dax. I showed him a little bit of my true face, my true nature, and it bothered him. A lot. People aren't as accepting of who I really am as you are. Even your friends.
She put her hand to his face for a moment, then walked out of the room. Rilo stood there, looking down into the room where they had Maxwell, again wondering how his friends from Earth could be so accepting of him. Someone who wasn't even from their own planet, yet so unaccepting of one of their own. It bothered him a great deal, especially since this was about his wife, and it was something he intended to get to the bottom of. But for now, he needed to focus his attention on the problem at hand, Maxwell. He and Brianna had discussed Maxwell a great deal. She had warned him of some of the tricks he might try, and that he would be planning on escaping. And Rilo was going to make sure that didn't happen. As Maxwell looked up at the viewing window, he noticed the woman had left and the tall, large man had returned. Maxwell didn't even bother trying to smile at him because he knew what the reaction would be. He knew this one was also going to be a problem, and not just because of his size and strength, but because he couldn't trick him into thinking he was harmless. Maxwell wasn't sure what was going on exactly, but he knew something was up and he was being locked up for some reason. No one would give him any straight answers, and the story about him being sick with a contagion just didn't sit right with him. He instinctively knew something was being withheld. He just didn't know what. But he was going to find out one way or the other. 3 days later, the decision was made to terminate the experiment. Connor had gotten all the information he felt he could safely get from Maxwell, and it was time to put him down. Connor had noticed some abnormalities regarding Maxwell, and it had made even him nervous enough to say it was time to end it. Jack, Rilo, Connor and Rowan were in the temporary med lab that had been set up adjacent to the secured quarantine room they were holding Maxwell in. They were finalising some last-minute data before they did the deed when they heard loud noises coming from Maxwell's room. Before they even realised what happened, Maxwell overpowered his guards and blocked the only door to their room so they couldn't get out. He grinned into the cameras at them and ran down the hall, armed with one of the guards' guns. Then Rowan said,
Oh no.
They saw Brianna walking in the hallway, coming toward them on the cameras. and Maxwell, who was running down that same hallway in his effort to escape. Rilo yelled with frustration and hit the blocked door, first with his shoulder and then kicking it, finally making the door break and give way. Rilo and Jack ran down the hall to try and catch Maxwell before he could do any more damage, while Connor and Rowan stayed in the lab and watched what was happening on the monitors. As Brianna walked up the hall, she was close enough to hear some of the commotion and knew something was happening. She'd already unsheathed her daggers and had them in her hands when she came upon Maxwell in the hallway.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
Rilo had already moved over to her once Maxwell was dead, worried about her as well.
"What were you doing?"
he exclaimed.
"Don't ever put yourself in danger like that for me again."
She gave him a look and with a confused expression asked,
I'm sorry, have we met? I'm your wife, and you're my husband, the love of my life. Any of that sound familiar? If there's a situation where I can save your life or not save your life, I'm going to choose to save your life every single time, and you're welcome.
Rilo shook his head and then bent his head toward hers. His forehead touched hers as he held onto the back of her head, his eyes closed, his emotions reeling from what had just happened. Then Connor spoke up, stating,
We need to get her to the infirmary right away. She's lost quite a bit of blood, and she's still bleeding. An artery might have been nicked. I need to do a scan to make sure.
Rilo didn't hesitate and immediately scooped Brianna up in his arms and headed off to the infirmary, not bothering to wait on anyone else. Connor followed close behind, leaving Rowan and Jack with Maxwell's body in the hallway.
Everything okay now?
Rowan asked nervously.
Have you checked on the guards in his room? Are they okay?
Jack asked.
It looks like it. Apparently, he just knocked them out. He didn't stick around to, kill them.
Jack groaned before admitting,
We got lucky. She warned me this would happen. He would try to escape and people would get hurt or killed. Do me a favor, Rowan, and make sure those guys get checked out at the infirmary. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to check on her. Make sure she's all right. Sure,
Rowan replied.
What are you going to do with him?
Rowan asked, pointing to what remained of Maxwell.
I'm thinking incinerator.
Jack replied thoughtfully.
Good choice,
Rowan said, agreeing with him.
I thought so.
Jack tapped on his comm, ordering a unit to come dispose of Maxwell's body and clean up the mess. He stayed there until the unit arrived, making sure Maxwell's body was secured and being disposed of properly. Then he made his way to the infirmary. When Jack got there, he saw Rilo sitting in a chair with his head in his hands. That was not a good sign.
Hey, how's she doing?
Jack asked quietly, sitting beside him. Rilo raised his head, his voice breaking as he spoke.
She had to go into surgery right away. One of her arteries got nicked, and she lost a lot of blood. She lost consciousness as I was carrying her here, so I didn't even get to talk to her before.
Rilo, she's tough. You know that. If anyone can pull through something like this, it's her. She's going to be fine,
Jack said, trying to comfort him.
Yeah, I know. I just can't imagine.
Looks like you won't have to. There's Connor, and he's smiling,
Jack told him, pointing to Connor, both of them standing up as he approached them.
She lost quite a bit of blood, but we were able to fix her up. We put a few pints back into her, and she should be fine in a couple of days. Of course, she will have to take it easy, and that means... Ooh!
Connor exclaimed, as Rilo swept him up into a big bear hug at the news.
Thank you. Thank you, Connor.
Rilo told him emotionally.
Where is she? Can I see her?
She's right over there, but she's still unconscious.
That's okay. I'll just sit with her,
Rilo told him, hurrying over to Brianna's bedside.
Bloody hell,
Connor remarked, rubbing his arms where he'd been hugged.
That's one big, strong man. I'd hate to see what happens to the bloke that tries to do her harm.
Or him,
Jack said, thinking out loud.
This is the second time she's protected Rilo like that. It's a damn good thing she's on our side. I would really hate to come up against her in a fight.
Yes, I know what you mean. I saw what happened on the monitors. I've never seen anyone like her before. She's quite unique, isn't she?
Connor asked.
Oh, you have no idea,
Jack said softly. Brianna woke up to find Dak sitting by her bedside, holding the hand of her injured arm with his head lowered, resting on his arm on the side of the bed. She smiled at the sight of him, and using her free hand, she started stroking his head. He lifted it at her touch and smiled at her. Then his expression turned to one of consternation and worry.
Please, don't do that to me again,
he told her softly.
Are you mad at me?
She asked.
Yes, I am very mad at you. How would you feel if it were reversed, and I was the one that almost died?
I see your point,
she replied.
I would be pretty upset, but I would also be very grateful. So extremely, wonderfully grateful.
Rilo couldn't help it. A smile started spreading across his face as he said,
Yeah, is that so?
Absolutely. Just unbelievably grateful,
she told him.
Really, truly grateful,
she continued softly as he came closer until his lips met hers in a kiss.
All right, you two,
Connor said as he came over to check on her.
Break it up now. She needs a rest, and this isn't helping.
Oh, I beg to differ, Dr. Beckham,
she replied.
I'm already feeling much better,
she said as she smiled at Dax.
Yes, dear, that would be the pain medication.
Connor responded.
I'm going to have to restrict his visits if you don't behave,
he warned.
Don't worry, Connor. I'll behave, and I'll make sure she does too,
Rilo said in all seriousness as he stroked her hair. She frowned at Dax as she asked,
Since when do you behave?
Since you got stabbed and almost died,
he responded back.
Party pooper,
she muttered softly as the drugs kicked in and she closed her eyes, falling asleep again. Rilo continued to sit with her, stroking her hair, watching over her, and trying hard not to think about what life would be like without her. Chapter 24. It had been almost 3 weeks since Maxwell's demise and Brianna's arm was healing nicely. Over the years she had become pretty good at acting, especially since she had to do it every day to make sure her true face stayed undercover, which meant she put on a good show for the folks around her, without overdoing it, of course, but a show nonetheless. She was on the downward slope to her meet-up with the Gorham, and she knew it. She was rolling downhill and picking up speed with every day that passed. She could feel it with every fibre of her being that Winoka was going to be the place where it happened. One way or the other, the Gorham was taking her, and he wasn't taking no for an answer. Brianna's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions over this. Not only was she working with unknowns, there was a very powerful creature that was intent on acquiring her for reasons that did not bode well for her. She was at a loss as to what to do. Honestly, how do you fight against something this powerful and mysterious? A creature that could not only cross dimensions and time, but pull others out of their realities as well. She was proof this was possible, so there was no telling what else this creature could do. With that kind of power and knowledge, it was pretty much a given she was on the losing side of things. But she wasn't the sort to just give in. However, in this situation, she wasn't sure what else she could do. Because if she put up too much of a fight, the others around her would get hurt, or worse, killed in the process. Like Rilo. Especially Rilo. There was no way he would sit idly by and let her get taken, no matter the cost to himself. And if she put up too much resistance, that's exactly what would happen, and she couldn't bear that thought. Somehow, some way, she was going to have to find the middle ground and do what she could to keep him, as well as the others, safe. Plus, once she was taken, she had no intention of sitting on her laurels. She would do whatever she could to find out her enemy's strengths and weaknesses and escape as soon as possible. By gathering the information they needed on this mystery creature, perhaps they could figure out a way to fight back and, hopefully, defeat him. To that end, she went looking for Rowan. She found him in his lab, busily working away on several projects at once, as he usually did. She smiled, wondering if anyone else on the team knew how truly lucky they were to have him in their corner with that big, wonderful brain of his, not to mention his heart. Of course that he kept hidden and locked away, out of sight from everyone. But every so often, when people were able to get a peek and a glimpse of it, they were blindsided by its brilliance when it shone through.
Hey, Ro,
she said to him as she entered his lab. He looked up and smiled, saying,
Hey.
Back. She was one of the few people, one of the only people he acknowledged with a smile whenever she spoke to him, whether she was interrupting him or not. She had done him the favour of calling him Ro when others were around, except for Shelton, of course, and probably due to her popularity, the nickname had caught on. It had been picked up by other people who now used it when addressing him. It had actually become something of a cool thing. She sat down on one of the stools in the lab, and he could tell something was up by her expression.
What is it?
He asked, with concern.
What's happened?
Nothing. Yet.
She replied.
But it will, and I need your help when it does.
She looked at him with eyes that were serious and very frightened. He had never seen her frightened like that before, and it bothered him. It bothered him a lot.
What do you need?
He asked, setting everything else aside and giving her his undivided attention. She sighed heavily, then told him,
This needs to stay just between us, okay? Can you promise me that, Ro?
Of course. Just between us.
She paused for a moment, then told him,
The Gorham will take me at Winoka. I know it. I can feel it. And I don't think there's anything anyone can do to stop it. But,
she said, as she looked at him fully,
there may be a way for you to find me. Whatever he's doing, wherever he's going, however he's taking me, he's going to leave some sort of energy signature behind. He's bound to. I know this as surely as I know he's going to take me. Ro, let the others worry about trying to protect me or fighting the bad guys or whatever it is they're going to do. I need you to focus everything you have, all your equipment, anything and everything you can, to search for, watch out for, and pick up on any energy signatures in that area when that happens. And afterward, keep a search out for any kind signatures you may come across. Those will be the clues and breadcrumbs that will hopefully lead you to where I am. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to find me so you can bring me back home to Lemuria. Will you do that for me, Ro, please?
She asked.
Yes, absolutely.
He said readily, agreeing to her request.
In fact, I've been working on some new scanning equipment that specifically picks up on and identifies unique energy signatures. I should be able to utilize it for that very thing. I think we can...
Ro,
she said, interrupting him.
There's one more thing.
Yes?
She held up a thumb drive and told him,
This has all the episodes of Gateway of Infinity, with the exception of Dax's backstory. I promised him no one would ever see that episode, so I didn't include it. But everything else is there. We're already so far off of Hollywood's version, I seriously doubt their version of Season 5 is even going to happen the way we're going, which is a good thing. That's what we want to have happen. But you do need to make sure the Sarantian storyline does not happen, at all costs. That storyline is what costs Elsa her life, as well as thousands of other humans across the galaxy. And it can all be averted by simply avoiding their planet. If they're left alone and have no idea we know about them, they'll leave us alone. It's that simple. Okay? And make sure you don't put this on any kind of network. Standalone devices only, and no copies. If the military or SAC gets their hands on this...
I got it. I understand.
Rowan assured her.
Does anyone else have these files or know about this?
I'm giving Jack and Elsa a copy, and Dax will have my laptop, but other than that, that's it. No other copies, and no one else has this info. It's all in your hands now,
she said, looking at him and giving him a smile.
I'm not giving up on being able to figure this out. Because if we can't, that's like saying there's someone else out there smarter than me. And you know how I feel about that.
Rowan told her with complete sincerity.
Oh, I'm counting on you being the biggest and bestest brain out there,
she told him with a grin.
And I know you hate being told this, but there's absolutely nothing the others can do to help me. It's all going to come down to you.
Me,
Rowan said at the same time.
Sorry about that, but you're going to be the only one who can find me once the Gorham has me. Just, do your best to try and bring me back, okay?
It is a challenge and responsibility I willingly and gladly accept.
Rowan affirmed.
Thank you,
she told him softly, getting up from her seat to go over and kiss him on the forehead and give him a hug.
You're one of the bestest friends anyone could have.
As she turned to leave, Rowan called out to her.
Hey, just try to stay alive out there, okay?
She looked back at him and replied,
I'll do my best.
Then she turned and walked out the door. Rowan stared after her for a few seconds, then bent to his newest task, his mind already going 1,000,000 miles a minute on how to solve this latest problem. After leaving Rowan's lab, Brianna went out to her favourite spot on the pier. It was late afternoon at that point, which quickly turned to dusk as she sat there, legs dangling over the edge, thinking about how much time she had left and what she still wanted to accomplish before D-Day arrived. She'd already made sure to make the rounds with the friends she'd made. She paid special attention to Logan and his team, Hudson, T-Ball, Sophie and Gladys, as well as spending extra time with Layla. There was something else too, a thought, a feeling, that just wouldn't go away. Somehow she knew beyond a doubt that something else, something bigger was going on, that what was on the surface of what she was seeing, experiencing, it was just the tip of the mountain. There was something much bigger at play here. It was right there, at the very edge of her mind, but she just couldn't quite bring it to the front so she could see it clearly. But even knowing that, she still had no idea if she would be able to make it back here, to Lemuria and to Dax. She knew she should be grateful for the time she'd been granted here, and especially for the time she had with him. She knew she shouldn't be greedy. She knew all of this, and yet it was hard to not want more.
Still working on that bucket list?
Jack asked as he came up and sat down next to her, carrying a six-pack and a bag of pretzels. She looked at what he was carrying and raised her eyebrows in surprise.
Root beer?
She asked.
It's the only kind of beer you'll drink, right?
You know me so well, it's scary. Pass me one of those bad boys.
Jack laughed and handed her a can. As she popped it open, she told him,
You know, Dax is going to get a complex if he keeps finding us out here like this.
As long as he doesn't catch us kissing, we're good,
Jack quipped in response. She laughed, then reached into her pocket and took out a thumb drive, handing it to him.
That's all the episodes. Rowan and Elsa have a copy too, with the exception of Dax's backstory. I didn't include that one on theirs, but it's on yours since Dax said it was okay. The only other copy is on my laptop, which Dax will have. I told Rowan you guys need to avoid the Sarantian storyline at all costs. It's the one that costs Elsa her life. Avoid that planet and it should be pretty smooth sailing. With the exception of the Thrunarians, of course, and the Lactari, and Kungar. Hey, speaking of the Lactari, did Nadel's coup take place? Do you know anything about that yet?
Jack took a swig of his drink, then looked at her and asked,
Why are you talking like you're already gone? Like it's a done deal?
'Cause it pretty much is. And I can't talk like this around Dax. It would freak him out.
Yeah, well, you're freaking me out too.
She turned to look at him with a mischievous smile as she said,
Yeah, but you're used to me freaking you out.
He looked at her out of the corner of his eye, and they both busted out into laughter. Jack took another drink, then decided to go ahead and answer her question, figuring it was better to play along. He was pretty sure she was also freaked out at the situation she found herself in, and was probably hanging on by a thread as it was.
Our intelligence sources tell us Nadel's coup did happen, although it wasn't a bloodless one as he had originally hoped. They did suffer losses, but he is now the official leader of the Lactari,
Jack told her.
And Kungar? Any word as to where he slithered off to?
We actually received word he was killed during the coup,
Jack replied.
I seriously doubt that. Unless there's a verified proof of a body, and the body is actually his, I wouldn't count on it. You still need to watch your back, dude. That man is bad news, and he has a serious grudge against you. And don't forget about Ted. If Kungar really is dead, you need to find that planet and rescue him.
Huh. Rescue a Thrunarian. Rylo's really going to enjoy that.
I know, right? Wish I could be there to see it.
No sooner had Brianna said that than Rilo sat down beside her, having silently approached without either of them noticing he was there, coming up behind them. And he also heard the last part of their conversation, including her last remark. He looked at her, but she refused to meet his gaze.
Whoa!
Jack exclaimed, surprised at Rilo's sudden appearance.
What the hell? You need to warn people before you sneak up on them like that. You almost gave me a heart attack.
What's the point of sneaking if you're going to warn them first?
Rilo asked.
Okay, Well, you got me there. Just give a warning or something next time. Make some noise, man. That just isn't natural,
Jack said, trying to save face.
What are you drinking?
Rilo asked Brianna, trying to draw her out.
Root beer,
she answered softly.
The only type of beer your wife will drink,
Jack added, handing Rilo a can. Rilo opened it and took a swig, then held the can out and looked at it in awe.
This is great. Why haven't I had this before?
He said, taking another large drink.
No wonder you like it,
he remarked to Brianna, hoping to get a reaction from her.
Hey,
Jack said to Brianna.
Remember that flying lesson you wanted? I have some time tomorrow morning. I thought we could take a shuttle out and I could show you a few things. I know you can't fly it because you need the antediluvian gene, but Ryla's available and he can come with us if you're up for it.
That brought a smile to her face, and she lit up at the news.
Really? Seriously? That would be awesome, thank you,
she said to Jack, giving him a hug. He paused for a moment, then added,
I've also got an idea about Wanoka, and I wanted your opinion about it.
Sure, what's your idea?
She asked.
Well, I was thinking...
That's dangerous,
she said, breaking in on him with a grin.
Ha ha, very funny. My idea was, instead of waiting for Wanoka to contact us at the last minute when everything's ready to blow, why don't we take matters into our own hands and contact them first? Give ourselves some time to get everyone evacuated safely without putting anyone's lives in jeopardy. Plus, it will give us a jump on the Gorham because he won't be expecting us that soon. We should be able to bypass him altogether while saving the people without putting any of our lives at risk. What do you think?
She thought about what he said, then smiled and nodded approvingly.
I think that just might work. We might need Elsa's diplomatic skills to help handle their head of state. Rowan could certainly talk scientific rings around them and give them a plausible story about us having performed readings on their planet, and we noticed there was a problem that was going to become catastrophic for them. The Dauntless will also need to be brought in for this mission. How soon do you think you can be ready?
She asked.
Probably a week. Maybe not even a week. The sooner the better, right?
Jack said excitedly, getting to his feet.
I'm going to talk to Elsa and Rowan about this and get working on it right away. And hey, don't stay up too late. Remember, we've got a flying lesson tomorrow,
he told her as he left them on the pier. Brianna watched Jack walk away, then breathed out heavily as she put her face in her hands.
Oh, less than a week,
she said softly to herself. Rilo looked at her, then asked,
Why did you do that?
She sat back up and looking out over the clouds told him,
Because it was the right thing to do.
She looked at Dax and smiled, then looked back out over the clouds again.
It really is a good plan. It makes sense, and it will allow you guys to help those people without putting yourselves at risk unnecessarily. It will be much safer for everyone involved if it gets done sooner rather than later.
But...
Rilo started to say, but she broke in on him.
It won't help me or my situation. They're already there, waiting for me. It doesn't matter if we go tomorrow or a month from now. What's done is done.
You sure about that?
She kept her eyes on the horizon as she answered him.
Isn't that what you'd do?
He didn't answer, but instead looked out over the clouds as well. They sat in silence for a while. Then she remarked,
You know, you never did take me on that camping trip you promised me, to teach me tracking and hunting skills, remember? You think we could do that after Jack gives me the flying lesson?
Rilo looked at her and smiled, nodding his answer, because he didn't trust his voice at that moment. He pulled her to him, and they wrapped their arms around the other tightly, holding on to each other for dear life as day turned to night. The three of them met the next morning in one of the hangars and made their way to the Lemurian shuttle Jack reserved for her flying lesson. The shuttles were basically rectangular in shape, but with rounded edges, giving them a sleek look and design. The front of the shuttle had a large window in front, giving the occupants inside a nice view of their surroundings. On the inside of the shuttle, there was a cockpit area in front, with a pilot and co-pilot seat next to each other, and 2 additional seats behind them, for a total of 4 seats in that area. There was a doorway between the cockpit and the cargo area, with a hidden door that could slide shut and lock, dividing one compartment from the other when needed. The cargo area had seating on either side, along with various storage compartments. some hidden, others visible. It had plenty of storage space, while still having the ability to seat 10 people easily, 12 if they squished together. They took their places in the shuttle, Jack sitting in the pilot's seat, Brianna in the co-pilot's seat, with Rilo in the seat behind her. Jack started showing Brianna the instruments, and the board lit up as he touched it. This activated the console because he had the antediluvian gene required in order to make it work. He told her she could touch, just don't press anything, which she did, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Then Jack turned around, taking his hands off the console as he checked another instrument panel behind and off to the side, taking care of the pre-flight checklist as he usually did. It was then he heard Rilo say,
"Is it supposed to do that?"
Jack turned back around, and to his complete surprise, the board was still lit up. Brianna, unaware of what she was doing, was still touching the console, and it had remained lit and active even after Jack removed his hands. Rilo and Jack looked at each other, then at her as she continued to move her hands over the console.
Babe,
Rilo said, getting her attention. She turned around, taking her hands from the console, and it went dark. She looked at them, confused at their expressions.
"What?"
she asked, wanting to know what was going on. Jack took a breath, then told her,
Turn back around and put your hands on the console again.
She wasn't sure what was going on, but did as she was told.
Okay.
She touched the console, and it lit up again, just as it had for Jack.
"Oh, wow, that's not supposed to happen,"
she said softly. She removed her hands, and the console went dark. She put her hands back on the console, and it lit up again.
"What the hell?"
she swore softly, wondering how this could be happening.
"There's no way I could have the antediluvian gene. Where I'm from, it doesn't even exist. So how could I... unless..."
She stopped speaking as a thought occurred to her. It was more like an idea, actually, one that took root and started to grow like one of her storylines, which usually turned into novels. Only this one.
"Jack, take me to the throne room. We need to find out..."
She didn't finish her thought, and she didn't have to. Jack and Rilo immediately got up, and she followed them out of the shuttle as they all headed to the throne room. That was where the command platform was located that housed a special device. That enabled users with particular DNA, specifically Lemurian DNA markers, to have full access to the Cloud City and all its systems. They entered the throne room, and Brianna looked at the device, then back at Dax and Jack, then cautiously approached it. The device was in the shape of a human form, and when unoccupied, was angled up in a vertical position. The user steps up and backs into the device. Once the user is positioned properly, they put their hands' palms down onto the appropriate sections. The device reads their DNA, and if the user has the appropriate markers, the command platform activates and lowers into a semi-horizontal position. Once the user is finished, the command platform raises back up into a vertical position and powers down, allowing the user to step out of the device. Brianna slowly positioned herself into the device, pressing her palms into the appropriate sections, and immediately the platform activated. The room lit up like a Christmas tree. Things started coming on all across the city. Systems that hadn't been activated in over 20,000 years suddenly came to life. The city powered up like it had a life of its own, throbbing and humming with power. Their comms crackled as people started asking what was happening. Confusion and chaos was evident among the chatter, with Rowan being at the forefront of wondering what the hell was going on. Jack told Brianna to get out of the device in order to stop whatever it was that was happening. But she was connected to the city in a way no one had been able to connect to it for quite some time.
"Just a minute, Jack. Just give me a minute,"
she said softly as she concentrated on sorting out what she was feeling and experiencing. As she gained a larger perspective, she was able to exert greater control over the city and its systems. Power leveled off, non-essential and previously unused systems were shut back down. She was controlling it all. As Jack stood there watching Brianna, he spoke into his comm, telling Rowan and Elsa to get to the throne room ASAP. It only took them a few minutes to get there, and as they came rushing in, they saw Brianna in the command platform with the city's schematics pulled up, digital 3D images floating above her as she worked her way through them at a blindingly rapid pace.
How is she?
Rowan asked, baffled and amazed by what he was seeing. Elsa's mouth dropped open as well, as she asked Jack and Rilo.
Is she the one who's doing all this?
Evidently,
Jack replied, surprised and yet not surprised at what he was seeing.
But she doesn't even have.
Rowan sputtered. Jack smiled as he responded.
I think she has an idea about that, but she hasn't told us what it is yet.
They continued to watch her for a few more minutes. Then she shut it down and got out of the device as they walked over to her. She tried taking a few steps, then got a little woozy and almost fell. But Rilo was able to run up and catch her before she made it to the floor.
All right, to the infirmary,
he told her.
No, I'm fine,
she said. He looked at her with one of his expressions, then bent to pick her up and carry her there if she wasn't going to cooperate, but she was able to stop him.
Babe, stop. I'm fine. Seriously. It was just a little overwhelming is all, having everything thrown at me all at once like that.
And what exactly was that?
Jack asked.
Because, from the looks of it, not only do you have the antediluvian gene, but it appears you have a superpowered version of the gene. But that's not possible,
Rowan interjected.
Connor and I did a thorough scan of her when she first got here. The antediluvian gene would have shown up in her test results, and it didn't.
What's going on then?
Elsa asked, confused with what she was hearing.
How is she able to do all of this if she doesn't have the gene?
I do have the gene,
Brianna said, answering their questions.
Or rather, I have a version of the gene, just not the one that would show up on your tests. Your test looks for a specific version. I have a different one, so a negative test result.
There's more than one version of the antediluvian gene?
Rowan asked, bewildered at the idea. He saw Brianna give him a look, then it clicked for him as he exclaimed,
Of course, there's more than one variant of the gene. Why didn't I see that?
He felt like slapping himself on the head for not thinking of it sooner.
There's more than one version?
Elsa asked, wanting clarification.
Of course there is,
Rowan confirmed.
Have you noticed some people with the gene are stronger or weaker than others? We assumed that was because the gene was weaker or stronger in different people due to years of evolution and breeding with others with or without the gene. And while that's probably the case with most subjects, it appears there are also different strains of the gene, different variants, which makes perfect sense. And unless we know what to look for, those people with the strains that are outside of the scope we test for are virtually invisible to us and will remain unknown. Unless, of course, something like this happens,
he said, motioning to Brianna for emphasis.
And it goes without saying, but I will say it anyway.
Rowan continued.
The type she has is probably extremely rare.
Again, with the rare, what is it with me and being so rare?
Brianna wondered out loud.
How rare?
Jack asked Rowan. Rowan looked at him in complete exasperation.
Do you not know what the word rare means? The very definition of the word should be enough to, okay, fine. You want a number? I'll give you a number. 1 in
bajillion.
Brianna finished for him.
Yes, good. That works. 1 in a bajillion.
Rowan confirmed.
That's really rare,
Jack said thoughtfully.
Yes, it is,
Rowan replied, his annoyance evident.
Awesome,
Brianna said, totally done and over the topic of her rareness.
Can I get my flying lesson now?
She asked Jack.
Sure,
he replied.
I'm ready, if you are.
Wait,
Rilo said, still concerned that she nearly passed out on them.
Do you think that's a good idea? Maybe we should try to...
No,
Brianna said sternly, interrupting him and pointing at him for emphasis as she backed out of the room at the same time.
Try not, do or do not. There is no try. Master Yoda, the Empire strikes back.
Jack looked at Rilo with his hands up, also backing out of the room after Brianna.
Can't argue with Master Yoda, Chewie.
Who's Master Yoda?
Rilo wondered aloud, to anyone and no one in particular. Knowing he wasn't going to win this battle, he shook his head and ran after them. Rowan and Elsa simply looked at each other, then also left the room to go back to their duties. Life in Lemuria and the Andromeda Galaxy. Gotta love it. As it turned out, Brianna was a natural at flying the Lemurian shuttle. Of course, it probably helped quite a bit that she had the super gene that allowed her to commune directly with the ship, and know what everything was and how to work it as soon as she connected to it, without having to learn everything from scratch like everyone else, but that was just nitpicking the details. Since they had Jack with them and she was able to prove her abilities, during the last half of her lesson, Jack had leaned back and let her take complete control of the ship. She even docked the shuttle at the end without any help. This ability is what allowed her and Rilo to take a shuttle out the next day for their extended camping trip. This allowed just the two of them to go off and be by themselves without worrying about anyone else, or being left stranded without any way back to Lemuria. That, and due to her particular circumstances, she was being granted liberties she might not have been granted otherwise. Rilo showed her where to land, a safe portion of the planet near a beach, but not too far away from the nearby forest, and she set the craft down without any problem. They gathered their things and walked a little way into the forest and set up camp not too far from the shuttle. Once everything was set up, they walked back to the beach and sat down on a log together, listening to the water lap at the shore and watching the sun glisten off the spires of Lemuria up in the clouds. It was still mid-morning, so there was plenty of time left in the day. Rilo looked at her, and his heart ached for both of them. He didn't know how to fix or prevent what was happening, and it was killing him inside. But he knew she was feeling it as well, and he had sworn to himself to be strong for her.
Is there anything special you want me to teach you?
He asked.
Yes,
she responded softly, still looking off into the distance. Then she turned to face him and said,
I want you to teach me how to be a racer, how to survive. If I'm able to escape from wherever the Gorham has me, I want to know as many survival skills as possible to keep from being caught, or worse, how to evade someone that's chasing me.
She stopped for a moment and put her hand to his face.
Will you do that for me?
She asked softly. He smiled and pressed his hand over hers. He swelled with pride for his wife. He should have known she wouldn't lie down and roll over. Even if she did get taken, she was a fighter. If that happened, she was going to make them work for it. She was going to make them work very hard for it.
I can do that,
he told her with a grin.
Ready?
Let's do this,
she replied, returning his smile. For the next 4 days, Rilo taught Brianna everything he could about surviving on the run. How to track and make traps, how to hunt for food as well as prepare it, what herbs and vegetation was safe, the best ways and places to hide, and anything else he could think of. They ran drills day and night, where he would hunt her and she would hunt him. She even got the best of him a couple of times in ways he hadn't even taught her. And they loved each other fully. They enjoyed each other's bodies and emotionally connected in ways they didn't realize were possible. It would have been their version of a perfect honeymoon if the threat of the Gorham wasn't hanging over their heads. On the 4th day, Jack radioed and told them the Dauntless was on its way to Lemuria and they had made contact with Winoka. It appeared the people of Winoka were willing to hear them out and said they would welcome their assistance if Lemuria was willing to give it. Jack wanted them back the next day so they could start the mission ASAP. Rilo and Brianna looked at each other when they heard the news, both of them thinking the same thing but not giving voice to their thoughts. It was too easy. It was a setup, and they were about to walk right into it. Their last night in the forest, they lay under the stars, each of them lost in their own thoughts. After a while, she sat up and looked at him, her Neronian warrior, and tried to memorize every line, every scar, everything about him as her hand glided over his body. She tried to burn everything about him into her memory. His scent, the feel of his body against hers, how his muscles felt as they rippled underneath her touch, and his face, how she loved to look at his face. She felt like his eyes could burn a direct path straight to her heart and soul. And the way he looked at her when they made love, his expression as he moved inside of her, it was wondrous. Rilo knew what she was doing and let her take her time. He had already memorized everything about her. He could close his eyes and see her just as plainly as if she was standing right in front of him. Every line, every curve, her laughter and her smile, the scent of her, the feel of her hair as it draped over him. He knew it all. He had never known love and passion like this before, and he knew he would never know it again if he wasn't able to get her back. The only way he would be able to survive losing her was to keep searching for her until he found her. There was no other option for him. It was find her or die trying. They had recently watched the Deadpool movies together, another one of her faves, and she had locked onto Wade and Vanessa's way of saying they loved each other and had incorporated it into their own ritual. When her gaze travelled back up to his face again and their eyes met, she smiled and whispered,
"Kiss me like you miss me."
He smiled back and said,
"Well, come here,"
and pulled her down to him so he could kiss her deeply and fully.
This section has been removed to comply with YouTube policy.
The next morning, they packed everything up in silence. They needed no words between them. Their thoughts were in sync, their body language and expressions, the only form of communication needed with each other. As they finished loading the shuttle, she took one last look around the forest and the beach, her gaze finally coming to rest on him. Rilo swept her up in his arms and hugged her fiercely, his emotions threatening to spill over again. She returned his embrace with equal strength, fighting with herself to keep from crying again for fear she wouldn't be able to stop. After they both calmed down, they looked solemnly at each other. They took the other's hand and walked into the shuttle and headed back to Lemuria. Chapter 25. Upon arriving in Lemuria, Rilo and Brianna gathered their things and left the shuttle. Jack was there to meet them and told them the Dauntless was about an hour out and they planned to leave as soon as it arrived.
"Cool,"
Brianna commented.
"That will give us the chance to take a quick shower before we leave. How long is the trip to Winoka? Do we need to pack anything?"
Bring your go bag just in case you need it, but it's not a long voyage,
Jack replied. Then he noticed their mood and asked,
"Hey, is everything okay? You two look kind of..."
"Nah, we're fine,"
she told him.
"We're a little beat because Dax put me through my paces out there is all. Teaching me survival skills. He just has a more hardcore approach to teaching than, say, a certain colonel I know."
"Oh, I see,"
Jack replied.
"So, there's something to be said for my style of teaching then. Is that what you're telling me?"
"There's something to be said,"
Rilo replied gruffly,
"but I don't think you want to hear it."
"I think the ladies may have a different opinion than yours, so I'll just stick with that. But thanks for the input,"
Jack told him with a grin. Rilo put his arm around Brianna's shoulders as he glared at Jack and started to lead her away, but she stopped him for a moment.
"Hey, Jack, you and Elsa meet me in the portal room in an hour. There's something we need to take care of before we leave, okay?"
she said. Then she smiled at him and continued on the way to their room to get ready for the trip. When Rilo and Brianna got to his room, they unpacked their belongings from the camping trip and then stepped into the bathroom to shower together. They held each other under the running water for a while, just enjoying the closeness of being together, then finished up and got dressed for the mission. Before they left the room, they looked deep into each other's eyes, coming together to share a deep kiss. But they were interrupted by an announcement on their headsets that the Dauntless had arrived and was ready to board. They stood together for another moment, trying to get their emotions under control before they left their room. Finally, they picked up their bags and hand in hand, left to board the Dauntless. When they got to the portal room, Brianna motioned for Jack and Elsa to join them. She took them to the entrance of the portal room and pushed a hidden panel on the wall, revealing a control pad.
"What's that?"
Elsa asked in surprise, not realizing that it had even been there.
"It's a security panel for the city, kind of like a passkey. If a Lemurian came and activated this, they would be able to lock you and everyone else out of the city. And that's exactly what they'll do if you let them,"
she told Elsa.
"What? What are you talking about? There are Lemurians still alive and coming here to Lemuria?"
Elsa asked excitedly.
"That's not a good thing, Elsa,"
Brianna warned.
"They'll want their city back and everyone here gone. Originally, that's what happens, but the Sarantians come and destroy them, then you get the city back. But with the Sarantians out of the picture, that means the Lemurians get the city, and they keep it. The team gets split up and reassigned back on Earth."
"What do we do?"
Elsa asked, upset at the prospect of leaving.
"I don't want to prevent them from being here, but I don't want to leave either. How do we resolve that peacefully?
With this security panel,
Brianna replied.
Basically, we reset the password to us instead of them. When they come and try to take over Lemuria, they won't be able to. They'll be locked out and they'll have to deal with us. They won't have a choice.
Elsa smiled, liking that plan, and asked,
How do we go about doing that?
Control has to be given to someone with the gene. Since you don't have it and Jack does, I'm thinking he's the best candidate. What do you think?
She asked.
I think that's the perfect solution,
Elsa replied.
Jack, are you okay with this?
Fine with me,
Jack said agreeably. Brianna put her hand on the security panel, which activated it. The power to the equipment around them fluctuated for a moment, then steadied out. Next, she had Jack place his hand on the security panel, and once the panel registered his information, she had him remove his hand, and she placed hers back on the panel. Once the process was completed, the cover slid back over the control pad, hiding it from view again.
Okay, that's it,
she told them.
The only person who can access and change anything regarding Lemuria's systems now is Jack, and myself, of course. Basically, everything will stay status quo, and it's locked down that way. The Lemurians won't be able to get in and take over, so you're good to go now.
Thank you so much, Brianna,
Elsa told her, giving her a hug.
We never would have known if you hadn't told us. And when you get back from this mission, maybe you can tell me more about the Lemurians we're going to get to meet, okay?
Sure, when I get back,
she replied softly, not meeting Elsa's eyes. The Dauntless had already started beaming people aboard, and Shelton's team was the last group to go. They gathered in the appropriate spot, and within seconds, they were beamed aboard the ship orbiting the planet. As Rilo held Brianna's hand, the last thing she saw of Lemuria was the grand view from the portal room. She couldn't help wondering if she would ever see it again. Once aboard the Dauntless, they were all assigned temporary quarters where they stowed their gear. Then Shelton and his team met with Colonel Campbell in the briefing room to go over their plans and strategy for Winoka once they arrived. As Shelton and Campbell discussed the plan in detail, Brianna tried to stay out of the way and in the background, not wanting to be involved in much of anything having to do with it. As long as Dax wasn't in danger, she really didn't care what happened on Winoka. She had bigger things to worry about. But she was part of Shelton's team, and Jack insisted on including her in the meeting. Campbell, on the other hand, wasn't sure why she was being included, considering she didn't have any kind of formal training, and he was at a loss as to why they were so worried about her safety. They had no actual proof anyone, or anything, for that matter, was after her. It all sounded like nonsense to him. But he had his orders, so, like the good military soldier he was, he obeyed them. However, he could put his 2 cents worth in.
Colonel Shelton,
Colonel Campbell said, addressing Jack.
It looks like we've got everything covered that needs to be covered. And if Brianna is indeed the target of kidnappers or whatever, wouldn't it be safer for her to remain up here aboard the Dauntless? It seems to me putting her on the planet with the rest of your team, where the kidnappers are waiting for her, would be the worst thing to do. We've got plenty of people available to help out down there already. She doesn't need to be there. She'd be much safer up here.
Jack looked at Brianna and said,
It's your call. What do you think?
Brianna thought for a moment, unable to believe her luck as her mind churned over this unexpected and unforeseen opportunity.
I think Colonel Campbell is right, and it sounds like the perfect answer to this situation. It never occurred to me to split up from the team and not go to the planet. They're expecting me to be there. It's SOP. It stands to reason that's where they'd concentrate all their efforts to try and grab me. They certainly wouldn't expect me to split up from the team and stay on the ship. And there's no way they could get to me here. I would be much safer up here, which also means you guys would be much safer down there without me. You wouldn't have to deal with the added security issues of fending off the bounty hunters and kidnappers that are there.
If you're staying here, then so am I,
Rilo stated firmly.
Dax, that's not necessary,
she told him.
You're my wife. You're in danger. I'm not leaving you,
he stated flatly.
You two are married?
Colonel Campbell asked, surprised at the news. Rilo glared at him as he said,
You have a problem with that?
No, I don't. I was just wondering. I didn't realize you two were that. Serious. Or had known each other that long is all.
Brianna took Dax's hands in hers as she told him,
Babe, if I was going to be on the planet, then yes, I'd say I was in danger. Very much so. But up here, I'll be surrounded by all kinds of military personnel, armed military personnel, plus shields and weapons and all kinds of equipment that can warn us in advance of any approaching vessels. And let's face it, Jack needs you with him. He just does.
Gee, thanks for your vote of confidence.
Jack muttered.
If the planet was on the verge of blowing up and exploding,
she continued,
I'd want to be right there with you, no matter what. You know that. But we're way in advance of that happening, right, Rowan?
Yes. I estimate they still have approximately 2 months before the planet explodes. So, we're good,
Rowan said with confidence.
See, husband, up here, safe. Down there on the planet, danger. Actually, you'll be in more danger than me, so watch yourself and come back to me safely, okay?
She told him.
Are you sure about this? I don't like being separated from you. It just feels wrong,
Rilo stated, still concerned.
I'll be too far away to help if you need me.
Brianna smiled and rested her palm against his cheek as she told him,
I'm sure. Now go help Jack save all those people.
Rilo pulled her to him and kissed her forehead, whispering,
I'd rather save you.
She buried her face in his chest, grabbed his shirt in her hand, and squeezed her eyes shut tightly. She silently mouthed the words, I love you so much, then straightened back up, like nothing was wrong as she looked up at him. If Rilo had seen her do that, he would have known something was up and refused to leave the ship. But he didn't see her do that, so he went to the planet with Shelton. Campbell, however, did notice her reaction and was bothered by it, like she knew something was going to happen. He had no idea what, but he didn't like it. However, the ship was secure, so he pushed the feeling aside and ignored it. But before the team left for the planet, Brianna pulled Jack aside and gave him some advice.
I know you probably already thought about this, but it's possible the Gorham is using these people, maybe even threatening them. If they keep asking questions like, is this your entire team, or is there someone missing, then they're probably working with the Gorham. If that's the case, you need to be extra careful because it won't be just the bounty hunters you have to worry about. Depending on what the Gorham has threatened them with, they could quickly turn into enemies instead of friendlies.
Noted,
he commented, nodding in confirmation.
And Jack, watch his back. Take good care of him for me, all right?
Jack hesitated, looking at Brianna intently. This could just be a regular request because she wasn't coming with them, but his gut told him differently, and he'd learned to trust his gut.
What do you know you're not telling me?
She looked at him with a quizzical expression, saying,
Nothing. It's just, I'm not going to be there to do it myself, and you're the next best thing.
He stared at her for a few more moments, then said,
Uh-huh.
Hey,
she said with a grin.
That's my line.
Uh-huh.
He repeated with his classic grin this time.
So, we good?
We're good,
she replied. Then she added,
Jack, I love you.
I know.
They couldn't help but laugh, which turned into big grins at the Star Wars reference.
Okay, hon, go kick some Imperial Stormtrooper ass. And watch out for my Wookiee.
You got it, Princess,
he told her as he turned to leave.
And no fighting Vader alone. Understood?
She gave him a thumbs up as she watched him walk away.
Silly man,
she thought.
The only way to fight Vader is alone.
Then she turned around and went to search for Rowan. She found him on the command deck, busily working away on his tablet and coordinating something with some of the crew there.
Hey, Ro, everything good?
She asked.
Everything is working as it should be,
he confirmed.
I'm just having to adjust the calibration to cover both the planet and the ship. That's a lot of space to cover,
he said, continuing to work as he talked. She hesitated, then told him quietly so no one else could overhear.
Don't worry about the planet. Concentrate your equipment to cover the ship and as much space around the ship as you can.
Rowan looked at her and, seeing her expression, asked,
Why? You know something we don't?
She shook her head and smiled ruefully, telling him,
Just a hunch, a gut feeling. Plus, the ship is where I'll be, not the planet. Makes sense, right?
He thought about it for a moment, then concurred with her.
Right. That does make sense. I'll make the proper adjustments,
he replied as he turned back to his work. She watched him for a little bit longer, then turned and left, heading to the shuttle bay, where the team was getting ready to leave for the planet. As she entered the bay, she stood back and off to the side, watching them gather their things and getting their gear together for the mission. She saw Jack talking with Logan and his teams, Layla making last-minute preparations, and Dak standing there ready to go, twirling Lucille around his finger Old West style, as was his habit to do. She watched them quietly, smiling at the scene and drinking it in. Then Rilo caught sight of her and came over.
Everything okay?
He asked. Brianna gave him a smile, then said softly,
Kiss me like you miss me.
He returned her smile and replied,
Well, come here.
Campbell had come down to the bay, along with Rowan, to give Shelton and his team some last-minute information. When he noticed Logan and some of the other people in his unit looking and smiling at something off to the side of them, Campbell turned around to see what they were looking at and saw the couple in a passionate embrace, kissing like there was no tomorrow.
Good grief. Are they always like that?
Campbell asked.
Pretty much. Almost since the day they met.
Logan replied. Then he shrugged and said,
We're used to it. And it's made Rilo much easier to be around. We're, really grateful to her for that.
Now that I understand,
Campbell said in response.
All right, boys and girls, break it up,
Jack hollered out.
Time to go. That means you too, Chewie. Let's go.
Rilo reluctantly pulled away from Brianna, then gave her one last kiss on her forehead before he walked towards the shuttle. But he turned back to her and, pointing, said,
We'll continue that when I get back.
She smiled and waved at him in response, watching them as they all piled into the shuttle and took off, out the hangar bay door. As soon as the shuttle left the hangar and was out of sight, she broke down and sobbed, one hand going to her face and the other clutching her stomach as she gasped for air, fighting to breathe, the tears coming hot and heavy down her face. Campbell was shocked. She seemed fine before, now all of a sudden, and then it clicked for him. Her breakdown only lasted a few seconds before she pulled herself together, stating simply,
We need to get to the bridge, now.
She turned to leave the bay and headed back to the bridge, with Campbell close behind her.
What do you know that you're not telling me?
Campbell demanded. But she wasn't stopping or talking, so he ran to catch up to her and grabbed her by the arm, yanking her to a stop. Brianna turned to him with an eerie calm and an expression that sent chills down his spine.
I know you're concerned about your ship and your crew,
she told him quietly.
I get that, but don't ever touch me like that again.
He immediately took his hand off her arm and backed up, his hands raised in the air in supplication.
I didn't mean any disrespect,
he told her,
but I need to know what's going on.
What's going on? Well, I'm being hunted by a monster that wants to collect me for some unknown reason because I appear to be a rare specimen of some sort. And the more I put him off, the more dangerous he becomes. Right now, he's only interested in me. So I separated myself from my friends, my family, so they would be safe, because they would interfere and get hurt or killed. Now that I'm alone and vulnerable, I've given him the perfect opportunity to come get me with minimal risk.
Minimal risk?
Campbell replied in disbelief.
I've got people on this ship in danger because of what you're doing, and you're talking about minimal risk?
She took a step closer and locked eyes with him.
Listen to me closely. He does not want you or your people. They do not interest him. Order your people to stand down. No matter what happens, they are not to interfere. If they interfere, they will become fair game. As long as you and your people stay out of this, they will be safe. No harm will come to you. Do you understand?
Campbell just stared at her, not believing what he was hearing.
How could you possibly know that?
She let out a short, harsh laugh in response.
Because it's the way I think, the way I am, who I am. I can't explain it any better than that. I just, know is all. Trust me or don't trust me. It's your choice. But I've told you what you need to do to keep your people safe, whether you act on it or not.
She left the sentence unfinished, hanging in the air between them as she turned and continued on her way to the bridge. Campbell followed her, and when they reached the bridge, everything appeared to be in order. Brianna moved onto the observation deck and stood there, looking out the window. Campbell, out of an abundance of caution, told his crew to raise the shields. The crew looked at each other, confused, because there didn't appear to be any threat around them. She turned to Campbell and told him,
Don't bother. The shields won't do you any good.
Campbell was about to repeat his order when suddenly figures in black appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Brianna on the deck. They appeared to be humanoid for the most part, but it was hard to tell. They were all wearing black uniforms with cloth masks that covered everything but their eyes. First 2, then 3, then 5, 7, 10 total, all surrounding her with swords and knives, their weapons drawn. The crew immediately drew their firearms on the intruders, and in return, the intruders slowly turned away from her and faced the crew instead. She locked eyes with Campbell, a question for him in her gaze. Campbell hesitated, then ordered his crew to lower their weapons and to not interfere. The crew looked at each other, still confused as to what was going on, not sure what to do. Then Campbell raised his voice and gave the command again, emphasizing,
That's an order, people.
Slowly, they lowered their weapons and stood down, obeying Campbell's order. Once the threat from the crew was neutralized, the figures in black turned their attention, and their weapons, back to Brianna. Then a voice that seemed to come out of nowhere spoke, addressing her.
You know who I am,
the voice said. It was a statement, not a question. She didn't respond, but her expression confirmed that, yes, she knew who he was. Then the voice said simply,
Show me.
She slowly shook her head, her expression showing she was at war with her emotions. Her survival instincts were kicking in hard, but at the same time, she abhorred being a puppet on a string, manipulated into killing on someone else's command, just for their pleasure. But of course the Gorham wasn't giving her an option. It was kill or be killed. When 2 of the intruders made their move on her, she reacted instinctively, automatically. And when the others moved in on her, she defended herself with lethal force. In less than 2 minutes, all 10 intruders were lying around her dead, the daggers in her hands dripping with their blood, and a long gash on her arm dripping with hers.
Impressive,
the voice said.
You were worth the effort to acquire. You have a choice to make now. Come with me willingly, and I will spare the lives of these people, along with the lives of the ones you sent away that have now returned to the ship.
She looked up in surprise at that information, her fear plainly evident.
Yes, they have returned,
the voice continued.
Or you can choose to resist, and I will destroy everyone and still take you. Which will it be?
Campbell couldn't believe what he was witnessing, and the choice she was being forced to make. He caught her gaze, and as they looked at each other, he saw the defeat in her eyes.
You don't have to do this,
he told her, trying desperately to believe his own words. She gave him a small, sad smile and replied,
Yes, I do.
She saw the team as they came running onto the bridge, Dax in the lead with Jack right behind him. She saw the look on Dax's face as he saw the situation, knowing what was happening. She lowered her head and dropped her knives, surrendering herself to the Gorham. Dax's scream of
"No!"
echoed in her ears as she disappeared from the bridge like she had never been there at all. They left the shuttle bay, and Jack, out of an abundance of caution, visually scanned the area around the Dauntless before setting a course to the planet they were orbiting, just to ease his own mind that nothing was amiss before leaving the area. Jack piloted the shuttle with Rilo in the co-pilot's seat beside him. Rowan sat behind Jack in his usual spot, with Layla opposite him behind Rilo. Logan and his teams were in the back cargo area, chatting away amiably. Rilo was unusually restless, and Jack eyed him as he fidgeted nervously.
What's up, big guy?
He asked casually.
Why so nervous?
Something's wrong,
he mumbled, trying to pin down what was bothering him.
What's wrong?
Jack asked.
It's not like her to want to split up in this kind of situation. We've talked about different scenarios before, and every time we've gone over a situation like this, we've agreed splitting up would not be the right thing to do. It doesn't make sense she would agree to it now.
Yeah, I have to admit, I got a weird feeling from her as well. Something she said to me before we left. Well, it's not actually what she said, but how she said it. Set off alarm bells for me.
Jack admitted.
But she blew it off as nothing. Like I was being silly, so I blew it off too.
Yeah, she's really good at acting the part. I can usually spot when she has her mask on, but not always.
Rilo replied.
Her mask?
Jack asked, not understanding what Rilo was talking about. Rilo turned to him, stating,
Yeah, the one she wears so you'll like her. Because you freak out when you see the real her.
I don't freak out,
Jack replied tersely, incensed at the idea. Rilo glared at him in response.
Okay, so I don't freak out so much anymore,
Jack said, stammering a bit.
And we've talked about it. It's okay now, we're cool. I just had to get to know her better is all.
He paused a moment before adding,
She can be a very intense person. It just takes some getting used to. Like with you,
he said, motioning to Rilo. Rilo just continued to stare at him, stone-faced. Jack wisely decided he had lost that battle and turned his attention back to the front window of the shuttle. Suddenly, Rowan exclaimed,
We have to turn back. We have to turn back now. What? What is it?
Jack asked in alarm.
The energy readings, he's there. The Gorham is at the Dauntless,
Rowan said as he looked up at them, fear etched all over his face.
Turn around, now.
Jack and Rilo looked at each other for a split second, then Jack hollered out,
Hang on!
And immediately turned the ship around, heading back to the Dauntless at the shuttle's top speed.
Damn it. I should have known. I should have trusted my gut,
Jack muttered, upset with himself for not going with his first instinct.
How could I have left her? I knew better, and I still left her,
Rilo said, feeling guilt over his decision.
No, buddy. Make no mistake about it, you didn't leave her. She sent you away, sent all of us away, set herself up in the perfect situation to attract the Gorham's attention, and we all fell for it.
Jack told him, his anger at her and the situation they found themselves in rising to the surface.
She did it to protect us,
Rowan said softly.
I didn't understand what she was saying at the time when she asked me to do her a favor, but now I understand. She's protecting us.
I'm the one that's supposed to protect her,
Rilo said, his voice breaking with emotion.
Shelton,
Rilo exclaimed, his voice strained with the urgency he was feeling.
I know, buddy, I know. I'm already pushing the ship to its limit,
Jack replied, also feeling the urgency of the situation. Jack tried radioing the Dauntless, but got no response. And as the vessel came into view, everything appeared to be normal. Jack asked Rowan,
Are you sure he's there? I don't see anything. There aren't any other ships around. I'm telling you, he's there. Or rather, something is there.
Rowan replied.
Are their shields up?
Layla asked.
No, they're not,
Jack replied.
And for some reason, that doesn't make me feel any better.
They docked as quickly as possible. The cargo door to the shuttle hadn't even fully lowered before Rilo jumped out the back, running at breakneck speed to the bridge, with Jack and the rest of the team following close behind him. On the way there, they heard a voice speaking. The sound was coming from nowhere and everywhere, and what he was saying did not make them feel any better. The Gorham was there, and he had Brianna. He was giving her a choice. They heard his words, and Rilo already knew what she was going to do. He had to stop her. He couldn't let her do this, not for him, not for anyone. As he made it to the bridge, he got there just in time to see her standing on the deck, bodies at her feet, bleeding from a long gash on her arm and defeat showing in her eyes. She saw him and heard him scream as she lowered her head and dropped her blades. Then she was gone. Rilo ran up to where she had stood, looking around for something, anything that would give him a clue as to what happened to her. He screamed again, a sound that came from the very depths of his soul, that gave voice to his frustration, his fury and rage at a situation he had no control over. His wife, the love of his life, had been taken from him, and he was left with no clue as to how to get her back. She had vanished into thin air right before him. Jack stood there in a daze, feeling like the world had just collapsed out from under his feet. He watched his friend, inconsolable and bereft with grief, anger, fury, rage, and had no idea what to do to help him. Jack loved her too, not like Rilo did, but she felt like more than a sister or friend. Jack walked slowly over to Campbell, who hadn't moved an inch since it all began.
You didn't do anything to stop her?
Jack asked, trying to control his temper. Campbell tried to find his voice, finally managing to speak.
There was nothing I could do. She told me to order everyone to stand down, to not interfere with whatever happened. That was the only way I could keep the ship and my crew safe. It was what she wanted.
When Rilo heard what Campbell said, he advanced on him, furious.
What she wanted? This was not what she wanted. She did not want this. This was done to her. And I couldn't protect her,
Rilo said, breaking down, his grief overtaking him as he fell to his knees. Jack went over to him and put a hand on his shoulder, not knowing what else to do.
How are we supposed to find her? Where do we look?
Rilo asked.
We don't even know where to start.
I guess it's a good thing she confided in me then, isn't it?
Rowan said, busily attending to some computer equipment and working furiously on his tablet. Jack and Rilo both turned to look at Rowan, then each other, then back to Rowan. Rilo got to his feet and they both advanced on McCoy, still engrossed in what he was doing.
Rowan,
Jack began.
What do you know about this? And what did she confide in you exactly?
You said something about energy signatures in the shuttle. You knew when the Gorham was here. You were already looking for something, weren't you?
Rilo asked.
Sort of, yes,
McCoy replied.
She had a theory the Gorham would be leaving particular energy signatures when he made an appearance. And as it turns out, she was right. She asked me to set up special equipment to track any energy signatures that were unusual or out of the ordinary, especially when she went anywhere outside of Lemuria. You know, just in case the Gorham showed up. She said that would probably be the only way to find her. First, identify the energy signature we were looking for, then search for and track those particular signatures. Her theory was those special signatures might lead us to where she was taken or being held, so we could rescue her. She said I was probably going to be the only one that could find her once she was taken, so she asked for my help. We set up the equipment, and we've been watching ever since.
Rilo and Jack had incredulous looks on their faces as he finished his explanation. Rilo strode up to Rowan, grabbed his head and gave it a big kiss, then threw his arms around him, giving him a bear hug, lifting him off his feet with a huge grin.
Ow!
Rowan exclaimed.
I can't find her if I'm broken.
Rilo let him go and backed up, saying,
Sorry.
But he was still grinning from ear to ear, just happy to know they had something to work with.
So, I take it you found something?
Jack prompted, needing more information from McCoy.
Yes, I did. There was a particular energy signature that occurred around the Dauntless, which is how I knew something was going on here. An extremely powerful and unique signature. I've never seen anything like it before,
McCoy muttered as he continued working.
So?
Jack asked.
So, what?
McCoy replied, confused about the question.
What do we do now, Rowan?
Jack asked in frustration.
Oh, well, now comes the hardest part. We wait,
he replied.
I don't like waiting,
Rilo grumbled.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's the only thing we can do at this point. We wait and watch to see where the energy signature shows up again. Now that I know what we're looking for, I can calibrate our sensors to pick up on that particular signature and any variations of it. So, when it shows up again, we'll know where to go. But until then, we wait.
Rilo groaned in frustration again, and Jack wasn't too happy with the situation either.
However,
McCoy began, thinking out loud,
there is something we can do to increase our odds in finding her.
Jack, Rilo and Campbell stood there, waiting for him to finish his thought, but Jack had to prompt him a little bit.
And that would be, what, Rowan? Oh, yes, sorry. I have some specialized sensors we could put in strategic locations that would boost our chances of picking up any signals. That's what I've been working on in case we needed them for this particular situation. But we'll need some help to get that done.
What do you need done, Dr. McCoy?
Campbell said, speaking up, ready to assist.
Help placing the sensors. The more sensors we can place, the better our chances in picking up a signal.
Rowan answered.
I already have some aboard the Dauntless. We can start as soon as you're ready.
We'll get started right away. I'll notify Dr. White of the situation and what we're doing. I don't imagine she'll have a problem with that, do you?
Campbell asked Shelton.
Colonel,
one of the officers said, needing Campbell's attention.
Yes.
Winoka is asking if we're still coming to meet with them.
Tell them we've had an emergency situation arise and we won't be meeting today. We've been called away on an urgent matter. Let them know Dr. White will be sending another team to help them in a few days.
Yes, Colonel.
Dr. McCoy, tell my people what you need, and we'll help you get it done.
Campbell told him.
Major.
He said to one of his officers on the bridge, indicating the bodies of the intruders that had been left behind.
Clean that mess up, please.
Yes, sir,
came the immediate reply.
Gentlemen.
Campbell said to Shelton and Rilo.
Can I have a word with you in my ready room?
Campbell pointed them to a private room connected to the bridge. Once they were all inside, Campbell shut the door and turned to the two men in front of him. He hesitated a moment, trying to find the right words to say.
I still don't know what happened out there on that bridge. I'm at a loss to explain what exactly did happen.
Start at the beginning,
Rilo said.
When did you notice something was wrong?
Campbell let out a short laugh, telling them,
As soon as your shuttle took off. 1 minute she was okay. Then, as soon as your shuttle left the bay, she broke down for a few seconds, with tears streaming down her face like the world was ending. Then she collected herself and said, we needed to get to the bridge right away. I asked what was going on, but she refused to answer me. I followed her and grabbed her arm to stop her.
You what?
Rilo asked, giving Campbell a look, and Jack said at the same time,
Oh, that wasn't a good idea.
Campbell looked at them and said,
Yeah, big mistake on my part, I know. But she did stop and tell me this Gorham was coming for her, and the only way to keep the ship and my people safe was to order them to stand down, to not interfere, no matter what happened. Evidently, the Gorham was only interested in her, not us, so as long as we stayed out of it, he would leave us alone.
He paused for a moment, then told them.
She said she had separated herself from you, her friends and family, to keep you safe because you would interfere and get hurt or killed. It was the only thing she could think of to do. She left herself alone and vulnerable on purpose, so there would be minimal risk involved with the Gorham when he came to take her.
See?
Jack told Rilo.
I told you. You didn't leave her. She sent us away on purpose. She planned it this way. She was never going to allow you to be in danger. She knew what you would do.
That doesn't make me feel any better,
Rilo replied.
What happened next?
Jack asked Campbell, turning back to him.
Here, let me pull up the video feed from the bridge.
Campbell replied, turning to the computer on the desk next to them.
You can see for yourselves what happened.
Campbell started the video at the pertinent part, watching along with Jack and Rilo. However, Campbell stopped the video just as Rilo and Jack came rushing onto the bridge, so Rilo wouldn't have to watch Brianna being taken again. He didn't need to see that.
I have to ask,
Campbell began.
What kind of training has she had? Was she Special Forces? She doesn't look old enough to be that, but...
No, she's had no formal training.
Jack said.
What?
Campbell said, not believing what he was hearing.
She's naturally gifted,
Rilo told him.
You mean no training at all? Not even from you?
Campbell asked Rilo.
She didn't need it. She's a natural-born slayer,
he replied.
We believe that's why the Gorham wanted her,
Jack told Campbell.
A rare creature is what Rilo called her.
Campbell paused for a moment, rubbing his forehead, distraught at the situation.
If there had been something I could have done, I would have done it. But there was nothing, literally nothing I could do because there was nothing to attack. There was no person, no physical presence, no ship, no type of vessel anywhere, nothing we could see. There wasn't even anything on the sensors, and she had already taken care of the intruders. There was only this voice coming out of nowhere. You tell me, what else could I have done?
Jack sighed heavily and said,
Nothing, Colonel. There's nothing you could have done differently that would have helped.
Jack turned to Rilo and added,
That goes for you, too. Even if you had been here, there's nothing you could have done that would have helped her or stopped him from taking her. There's nothing any of us could have done.
Rilo was still staring at the spot on the floor as he stated,
I would have held her. I would have held on to her and not let go.
And you would have wound up dead at her feet, and she still would have been taken staring at your corpse with that memory in her head. That would not have helped.
Jack told him, trying to make his point. Rilo didn't respond and just continued staring at the floor.
Hey, why don't you go to the mess hall and see if you can manage to eat something?
Jack told Rilo.
You know how you get when you get hungry and considering how you're feeling? That's not something we need to be dealing with or worried about right now, okay?
Rilo didn't answer, but he managed to move and walk out of the room, apparently heading towards the mess hall, as Jack suggested.
We really do appreciate your help with this, Colonel,
Jack told Campbell.
She's, an important part of my team, and frankly, I don't know what we'll do if we can't find her.
Glad to help. Sorry we can't do more,
Campbell told him. Then he looked closely at Shelton, observing his expression and disposition, then commented,
You're in love with her too, aren't you?
Jack smiled and admitted,
Yes, I am. Not like Rilo, not romantically, but she is that important to me.
Even with her,
Campbell began, pausing for a moment, but Jack finished his thought for him.
Dark side?
Have you seen her in action?
Campbell asked with curiosity.
Oh, yes. In action, up close and personal,
Jack replied, smiling at the memory.
You should have seen what she did to the last guy that tried to hurt Rilo. Ripped his heart right out of his chest with her bare hands.
Excuse me?
Campbell exclaimed.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. It was not good to be him.
I guess I got off easy then. At first, I was talking to this young woman. Then I grabbed her and suddenly she was this. It was like I was looking into a
deep, dark void filled with rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth.
Jack finished for him. Campbell gave him a look and couldn't help asking.
And that doesn't bother you?
Jack smiled, telling him,
That's only part of her. Her other side is as brilliant and bright as her dark side is, well, dark. It's absolutely glorious, especially when she shines it on you. And she only shows her dark side when she, or someone she loves or cares about, is threatened. It's a perfect balance. And that's what really worries me,
Jack said, lost in thought.
What?
Campbell prompted.
That light she has, I think the Gorham wants to snuff it out, get rid of it completely, so only the dark is left. I don't know how long she can hold out, and if we can't find her before that happens...
Well then, let's get busy and make sure that doesn't happen,
Campbell said as he led Jack back out onto the bridge and into the light. This has been Beyond Reality's Edge, Volume 1, written by B.A. Chapman. Copyright 2025 by B.A. Chapman. Production copyright 2025 by BAChapman.com.